I've lost my window. I've lost my window. Oh, we're back. Okay, hey. How's it going, chat?
Hey there, chat.
Wait, why can chat see my mouse?
I don't know. Somebody call Balder.
That's weird. Okay. Broken window? Yeah, hold on. Let me turn it off just in case. On time. Yeah, I wonder why. Hey. Okay, can you all hear me, chat? We're on a slightly different audio setup today because Balder walked me through making some changes. There should be noise suppression on. We can? Okay, can you hear Mel? She's been talking this whole time.
Yeah, you can. You could hear me. That's interesting. Hello, chat.
Okay, let me get the link out. 1 second.
Okay. You can hear Joe audibly, so he's too loud. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm too loud?
Yeah, because they can hear you audibly.
Okay. Okay. How seriously though? How are we? Like, what's the volume like for between the two of us?
Yeah, the level's okay.
Yeah, we did lots of
Where's
testing.
Boulder?
Yeah, with Balder. Fine. Also, Balder taught me how to do hotkey, so now I can do this. Ooh, and it's gone.
Ooh.
See how? Yeah. No, knowing that Balder was losing his shit every single time that he heard me audibly move over to the OBS window and mouse click to make this appear, and then mouse click off later, it fills you with determination. I can also now mute my microphone with a click, and then you can't hear me anymore.
+2, +2, +2, +2.
Yeah, it was so funny what I just said. Okay, so there we go. +2, +2. How's it going, everyone?
The poll, no.
Who's better streamer? Oh no. Oh no.
It's already begun.
Oh no. Okay.
So,
So
Mousocracy, haven't you heard?
it is Mousocracy. So if you don't know who Mouse is, then I don't know how you've been here for the Umineko streams. Mouse is on Jad's Umineko's biggest stan. And Mouse has read the whole. You're okay with me introducing you, right? You're okay with that?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
You already started. Can't stop now.
I did. That's true. So she has already read the entirety of Umineko at least 5 times. So we're going to be going. She's going to be reading all of the women today, and I will be reading all the men. And we will go through it, and hopefully we'll have a longer stream today because we're going to be splitting the reading fatigue over 2 people. Who's narrating? We're gonna switch, right?
Yeah, we are gonna switch. Joe will start, and then I'll take it off, and then we'll switch again. It'll be fun.
We're gonna switch when it's appropriate. Yeah. Anyway, so I cannot see chat right now. That's a problem. 1 second. And set my windows.
The chat says to turn music up because we're both loud over it.
Music up? Really?
Yeah,
Oh.
I guess so.
Mouse, who's this Joe guy you're streaming with today? I don't know. I kind of just found him somewhere on the street. Seemed nice, though.
Okay, I'm going to turn it by 5 decibels. How's that? Is that better? It sounded fine in the audio test. We can read a bit to the test. Yeah, we can do that. Hold on. Oh, do you want to just repeat the test that we just did right now, Mouse? So I'll just say this line, then you say it, and
Yeah,
then,
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Milady, please calm yourself.
Milady, please calm yourself.
There we go. Discord ping. I already did it, right? There's an echo. Oh, you, the echo. Mouse is a bit loud. Really? Mouse was... I had to turn myself down in the last one. Do I need to turn myself
Yeah,
up?
seriously. Mouse, how do I pronounce Mario? I pronounce that Mario.
Okay, get off the stream. Get off the stream. Get off the stream. No, no, no. Did you practice saying together like we discussed?
Together.
Together. Alright, good. Okay, all my windows are there, so that if I hit this button right now, it should show the cheeky Nanjos. Alright, so, Umineko chat has been cheeky, as we can see, and they have made a bunch of Nanjos for us to go through. And also, there's a new emote by Merrick today, which is live Nanjo reaction, okay? So we're just going to go through these real quickly as like as a stream warm-up, and then I will say thank you to any bits and subs if appropriate, and then we'll start hopefully in the next like few minutes. So many Nanjo reacts. Anyway, so live Nanjo reaction, live Nanjo reaction, live Banjo reaction, live Blushy Nanjo reaction, live Wilford Brimley reaction, Nanjo Bulge reaction, Chess Nanjo, Coatless Nanjo, Concerned
Those are from the
Nanjo.
stage play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool Nanjo. Joms Nanjo, which you just saw, Neanjo, Dead Nanjo, Banjo, Festive Nanjo with the OG heart. Art. Happy Nanjo, Having Fun Nanjo. Hi. Jojo, Nanjoms, Kanjo, Kanjo again. Live Granjo, Kumasenjo, live Lazanjo. More live Nanjo, really live. Live Nanjo reaction. Live Mouse Nanjo. Nangeorge, it's so cursed. Nanji. Genji and Nanjo kissing to make Nanji. The base live Nanjo reaction. Nanjota reaction. Nanjoka reaction. Nanjo. Nanjolier reaction.
Nangelier is from Dalmek. I'm not giving any other image credit. That one's from Dalmek.
All right. Specialized credit. Okay. Nanjolrus reaction. Oh, Nanjoms. Live Nanjornop reaction. Nanjoria reaction. Jessica. This is the most cursed one. It's the Nanjorichi. Nanjorichi, that's the most cursed one. Holy shit. Nanjotler reaction. Nanju Umi full spoilers chat reaction. Nanjirie. Nanjirie. Nanzo reaction. Who made this one?
I don't know.
Live Nojo reaction. Live Nianjo reaction. Pig Nanjo. What? Plunjo. Do you have one yet, Balder? Rosanjo. Shanjo, and then that's it. That's all the Nanjo variants that we have. Anyway.
The character edits were done by Jadzis or Lemons, and then the others were cobbled together by someone with a Q name I can't pronounce. I'm sorry. It's a community endeavor.
Credit.
Nanjo.
Credit. Nice.
Mm-hmm. I was just talking quietly there. Don't worry, Arolfos.
Favorite Nanjo? Probably the Nangelier. I like the Nangelier. More fan art. We're not showing fan art today. No. We're gonna say thank you to some bits and subs, and then we're just gonna get into it. Who was the last person I said thank you to? 2 days ago. Dunking Dog? I don't remember Dunking Dog. Is that last person? Dunking Dog? All right, let me say some quick thank yous, and then we'll get into it. I'm just going to read names so we can start reading Umineko. Is that okay with you?
You're asking me?
I'm asking you, yeah.
Yeah, that's okay with me.
Yeah, okay. It's a mousocracy, remember? Thank you to Dunking Dog for the new sub. Arcoda X? Yeah, I didn't read these. Hey Joe, I use your Umineko VODs at work to listen to, and I want to say thanks for keeping the JP voices up. It helps me figure out who's talking without looking at the screen. Oh, that's good. That's good. Should be a little easier today, actually, but yeah. Let us know if the voices are too loud with the overlapping voices, by the way, because there's 2 of us here now. So, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Wistful Eevee, Zulist, Masaido, and Cactus Corpse. Demon Smasher Pass questions? Green Joker, Smash or Pass? Smash, I love the Green Joker. Thank you, Scarfix, for the resub. With a big thank you. You're welcome, Scarfix. Thank you, Voltork, Thedball, Sewer999 with a tier 3 sub. I feel like you resub a lot somehow. Some chatters have the power to resub more often, I think. I don't know how they do that. Thank you, Vindanak, Ectosun, Assistant Weeby, That's Psy Guy, Thalia, Calhill555, Macare, Jelly for rating. How's it going, Jelly? Zorgox for the bits. Stream time. We're on time today. Thank you, Mr. Silverstrike, Toramus, and Taurus445, Mr. Kiwi, Dafcon6, Hypothetical Walrus. Didn't want to resub on Umineko stream and have people think I'm a weeb, but my hand has been forced by the No Friday stream. It's all weeb. It's all weeb all the time lately. Thank you, Mr. Kirby47, for the resub. Sisted Ace. Sysidace. Okay, Sysidace. A contraction of system identity ace. It looks bad if the I and D are capitalized. Oh, okay. We'll try to remember that. Sysidace. Pavilion. Truly Cream stream to end all cream streams. Today? Before that, can you say Umineko when the fucking cat girls cry? Again, like you did in Steins Gate, but in a significantly more respectful tone this time. No changing the wording, no. Okay, all right. Umineko, when the fucking cat girls cry. Mouse, you want to do it too?
Umineko, when the fucking cat girls cry.
There we go. That's cool. Thank you, Helyuin, for the resub. And Passant, Azriel Cat, TT Sunday, The Warrior of Time, Happy Kirby, Username Dilemma, Alexi1412, Terraflop for gifting out 5 subs. Thank you very much, Terraflop. Desperate. And now I'm scrolling down to read the name again because it showed up again. Sysidace for the bits. And the message, thank you very much. Thank you, Big Pat, for the resub. Iron Wrath for gifting a sub to Nan Joe. Nice. And also Anonymous for Anonymous Gifter. Just a random gift sub. The Bash Lord. Hamey_EXE. Materialist Thick. Utemp6. Chesty8. Simple from Jads. Mouse is my friend, and she is an amazing person. I'm so happy to see her on stream. It's incredible.
Aww.
Thank you, Mouse. Aw.
Thank
Nice
you,
message
Simple.
from Simple. Thank you, John Squid. Actosme? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm saying that wrong. I'm not sure. Welcome. Thank you for new sub. Jungle Rabba. Vanny227. Gordot Forot. Hi Mouse, OP fan here. Shame to see you haven't read One Piece yet, but maybe you can help convince this random weeb to read it. Okay, that's how it's gonna be. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you, LaRoche Monty, Dr. Huladay. They used to call me Mir. Grimaciated again, or Grimaciated. I got there. Batacan 1, Bro Man Guy 0, and the last ones on my list are Grimaciated again for giving us up to Niam is tired? No. Niam is tired. There we go. I'm a little tired too. It was leg day today. Thank you, AnyJam99, a Pepsi addict for some bits. Man of Answers for gifting a sub to Joms. And Frickrix for the resub. Frickrix. There we go. All right. There were some messages with some of these bits and resubs, but in the interest of getting into reading, because we have a guest today, I'm going to be skipping over them today. I hope that's okay. If it was really urgent, you can at me maybe later in the stream around break, or you can at me next stream on Tuesday. It's more Umineko, I think. Right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. So, we all set?
Yeah, I'm all set.
Yeah, we're all good. Okay, so we're gonna read for like, I don't know, like what, 2 minutes, and then we'll check in again when it comes to sound quality. I think that's what we'll do. Okay. Anyway,
Sounds good to me.
Milady, please calm yourself. We still don't know who the culprit is, and Beatrice-sama is an important and honored guest of the Masters.
So what? If we grab her by the collar, she'll definitely confess. If I can just look her in the eye, I'll know. I'll see through her. A witch? Beatrice? Yeah, right. I'll expose her.
Jessica never stopped moving. Goda and Cannon chased after her, doing their best to convince her to stop, but Jessica never lent them an ear. Eventually, the witch's VIP room came into view. This VIP room was always sealed and never used. No matter what kind of guest came, Kinzo wouldn't let them in there. And yet, the servants were always made to clean this room so that it could be used at any time. So the servants had started calling this room the witch's VIP room after their second shapeless master. Jessica knew about this too, and she couldn't forgive the arrogance of the one who called herself a witch by staying in that room. The Golden Witch was just a fairy tale. Come on, a witch? To Jessica, she was nothing more or less than the murderer who had brutally killed her parents. Question her, hear her pitiful excuses, make her splutter in pain, gasp in anguish. No matter how hard she pretends to be a witch, I'll teach her that she's just a stinking, sweaty human. Sweaty? As Jessica yelled with all of her strength, she hit the door to the VIP room. It definitely wasn't a knock. That sound was the beating of her anger's hammer, as if she was determined to break the door down if it wasn't opened.
Open up, Beatrice. Come out. You hear me, right? Open up.
There was no answer. Jessica grabbed the doorknob without any reservation, but she felt the resistance of the lock. She turned around to look at the two servants and spoke.
The master key will unlock this, right? Use it.
Milady, that would be horribly rude. Although Goda was flustered, he still tried to somehow calm Jessica's anger. After hanging his head silently for a while, Cannon pulled a master key from his jacket pocket. Cannon-san, are you sure? Yes, I'm fully aware it would be rude if she happens to be in there. At any rate, if Beatrice had nothing to do with that incident, all she has to do is give us a satisfying explanation.
That's right, exactly. Let me borrow that.
Jessica snatched the master key from Cannon's hand and violently shoved it into the keyhole. Immediately, there was a small sound, and she felt the lock click. And speaking of sound, how are we? Are we good? Mouse is a bit loud. Really? Okay, do you want me to turn me up, or do you want to turn mouse down? You know what? Where's Balder? It's fine. Balder says it's fine. Balder is our audio guy, okay? All right. Jessica is in a more highly emotional state, so maybe that's why. Game audio is very quiet. Turn it up by 25%. Is it? We asked about like our voices, but what about the game, Balder? Can everyone hear like the music and the sound? Game is also fine. People are saying it's fine. Okay. All right. I realized I also forgot to do something, which is that what happened last stream. Last stream, we, just to recap for chat, but also for myself to know where I'm at. Last stream we got into this round's first Twilight. Hold on. Yeah, this round's first Twilight. And it was quite different. The letters were different. One of the letters her letter hasn't been opened yet, if I remember correctly. And her letter ended up having a key in it that opened the chapel where these 6 were killed, even more gruesomely than last time. Seated around like a Halloween candy leaden table that it appeared like all the candy had burst out of their stomachs, but obviously that's not what happened because that would be magic and I'm Battler. So what happened was that they were split open, their intestines were pulled out, and their faces were all visible this time. And I don't think did anyone examine the corpses. Maybe Nanjo was. I don't think Battler did yet. So if he's gonna do that, he hasn't yet. But he seemed, Beatrice was teasing him about that, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think that's all the important stuff that happened last stream. Does chat agree? Battler can also like talk to Beatrice with an alter ego sometimes, and it's not clear if he has that alter ego all the time, or if he can just turn it on and off, or if he's like acting along with the version of it. Mouse knowing all the answers right now, just being really quiet.
It's magic, Joe.
It's magic. Yep, it's magic. Do you believe in magic?
Oh, that would be telling.
Okay. Immediately, there was a small sound, and she felt the lock click. Then, without asking permission, she flung the door open.
Beatrice, where are you? Come out.
Jessica rudely stepped into the room. The witch wasn't anywhere to be seen.
That bitch. She's not here. Where the hell'd she go?
Yes, she doesn't seem to be here. Jessica, thinking she might be hiding somewhere inside the room, peeked behind the curtains and under the bed, but she couldn't find anyone. Imagine if she did. However, there definitely were signs that the bed had been used, and though it was only a vague sense, the atmosphere in the room felt a little soft. And she could smell pizza in the air, more dominoes. It wasn't the hard atmosphere of a place normally devoid of people, like the chapel. You could definitely tell that someone had spent the night in this room, but she could not be seen, because there's no love. In reality, neither Jessica nor Goda had met Beatrice. They had only been told by those who had met her that she looked like a double of the character in that portrait. So they were doubtful about what her face really looked like. That's true, okay. However, Canon alone had met her. Okay, who has met her this round? Kyrie, all of the people that were killed, because they met her in the chapel. Goda has not, Genji has, Canon has, and Shannon. And I think that, and Maria. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. He understood what kind of being that witch was, what kind of personality she had. So he knew that forcing their way in here and search for her definitely wouldn't work out. She must be watching us bitterly flail about in vain from somewhere, sneering at us. She's that kind of person. Because he was looking at things that way, Canon was the first to find it. The other two were concentrating on finding the shadow of a person so they didn't notice. Near a water jug on the side table, there was a single sheet of letter paper. On it was a short message, and nearby was a fountain pen which had probably been used to write it. Canon had already come to understand the witch. After finding the corpses, they'd been overcome by rage and barged in here only to find no one. So of course the witch would mock them. You can't mock someone unless they know they're being mocked. So in other words, that's what this must be. Milady, there's something written here.
Something written? What?
Jessica dashed over and violently snatched the piece of paper away. She probably wasn't trying to be violent. She just couldn't control her strength right now.
What the? Don't fuck with me.
As soon as she read the message, Jessica went into a wild rage, crumpled the paper up, and threw it. Oh, the glass sound! Then she grabbed the light stand by the bedside and violently swung it around, mercilessly hitting the walls and furniture with it. Oh, Canon, watch out! The light bulbs all shattered at once, and the fragments were scattered across the room. Milady, please calm down. You'll hurt yourself.
Let go! Damn it! Damn it! Come out, Beatrice! How could you do that to Mom and Dad? You think you scare me? I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll beat you to death, so show yourself! I told you to let go of me! Damn it!
This was written on the paper. Did you think... Sorry, hold on. This is yours?
Did you think I'd be that senile to just sit around here waiting for you to come barging in? You're way too inelegant for this intellectual knight. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. Oh right, I saw them, and they looked just as moronic as you.
Ooh.
Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets.
It was the sort of thing that witch would write. It meant she predicted that one of the children who'd lost their parents would come running in here. If she's hiding somewhere in this room, she must be rolling around laughing now. The witch was that kind of person. She sneered at people's misfortune, using it to stave off the boredom of 1,000 years. Hand it over. I'm telling you, you'll hurt yourself.
I told you to let go! Damn it! Damn it! Ugh!
Goda snatched away the light stand Jessica had been holding. also known as cannon. After all, if she kept swinging it around, she might end up smashing it against something, which could cause serious injury. To Goda's eyes, Jessica probably looked mad with rage, burning herself up with the flames of anger, but Cannon's eyes saw it differently. Those were probably tears of sadness hidden by rage. So, when the light stand was taken from Jessica, when she started crying on the floor, scratching at the carpet almost as though she was groveling, Goda was surprised, but Cannon was not. Of course. She had lost her means of crying by lashing out in rage.
Ooh, ah! Dad, Mom, ah!
Considering that she was the daughter of the Ushiromiya head family, she was in a very shabby state. She scratched at the carpet. You're doing great with her fingernails, and even her feet were scratching. Jessica cried very, very hard, because if she didn't, her rage would start building up again and swallow her up. But over and over again, she remembered that humiliating message. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like.
Don't you call them morons? Both Dad and Mom were smart. Unlike me, they were really smart. Stupid Jessica theory. Don't you call them morons? Take it back. Take it back!
Oh right, I saw them, and they look just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets.
Oh, damn it! I'll kill her! I'll kill her! I'll slice open her stomach and see how she likes it!
As Jessica cried and screamed, she triggered an asthma attack. Oh yeah, the asthma. The servants watching over her hurriedly ran up to her and rubbed her back, but that only provoked Jessica's wrath.
The hell? If you got the time to do that, search for that bastard. Find him and bring him here. If you won't go, I will. And I'll kill him with my own hands. I'll slice open her stomach. Don't touch me! Damn it! Damn it! Cough, cough.
Cough, cough. Jessica got up unsteadily, and as her asthma continued, she went out into the hallway. Milady, your medicine, quickly. I will call Dr. Nanjo. Goda-san, would you leave this to me? Cannon had noticed. Goda, who was vastly separated from her in age, probably couldn't sense the tears in Jessica's heart. Cannon, who had noticed, had to be the one to support her. Coughing bomb versus hydrogen baby. Cannon-san, are you sure? I believe Milady needs some time to cry right now, considering that she saw her parents killed like that. You're right. Goda also understood, and he knew that Jessica and Cannon had shared a vague relationship with each other, so he understood everything and left it to Cannon. Very well. I will go back to Rosa-sama. Please, take care of Milady. Yes, leave it to me. Cannon's voice was frail, but he nodded firmly. After looking at his eyes, Goda nodded firmly as well. Goda was a veteran with many years behind him. He'd seen a great number of people in his life, so he knew the vigorous sparkle that could be found in the eyes of those who possess self-control. He had surely seen that in Cannon's eyes, so he would leave this to Cannon. When you think about it, maybe this was the first time Goda had ever trusted Cannon and relied on him for a job. Jessica, still suffering from her asthma, seemed to be heading towards her room, though she kept leaning against the wall. Cannon followed her wordlessly. If she had asked for a hand, he would have leapt forward and supported her, but until Jessica did ask for that, he chose to hide himself, watching over her from a distance where he could come to her rescue at any time. When people feel their hearts are about to explode from sadness and want to have someone by their sides, you can bet 10 billion of them would want to turn around and find someone in the place Cannon now stood, as he watched over Jessica from behind. Then, finally, she doubled over in front of the door to her room. The asthma attack had stolen all her strength, and her thoughts had gotten hazy from the lack of oxygen, making it impossible to even stand up again. But right then, Jessica didn't think she wanted someone to lend a hand. She still hadn't been able to overcome the flames of anger. Even if someone had offered her a hand with good intentions, Jessica would have wanted to tear it off right then. She knew how unfair that would be, so she definitely wouldn't ask for help until she overcame the fiery anger burning inside. Jessica had probably lost the willpower even to call for help, but Cannon heard it. He definitely heard it. Cannon definitely heard that voiceless call for help, one shared by miserable grievers the world round. An endless scream that no one ever seems to hear, except for Cannon. Cannon quietly knelt by Jessica's side and wordlessly offered her a shoulder. Though Jessica kept coughing painfully, she accepted it, unlocked the door to her room, and entered. This way. I'll prepare your medicine right away. Jessica often said that when her asthma got serious enough, it hurt so bad that it felt like she'd vomit up her whole stomach, full of candy. Her face was pale, and her gaze wavered, and yet the coughing continued. Even so, her sadness was probably even stronger. Thanks for coughing, Mouse. After having her sit on the bed, Cannon took a bronchodilator? Am I saying that right?
Yep.
Oh, there's someone here to correct me now. Oh, no. From a cute little basket on a nearby side table and handed it to her. Jessica sometimes forgot to take her medicine with her. Whenever this seemed to have happened, Cannon would take notice and secretly carry around the inhaler from the first aid kit in the servant room, but he hadn't done so today. He scolded himself as though wondering how he could call himself furniture after failing to bring it with him on a day like this. Then he remembered the day when he'd used that word and somehow betrayed Jessica's feelings. It jarred Cannon's heart, but he felt it would be indiscreet to think about something like that, considering how Jessica felt now, and he locked it up inside the depths of his heart. When she inhaled her medicine, Jessica's wild breathing calmed down bit by bit, and she was finally able to regain her composure, but she'd lost too much strength and willpower to get up from the bed. Are you alright, milady?
I'm all right. I'm all messed up over Mom and Dad. But after I cry a bit more, I'll be all right.
Cannon regretted his poor choice of words. If only Fuka was here right now to say Jessica's name. Did he really say, "Are you alright" to her? Was he really that clueless of the pain in her heart? This was what made him furniture. This is why he couldn't become human. I will be in the corridor. If you need anything, please call me immediately. Cannon understood that she still needed some time to cry alone. He told her to call him at any time, bowed, and tried to leave the room. Do you need something? Jessica had spoken up as though she wanted him to stop, so Cannon had stopped. If she asks it, I'll do anything I can to help her. Right now, I'd become even a cane or a chair if it would help ease the pain in her heart. If by doing that, I could make up for all the pain I dealt to her heart on that day. For a while, Jessica stared into Cannon's eyes. It was as though her reason for stopping him was something she couldn't put into words. Mouse-san! For a while, neither spoke. Jessica broke that silence with a small voice.
I'm sorry. It's nothing. Could you tell Aunt Rosa that I want to be alone for a while?
I won't let you be alone.
Huh?
I won't let you be alone. So I will be in the corridor. Please call for me at any time. For just an instant, it looked like some kind of hope had flitted into Jessica's eyes, but it was very faint and disappeared like the first snow on the surface of a river.
Thanks. Let me cry alone for just a bit.
Yes. Excuse me. Cannon bowed once again and closed the door. So it seems like Jessica is taking this a lot harder this time, which makes sense because her mother died as well. I don't know if that's because she cares more about her mom than her dad, or if it's just both parents at the same time. I'm gonna guess it's that. I'm gonna guess it's because she lost both of them and there's no like support parent to rely on right now. That is my read on this so far. He thought those words of his would give her some courage, but now it felt as though they'd actually hurt her for some reason. Why? He didn't know. Surely that was because he was furniture. That was why he couldn't grasp human sadness even now. As Cannon repeatedly questioned himself, he walked down the corridor. He felt like the window at the corridor's end was coolly calling to him. In the end, am I nothing more than furniture after all? It was still pouring outside, a dark, gray world. Even on days like this, Shannon would surely see the ocean and know that it was blue. But to my eyes, even if it cleared up, I would only see gray. Until I can understand the blue of the ocean, I'll be nothing but furniture imitating a person.
You really don't understand a woman's heart, do you? At times like that, you ought to silently remain by her side. That's why you're furniture.
You. There shouldn't have been any trace of human life in this corridor. It had been an empty corridor filled with frigid air. But those scoffing words approached Cannon from behind. She's here! When he turned around, he saw that witch. That witch who hadn't shown herself when Jessica had searched for her with a rage bordering on madness, and who had left that sneering letter to toy with Jessica.
There are 3 ways to hurt a woman. Let me teach you them. One is to hurt them with a blade. Another is to hurt them in their heart. The last way is the most difficult and most effective method of hurting them, and yet it can hurt them without you even realizing it. Do you know what I mean?
How could I know? I don't even want to know. Is it killing her parents? Because, you know, that's what you did.
It's to betray their expectations. No living being is more of a dreamer than a woman. They make up dreams all on their own and end up hurting their own selves. A distant man like you hurts women the most. You couldn't understand. You have no idea how deeply you've wounded Jessica. After all, you're furniture.
Very good cackle. I have no intention of playing along with your nonsense. Did you appear only to sneer at me?
Don't be so full of yourself, furniture. You aren't worth sneering at. Still, though you may not be worth my time on your own, if the 2 of you are gathered, that's all I need. The pleasure that comes from laughing at the fates of young couples never tires me.
What did you say? You don't mean... Milady is going to be... Ooh.
I need 2 who are close for the sacrifices of the second twilight. The true of you truly are convenient.
Wait. Don't misunderstand. Milady and I don't have that kind of relationship. We can't become the sacrifices for the second twilight.
That's why you hurt Jessica. That's why you can't become human. Then there should be no problem. If you won't admit that you have feelings for Jessica, I can accept that. But I'll kill her.
Why?
You idiot. Isn't it obvious? It'll be fun to kill her and see your face twist in pain. Why else? Following the rules of the ceremony, 13 people will be sacrificed on my whims. However, there's no rule that says I can't kill more.
Oh,
If
shit.
it amuses me, I can kill any number of people. So I will. Make me laugh as hard as I can in the furniture.
At that time, Cannon definitely heard Jessica scream. When he... Ooh, is this new music? When he blinked and looked down the corridor, the witch who'd supposedly been there so nonchalantly just a second ago was gone. At that moment, he was just standing there all alone in the corridor, doing nothing. And the person he wanted to protect was asking for help from far away in that direction. It was obvious what he should do. It wasn't logical. It was an electric reflex. Without a trace of hesitation or distraction, there was a person he wanted to protect, and she was asking for help. And at that moment, he genuinely wanted the person by her side to be him. When he flew into Jessica's room, the scene that greeted his eyes was a bizarre one. The room had become a fantastical world where a blizzard of gold-colored specks danced, almost as though gold leaf had been scattered inside a snow globe. Not a bad description. No, that's not it. I've seen this spectacle before. This isn't gold leaf. It's countless golden butterflies, Beatrice's minions. Jessica was surrounded by countless butterflies, waving her hands around, trying frantically to drive them away. Milady!
Cannon-kun, help!
Cannon rushed towards Jessica and violently brushed the cloud of butterflies away. The butterflies, which were sickening despite their beauty, surrounded Jessica's face, trying to crawl in through her mouth and nose. Ugh. Jessica choked violently, almost as though the butterflies were triggering an asthma attack, mocking her. Yeah, I was about to say that. It's like the asthma attack, like, personified. But when Cannon ran towards her, the butterflies stopped attacking and began to dance an elegant rondo around the pair.
Cannon-kun, Cannon-kun.
It's okay. Well, there's still life in me. I won't let anyone lay a finger on you. Come out, Beatrice. Are you happy now? As he stood guard in front of Jessica, who was using her inhaler and seemed to be in pain, Cannon yelled into the empty air. And when he did, the empty air did indeed laugh back, satisfied. Then, she showed herself. It wasn't in response to Cannon's demand. It was obviously because appearing and sneering would bring them even more humiliation, and plus, it was more fun.
Now everything fits to the plot. Now you're carp on the chopping board. No, since we've got a pair of you, should I call it duck with green onions? Untranslatable joke. You... Beatrice.
Please stand back. I'll protect you, milady.
When the princess and knight come together, it's inevitable that the witch will appear. Yes, why don't you show me how much power Kinzo's furniture can muster?
She snapped her fingers with a piercing sound. When she did, a blizzard of gold butterflies was stirred up, and they began to form a small mountain as they whirled around in a circle. Well, I hope they don't form a cliff. It was just like the swirling of a cold, wintry wind that builds up a mountain of leaves. What? From that mound of gold, a hand sprouted, and it appeared, as though a resident of the world below was crawling up from beneath the ground.
What is this? What the hell is this?
Jessica couldn't comprehend what she was seeing right now, and her mouth kept flapping open and closed. I don't recognize this beard. Who's this? It was the bite of wisdom seen in those trying to understand something incomprehensible. A goat man? Fellow gym bro? Like, wow, okay. That thing crawling up was probably an attendant who served the witch. It appeared to be wearing a uniform suitable for one who served, but its face was wrong. It looked strange. Yeah, it was covered with pitch black hair, breathed rotten breath, and its eyes were filled with the same strange subterranean glow as lava. And to symbolize its non-human status, it had 2 horns. It was the figure of a goat face attendant who served the witch. By now, Jessica had no idea what she should say. All this happening in front of her couldn't be explained with common sense, and she couldn't do anything except open and close her mouth. Jessica hadn't realized. She hadn't realized that this island had already been cut off from the rules of our world. Balor's gonna have a field day with Goatman. No, you went too far with Goatman. I'm sorry. Like that. No, I don't believe that now. Way too far. Way too much magic. Next round. Okay, no Goatman. Beatrice like crossing it off her fucking list now. Okay, too far. But there were some things even she could understand. This goat attendant served the witch and was after her life. And apparently the witch had already given it the order. She was looking at Canon with an expectant gaze. She looked at him with an expectant and therefore challenging gaze, as though asking him how he intended to protect this maiden. Though the attendant had looked especially bestial while crawling to its feet, you could see in the way it carried itself that it possessed more than enough grace to be worthy of serving the Golden Witch. And you could tell that it was overflowing with the joy of furniture, wanting to meet its master's expectations.
Well then, why don't you show me? Let's see the power of Kinzo's furniture. This time, don't get the wrong idea, okay? Don't forget that you're furniture, got it? If you try to continue playing the human even now, this won't be settled by your death alone.
The goat attendant made what seemed to be a silent, respectful bow. Was it directed at its master, or was it offered to Canon, its opponent? Then, on the attendant's hand, a blade of wicked malice appeared. Whoa, holy shit, that was loud.
What the hell is that?
Jessica had been unable to understand what was happening before her eyes for a while now. Isn't that like the Master Chief's sword from Halo? That's what it looked like to me. After all she understood was that this glow in front of her existed for the purpose of ending her life. And right now, that was enough. Canon spoke quietly to Jessica, who was hiding behind his back. What is this darkness on the screen here? The atmosphere, maybe? Milady, please stay back against the wall. Never let your back leave the wall.
What? It's only right for the maiden to obediently hide behind the great knight's back. I do hope you enjoy the pleasure of having your life protected by a man. Now, Canon, let's have a look at your blade.
What? 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 What?
All right, I need to go. I need to go resolve a bet really quick on.
Oh, fucking
on the betting site.
furniture cutting noises. What is this?
I gotta. Never resolved a bet before. I'll have to do it later.
All right, Mouse. Who do you want to voice in Steins Gate?
I don't know what anybody in Steins Gate is called.
McKeezy. You want to voice McKeezy?
I'll take whatever you want to assign me.
Can you say I don't know if ghosts aren't real. It's a different field.
I don't know if ghosts aren't real. It's a different field.
Right on it. Right on it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. What's this?
Beautiful. At least when it comes to giving birth to furniture, Kinzo might even reach up as far as my feet.
A thing like this can't even be used to trim the roses.
Canon-kun, what?
I didn't want to show you.
So, you've taken it out. How does it feel to expose your subhumanity in front of the girl you care for?
Does that mean Shannon has one too? Do all the furniture have? What does that mean then? Like they're part alchemy? Like they've been made with magic and they have things? Huh. Okay, I wasn't expecting that at all. Okay, I don't know if I like this yet. Let's keep going and see. Be silent.
So, you'll act composed even though you're really burning with wrath? Yes, they do say that truly hot flames burn a cool blue. Is that how you are now?
There's no way I can kill you with my power. You are the moon. I could never smash the moon by throwing a rock. However, in order to manifest yourself, you've had to reflect your image off the surface of the water. Not a bad line. If you throw a rock at the surface of the water, you might be able to disturb the moon's image for some time, but it doesn't mean the moon has been smashed. So... Oh, that's why he's always holding his hand like that! He always knows where it is, so until this life of mine is over, I'll keep on striking your reflection.
I like it, Canon. Begin, furniture.
Oh, whoa, holy shit! Battler just shaking his head somewhere.
Oh, what a beautiful curve.
The witch's words of admiration broke the silence, and just for an instant, they broke Jessica's paralysis.
Am I dreaming?
Come, furniture of the witch. I'll beat you down to the hell you came from. Oh, blood! A strand of red had been left on Canon's cheek. The witch saw this and grinned broadly.
Feel free to mutter excuses about how your instincts still haven't quite returned yet. Canon-kun, stay strong.
It's okay. I won't die just yet. Oh shit, he's dead! What the?
Sliced him.
The curve drawn by the goat attendant's blade drew a large arc in empty space. Canon wasn't there. He was behind it. Go back and await your master's return. Die. Nothing personal, goat. If this battle of drawing sparkling curves was chess, Then cannon come from behind was the check, and also flipping the chessboard, and press and press and press and press. Use 7 moves and make it make it mate, not make it matter. Perhaps
Mate.
the perhaps the goat attendant had even been granted the ability to go into death throes. As its knees buckled and it fell over, it broke into a bunch of gold butterflies with a pop. So there was no sound of it hitting the ground. Even those unable to understand this battle would surely realize that cannon had been magnificent.
So it couldn't win against a handmade piece. It seems you aren't quite that pathetic.
You're next, Beatrice! The instant cannon's blade sliced diagonally through the witch's form like a knife through butter. She turned gold and burst. She scattered into several thousand gold butterflies, and for just an instant the room was filled with the color of twilight. It was just as Cannon himself had said. Slicing Beatrice was just the same as slicing the surface of the water where the moon was reflected. The witch's form, with an ordinary expression on its face, as though she'd been there the whole time, was right behind Cannon.
You've provided quite an entertaining show. Out of respect for that, I thought about letting you off the hook, but your rudeness now has made me change my mind.
Don't lie. I won't let you kill Milady. Even if that's impossible, I won't let you kill her while I still live.
You can't even do that much. Don't speak, furniture. Be silent, furniture. Know your place, furniture. Cannon-kun isn't furniture. Oh? And what makes you think that? I don't need a reason. Cannon-kun is Cannon-kun. No, his real name's different, but a name doesn't make him furniture. Cannon-kun has his own way of living. That's a noble thing, and it's something he gets to decide for himself. You say he can't have an opinion because he's furniture, that he can't live his own life because he's furniture? That's wrong.
Milady, you mustn't provoke her.
No, I've got to make this clear. Cannon-kun isn't furniture. He's human. Why? Cannon-kun rushed to save me of his own free will, and he stood in the path of a fearsome witch like you. He had so many chances to just let me go, but he didn't. Self-sacrifice is part of the noble spirit that only humans have. That means Cannon-kun's human. So take it back. Don't you call Cannon-kun furniture again.
Lady. Poor Cannon. The triple cackle.
Be silent, human. Let's end this quickly, since this is still just the second twilight after all. Now, I shall sacrifice the two who are close, who have acknowledged each other's dignity. Well then, arise, forgive the sin, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, lust.
The witch summoned her furniture with a mixture of laughter and anger on her face. Okay, what are we doing?
I'm gonna give you a minute.
What are we doing? What are we doing, story? Oh man. Okay. All right, I'm good. I'm locked in. I'm good. Go ahead. I'm good. What are we doing?
I'm here. I've had enough of this farce. Quickly, execute the second twilight. Don't keep me waiting, got it? As you command. Another weirdo's shown up.
It took Cannon less than an instant to understand. That goat face from a second ago had been nothing more than a pawn to the witch. However, this newly summoned furniture was a game piece with a vastly different value.
Wow, I must be lucky to be given such wonderful prey. You scared? How cute.
Giggle E. Come, furniture of the witch. I won't be killed by you.
You're acting pretty smart for a dunce who can't even follow me with his eyes. Here I go, Kay. Hey, where do you want it? Where do you want me to pierce you? Answer me, cutie. I'll pierce you good wherever you want. Come on, answer me, cutie.
Don't call me cute.
Here I go, you dunce. Come on, try and follow me, you blind idiot.
Ooh, what is this? Oh, shit. Milady.
I couldn't follow it with my eyes, but my guess was spot on. Serves you right.
Kennen's back had been the target, but Jessica had predicted it. She predicted that the witch's target would be the complete opposite of fair and honest, his back. But she had no way to block it. She hadn't planned on it being some act of self-sacrifice. She just couldn't think of any other way to protect Kennen's back. So, she could do nothing but block it with her own back. The furniture of the witch, which had changed its form into a demon's stake, was buried deep into Jessica's back. It was an obviously fatal wound that reached as far as her lungs. When she saw this, the witch let out a loud, evil laugh, which we will hear. No, we're not, because it had hit where the witch had predicted. Everything was as the witch had predicted.
What's wrong, Canon? Milady Jessica just got killed while you still lived, didn't she? Yes, that's it. That face. That look on your face is what I wanted to see. How truly enjoyable. That's enough. Die. Make me laugh. Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Wrath.
Oh, there's more! Alright, it's Satan. Hi, Satan. How are you? Hi. Welcome,
Hi.
Satan.
Hi.
Welcome, Satan. Okay.
Hey, Satan of Wrath.
Okay, so
Right
so all of the stockades have an anime girl version. Okay, all right, that's what seems to be it. Okay, how many were there again? She said 7. Were there more than that, or even though she said 7, how many were used last time? Hold on. There were no stakes used in the first round in the shed, and then how many people died after that? I can't remember off the top of my head. I think stakes were used for Eva and Hideyoshi, and for Canon. Was there a stake used for the 6-toed corpse in the furnace? I can't remember that. Maybe not. And then there were the 4 at the end. That's already more than 7, I think, by my count. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Satan of Wrath, right here. This prey is yours. Eat him up right now and close the curtain on his stage. If you were a human, I'd say it's time for you to step down. But since you're furniture, maybe I should say it's time for the stage manager to carry you behind the stage.
I am not furniture anymore. I won't doubt that again.
Before I do this, I just want to let everybody know that Joe was supposed to read these lines according to the original schedule. Oh, what's this? You want to be killed by me again? Your chest, it's so warm and it feels so good to pierce it. Come on, let me have another taste, okay? Won't you make me feel really, really good with that hot, fresh blood in that warm chest of yours?
Satan's so gross. Satan's so gross. She's so gross. There was no way to block it. The sound of a woodpecker filled the entire room. Excuse me? And before he could blink, it was already right in the center of his chest. Not again. Is that how he did die from the chest last time, I think?
Mm-hmm.
When you take a piece in chess, the rules say that it's impossible for your opponent's piece to defend itself. So this was an obvious result in accordance with the rules. What if you get a pawn to the other end of the board, though? Cannon landed on his knees, and he apologized. Not to the witch, and not to Milady. He apologized to Jessica. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you.
Don't worry about it. You were really cool.
Cannon finally fell over. He landed next to Jessica, and the two lay there like the constellation Gemini.
You know, Canon-kun, You aren't furniture anymore.
Yes, I was. Too late. In realizing that.
I wanted to ask you what your real name was.
It's Joe. My real name is... In his last moments, Kenan wanted to tell her his real name. But Jessica had already fallen into a sleep from which she would never wake. So Kenan's real name, which he had protected until today, in the end, he couldn't tell it to Jessica. I became Huma. Those were the last words Kenan left behind.
Don't make me laugh, furniture. Even after 100 years, furniture will still be furniture. Have you ever heard of anyone stupid enough to dig a grave for their furniture when they throw it away? You smash furniture to pieces and make firewood, so all that's left is ashes. That's how it is. Furniture gets no tombstone. It seems you believe death means an end to your humiliation, but that's naive. I'll show you what it really means to disgrace the dead.
After taking a puff from her pipe, the witch breathed the smoke at Kenan's corpse. Ooh. When she did, Kenan's corpse softly floated up into the air and disappeared as though it had been eaten by a mouth in empty space. The witch played dirty until the very end. The corpses of the pair who managed to understand each other in the end were not even permitted to be close. If someone had been watching, they would probably say mournfully, "So this is what you meant by disgracing the dead." So this is what you meant by disgracing the dead. However, Beatrice was far crueler than that. The reason for that would soon become apparent. So that was a, oh, we're going backwards? That was an interesting scene. Let's just leave it at that. Let's just call it interesting, and let's see where it goes.
You don't have to be diplomatic just because I'm on stream, Joe.
I'm always diplomatic, you know that. I see. So it has begun. Yes.
I can take over narration here.
Okay, alright. So I'll be Kinzo, Genji, and anyone else that shows up that's appropriate. Okay.
Cool. Even though Kinzo had received news of 6 deaths, his emotions did not waver. The expression on his face as he gazed out the window was a smile, as though his opponent in a chess game had just made a spectacular move. It was hard to imagine that such an expression could ever appear on a father who had lost so many children at once.
Goda and Kenan followed Rosa-sama's orders and went to call the police. Actually, one second. I just want to see... Okay, so because we went backwards, or they haven't discovered them yet, the corpses aren't here. They're not dead in the log, but I think it's because we went backwards. Okay. All right, so just real quick. So far, the first death has been the same, except for... The first round of deaths has been the same, except for one. These two switched. And now the second death, instead of it being these two... No, the first round of deaths was completely different. I'm sorry. It was Goda, Shannon, Kyrie, Rudolph, Kraus, and Rosa. Okay, so yeah. But instead of being Eva and Hideyoshi died second, it's been Kenan and Jessica. Okay. So because this group, except for Natsu at the end, died eventually, or pretty soon after, these two died second. This is a really big change, because if I remember correctly, Kenan and Jessica were alive pretty late. Kenan died in the basement last time. The third or fourth? Don't correct me, by the way, Mouse. I'm trying to get there on my own. Okay, so third or fourth, I think, in the basement with the furnace, and then Jessica didn't even die, or if she did die, she died right at the end. Okay, so Jessica's death is easily the biggest thing that's different, along with Natsui's death, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think I got it. Not explaining it all that well, but I think I got it. Okay, sorry. Goda and Kanon followed Rosa-sama's orders and went to call the police. After that, she ordered us to follow your orders, master. What shall we do? This island has already been cut off from the real world. Mere phones will serve no purpose. Oh, this time he's actually giving information about this too. That's different. Should I have them stop? Until the roulette is finished, what they do to pass the time is up to them. Let them do as they please. Petition chat to rename the Weeb's Gambit into the Weeb's Roulette in honor of Umineko. All in favor?
I like it.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Oh shit, sorry.
What should we tell Rosa-sama?
Didn't I say they should pass the time as they please? They can sing if they want, dance if they want, they can leave their cares behind, they're even free to hang themselves by the neck or jump into a boiling kettle. Until 13 people die, they can spend their time as they like. If that's too boring, then they can wonder about whether 6 times 9 equals 42 or something. Kinzo, what the fuck are you cooking? That's the answer to the mystery of humanity. Oh, it's a Hitchhiker's Guide. Okay, alright.
Oh, true, actually. Yes! My apologies. Shannon cowered in fright at this sudden rage. Genji made a gesture as though telling her not to speak out of turn. Shannon couldn't help but regret saying too much.
However, you two are also free to do as you wish. Genji, and Shannon too. You have done well serving me until today.
Your words are too good for me. But,
We are furniture who have sworn to serve the master. Seriously, do you both have swords too? Really? We stand ready to serve you no matter the time. Until the very end. Oh, it's back. I want to tell you about everything. Shannon, I'm going to write a will. I shall need you to transcribe it for me. Nanjo's happy. Please, Genji, my usual drink.
Huh? Yes, sir. Nanjo often recommended that Kinzo write a will because of his health, but each time he had, Kinzo had gone mad with rage. Ever since then, you'd think will would have been the word Kinzo hated most. After hearing such a word come from his lips, Shannon couldn't help doubting her ears for an instant. Shannon hurriedly prepared the side table and some writing paper. Genji followed his orders and began preparing that usual green, evil drink. I'm ready.
I wonder what that drink is. Hold on, I'm paranoid that I'm off cycle with the chandelier toggle. No, I'm good. I got it. It's a pro streamer. Where should I begin? Shall I also speak of my life? It would be fun to leave behind a record of my most memorable games. It can be truly amusing to read the records of old games from centuries past, to journey in search of those players' thoughts. So, should the game record my life? Game record of my life or game record my life? I think game record, right? Game record of my life. Lead those in the future to go on a journey and search for my thoughts. Yes, definitely. Okay, humph.
For a while, Kinzo pondered over where he should begin, strutting all over the room with his hands behind his back.
Master, here. Ah, yes. Thank you, my friend. Well then, if I'm to speak of my life, I must begin by writing of my meeting with that witch. Shannon, begin writing. My first meeting with Beatrice took place a long way back. What year of the Showa era was it? It must have been at the end of the war, so... Info time? Info dump?
That's Battler, so you can take that.
Okay. We took enough... excuse me. We took enough time to regain our calm, and we each swore to our parents that we'd catch the culprit. It would be a lie to say we weren't still torn up. Even now, if we let our guards down just a little, we'd probably start going on a rampage just like Jessica, letting our emotions show with some kind of violence. According to what Goda-san said after he got back, right now, Kanon-kun was looking after Jessica. Apparently, she was still very emotionally high-strung.
I see. Thank you. Maybe a young kid would be better at understanding a young kid's feelings. It would probably be better if we left them alone for now.
Live Nanjo reaction. Okay. Rosa-san, there's nothing more to be gained by remaining here. The phones may not be working, but tomorrow the boat will come, and we should be able to reach the police. We should leave this place as it is for the police's investigation. I agree with Dr. Nanjo. Staying in a place like this for too long will be bad for your health. Let us return and make some black tea.
Yeah, I agree with that. Battler-kun, George-kun, are you ready? Let's lock up here. We ought to leave this place as it is anyway for when the police come.
You're right. Oh, George is here! Battler-kun, are you okay? Yeah, I've cried all I can. I'm fine now. The police would surely find some evidence during their thorough investigation, but we weren't adult enough to wait for that. I'd investigated the chapel in my own way, trying to grab the culprit before the police arrived, and what I figured out was absolutely nothing, frustratingly. I wasn't able to find a single hint.
Come on, let's go out. Maria, we're going. Don't keep staring at it. Ooh.
Sorry, I need a second.
Ooh. Ooh.
Come, Maria-sama. Let us return. It's cold here.
Some of us are professionals.
Not me, father, mother. Thank you for everything. I will definitely become a man who doesn't betray your expectations. George spoke his last words of farewell to his parents. After seeing that, Battler followed suit. Dad, Kirie-san. Just looking at their faces, it looked like they were sleeping, but that just made it even more painful. Forgive me for leaving you in a cold place like this. I'll definitely get whoever did this, no matter what. What is this? What a repulsive scribble. Did the culprit draw it? This is worse than vulgar. How horrible. When the door to the chapel was closed, we learned about that creepy scribble for the first time. When we first found this, it was already drawn here. It must have been made by the culprit. So supposedly, the culprit was a witch, and this is a magic circle to summon a demon or something?
This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. Don't you even know that? Ouch! Hey! Don't I always tell you not to make that creepy laugh?
Maria, go on. What does it mean?
It's a magic circle to escape from physical or mental bonds. And the part written around the circumference says, "The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call on the name of the Lord," in Hebrew.
It's Halloween, not Thanksgiving. Mistake. Sacrifice of Thanksgiving. So they killed father and the rest to use them as human sacrifices for this magic circle?
Calm down, George-kun. This is the culprit trying to provoke us. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything. Thinking about it will only poison the heart.
And it looks like there's some English written here. Happy Halloween for Maria. I get it. And the key to open this door was handed over to Maria. Is that what's going on? Well, this is the chapel after all. Maybe Maria doesn't mean Maria-chan, but the Virgin Mary. In that case, you could read this as a blasphemy against God in the name of Halloween. No, George, no. No, no, no. They say witches who make contracts with demons swear to defile God's name at all times. In that sense, this really is a witch-like crime.
Sounds like you know a lot about it. Did you get that from Maria?
Yeah, something like that. The chapel, huh? They went to all the trouble of calling them out here and killing them. Aunt Rosa, does this chapel have some special meaning?
What do you mean, a special meaning?
Well, okay, I am interested, maybe it just hasn't come up yet or whatever, or she hasn't had a good moment, why Rosa hasn't said she's met with the witch. That's suspicious to me. And she hasn't said why she was here already last night, because I think it wasn't here the night before that they had the meeting. Because no one asked, I guess. Someone carried 6 human corpses all the way over here and set up these elaborate decorations. Okay, here, now is the time. Well, hold on, they might have left after the scene was ended, so maybe not necessarily. But now would be a good time to say we were here last night if Rosa's being completely forthcoming. We can't tell if she called the 6 of them over here before killing them, or if she killed them before carrying them over here. But either way, it'd take a lot of effort. Why did the culprit want 6 people to die here? True. Oh, hey, Nanjo. By doing something that elaborate, there would be an extremely high chance of some disadvantageous evidence being found when the police arrive. It is inconceivable that the culprit would fail to realize this. The issue now is why the culprit went to all that effort. And that leads us to just one question. What meaning is there to this place where we found the 6 corpses?
This chapel was important to Father. Ever since I was a kid, I was given strict instructions never to enter it. They want you to do the ooze. Can you do the ooze? I'll do the rest of her lines. Just do the ooze, please.
Ooh.
I came here once too. Got in lots of trouble.
We'll trade ooze. You do this one.
Ooh.
An important chapel. He never wanted you to go in there because the corpses have been there for years, just waiting this whole entire time. Does it have some connection to the Ushiromiya head family?
I don't know. Father viewed this chapel as very sacred, and he treasured it so much that he had it redecorated several times. But as everyone knows, Father wasn't a devout believer, as his passion for black magic demonstrates. I've never heard of him coming here to offer his prayers to God.
As far as I know, the master has never come here. We even call this the sealed chapel, and I found it eerie, like a haunted house.
Even though Father never approached it himself, for some reason he made the servants give it a major cleaning several times a year. It felt like he kept it clean all the time so that it could be used at any moment.
That's interesting. Okay. And even so, it's called the sealed chapel. It's like Dark Souls. Maybe it's indiscreet to say this, but that doesn't that sound pretty cool? It does. Oh no. Oh no. I'm literally him.
Just died. What's the
I'm literally Battler. Dr. Nanjo, you're an old friend of grandfather's, right? Have you heard anything about it? I did ask about it once long ago, but I forgot exactly how he dodged my question. That's right. I believe he said something like, "Shut the fuck up, Naja. Someday perhaps I too will be able to receive a blessing there, but unless a miracle occurs, that day will never come." What does that mean? What would he do in a chapel? He couldn't mean his own funeral, right? I wouldn't believe that of Kinzo-san. He was a man much more focused on the living now than matters occurring after death. Though this does seem to be root cause of the current inheritance problem. Not sure if I'm reading that badly or there's a mistake. Doesn't matter. Then what would he do in a chapel? Pray? Aren't confessions done in a chapel too? Anyway, it sounds suspicious. I don't know the reason, but just as Dr. Nanjo said, in Grandfather's eyes, all this about not being blessed unless a miracle occurred was set in stone as far back as this chapel's construction.
How do you know that?
See, it's clearly written over there. Wait, look right there. Look! George and Nikki pointed to a relief with rusted gold letters on the arch above the door. It looked like some message had been written there in English. The rust made it clear that the message had been there ever since the chapel's construction. I'm not that good with English. What is it? This door is opened only at probability of... Sorry, my English sucks. I gave up after failing to finish even the first of the 2 lines. It looked like the others could read it properly. I think it went MBTQ, so... What? How many did that mean? I think, Anyway, this is incredible. Adding up all the fingers on both hands doesn't even get you close. It would really be impossible unless a miracle occurred. Certainly. It's quite reminiscent of the old Kinzo-san who loved using gambling as a metaphor whenever he got the chance. Hey, come on, can everyone read it? Someone tell me what it means too.
You've got to at least learn English. How did you get into high school without even being able to read this much? Ow! 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 Ow!
Mouse on stream. Mind your own business. So, what's written there?
Simply put, it means something like this. Unless a miracle occurs, this door will never be opened. Unless a miracle occurs, you will never be blessed. Grandfather's magic is based on astronomically low probabilities. In other words, a miracle for opening this door would probably require an incredibly vast amount of magical power. Ouch!
Nice job, you can shut up now. Rosa-san, did you have Maria take English classes? Looks like it's useless to try and learn English unless you start when you're young after all. The sealed chapel, huh? Setting aside whether she was a witch or not, it's rumored that Beatrice actually existed several decades ago and was grandfather's mistress. This is just my imagination, but perhaps the master truly did love Beatrice, huh? Are we just having this conversation in the rain, or are they standing under, like, probably the door? Yeah. However, he was already married, so they couldn't be united. I see. If Beatrice was dead and could be revived with the magic of a miracle, then now that grandmother's dead, he can marry her openly. And if they married in this chapel, you might end up with a pretty fairy tale-like story, right?
I don't think that story is so preposterous. It's a well-known fact that father still loves Beatrice deeply. Also, even though I said I found it creepy, I seem to remember that the interior of the chapel was quite magnificent. The thought that father built this chapel in the hopes of having a wedding with his dead mistress might not be that unlikely.
By the time he built this chapel, grandfather probably knew that he would never use it as a church as long as he lived. But he prayed for the witch to be revived by some miracle. And he thought that if that miracle occurred, they could be married here. He did all this just for that, and he's mad at his kids for wasting money? Holy shit, Kinzo, I see. If you think of it that way, this would be a place of utmost significance to Beatrice-sama as well, even though he knew the chapel would never be opened. It's a story of tragic love. Even though Goda-san was even bigger than me, his words were touching. He's 5'11". Everyone was silent, but it seemed that they agreed with that view. Even though he knew it was a chapel never to be opened, he still probably dreamed of the day that a miracle would occur. Kinzo-san was quite the romantic in his younger days. I think I understand how he felt. I wonder. Then again, everyone went in it 4 times a year to clean, right? So much for being the sealed chapel. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, didn't we just go in ourselves? That wasn't a miracle or anything. We brought the key, click, and we're in. We're in. That's all. This is ridiculous.
Huh?
Shit.
What? Then, what does that mean?
What are you talking about? As far as I could tell, I'd just been joking around, finding myself a bit irritated by the sob story this was turning into. But then Aunt Rosa suddenly jumped on me with a really serious face. Aunt Rosa's face grew increasingly pale. She looked at the magic circle on the door, and then at her hand, back and forth, back and forth. What is the matter, Rosa-sama?
Hey, Goda-san, the key to this chapel. Didn't Genji-san say it? He said there's only one.
Oh, here we go. Alright, the locked room mystery being set up, huh?
It took you all way too long to figure it out.
When a kid pulls a prank, it sometimes goes unnoticed by the adults, and the kid who did it gets all disappointed. If such a prank then gets sprung on someone much later, it can really make a kid's day. Maria's celebration just now looked a lot like that. Yes, that's right. There's only one of those keys. It's the key to the Master's treasured chapel, so there's only one, with no duplicates. It is normally kept safe in the key box in the servant room, but...
That's right. And Genji-san said it had gone missing. So someone stole it, put it in an envelope, and handed it to Maria? And they did it yesterday.
What the? So in other words, isn't that strange? Sorry, I was expecting some elaborate thing in other words, but in other words, isn't that strange? That's absurd. This is getting bizarre. Well, what do you mean? I don't have a clue what you're talking about. In other words, me neither. Would you explain it for us? Goda and Nanjo's failure to understand definitely wasn't because they were stupid. They didn't know.
No.
They didn't know how long the only key to the chapel had been in Maria's possession.
There's no mistake. It was locked up. I unlocked it. There's no doubt.
Aunt Rosa kept closing the door, locking it, pulling on it to check the lock, and opening it again. Her face was becoming pale again.
Until I took the key out of Maria's envelope and opened this door, it was definitely locked. But this key was in an envelope placed in Maria's care. And that happened yesterday before noon.
Okay, clearly this cast does not watch The Lockpicking Lawyer. Like, come on, there are other ways. What did you say? But that doesn't make any sense. You're right. Maria received a one-of-a-kind key from a woman calling herself a witch midday yesterday. In other words, from midday yesterday until this morning, when Rosa-san unlocked the door, this chapel was a closed room. How did they get those 6 people in here, and then how did they kill them? Unless it was actually Maria's envelope that had the key, and she knew that, and she like like opened the wax really carefully, got the key, and then she went into Maria's room, switched the envelopes, then pretended to get it out of her bag, then put the shot put ball in her bag. Okay, could they reseal the letter after opening it? I guess that's possible. Another envelope? Anyway. Oh, here we go. The deaths of 6 people had shaken us badly. When we learned about that weird magic circle in the history of the chapel, we felt as though we'd figured at least part of this puzzle out. But that was all absolutely trivial. From midday yesterday until this morning, this chapel was a closed room, but our parents were with us until last night. How did the culprit get into this building? And how did they lock it up again? Okay, I'm getting mad at Rosa. Whoa, here we go! What are you trying to pull? Again. A closed room again? Are you trying to say you unlocked it with the power of magic? Don't take me for a fool.
If you're demanding that I show you how to open locks with my power, I wouldn't mind. But that wouldn't be the same as me forcing you to surrender. You keep trying to explain it all with humans. Only when I've cornered all your theories completely will I have my victory. Come now, how will you undermine my defenses? What trick could a human have used to defeat them?
It's just like the closed rooms last time. Not enough information. It's impossible to reason like this. Any excuse could be made, any trick could work. There's no way to reason it out.
That again? There's not enough information, so you'll wait and see? Your information is uncertain, so it's impossible to use your reasoning? This is always the excuse you humans use to let yourself stop thinking. Who do you think you are, lowly human? Are you saying you can't even think unless you're like Laplace's demon, you incompetent fool? Besides, you make it seem like a lack of information works against you, but it's the other way around, you see? The more information you're given, the more it will make you suffer. It'll only increase the strength of the compressor that's squeezing you.
Okay, more information then, please. Oh, in that case, let me say this. It's impossible to verify that this is a closed room in the first place. If we're already talking about demons, I can play that game too. It'd be possible to prove that this isn't a closed room, just show how someone could have gone in or out, and you're done. But it's impossible to prove that this is a closed room. You could never deny the endless set of possible methods for getting in. In other words, this is one of those devil's proofs. This concept of a closed room is actually something that can never be proved.
So, first you stopped thinking with a lack of information as an excuse, and now this. Very well. If that's your move, then I'll accept it. Continue.
First off, it looks like you're trying to claim that the chapel's a closed room. Just a short while ago, I spent some time looking around in there and I couldn't find a way in or out except for the door. Really? But that just means I couldn't find couldn't find one. It doesn't prove it was a closed room. There could be a secret door. Yeah. If there's a hidden door or something that I wasn't able to find, your premise would be blown away completely. Or maybe one of the windows could open or something. In other words, whether I managed to find a hidden door or not, you'll never be able to deny that there existed some method X that let you into the closed room. And this method X would be something that could be carried out without magic. After all, it's a hidden door. I'm sure that in this chapel, there's some hidden door that's impossible to find. That's why there's no reason for me to reason it out, and magic is still impossible.
Oh, so you'll use that logic. How naive. An expected move. Let me make my move in response. These closed rooms used in detective novels made by mere humans always seem utterly ridiculous to me. Why? Because they're used the wrong way. When a closed room appears in a detective novel, do you really think it's a closed room? You don't, do you? What trick did they use to make this look like a closed room? That's what you think. In other words, there hasn't been a completed closed room in any closed room murders that humans have built over the last century.
That's a good point. Oh, better not say that unless you want to face the wrath of the mystery fans. Christie's probably grinding her teeth in her grave.
But I'm different. I have given birth to a true closed room, and I can demonstrate it. Why? Because I am a witch. For the devil's proof, you only had to bring someone a demon to prove that they exist, correct? Well, I conveniently happen to be a witch, meaning that demons are my good friends, and I can bring you as many of them as you like.
Sounds great. Dad and the rest use a hidden door to enter the chapel or were carried in through it. How do you plan to beat that move?
With this. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the 6 definitely entered through the door.
Huh? Dumbass. The door was locked, so how'd they do it?
I opened it with magic and invited them inside.
That can't be true. Since I can't accept magic, there's no way I'll accept that. You're lying. That door can be opened with some trick. Or maybe there's a hidden door, but I won't accept any other way.
Perpetual check. That's what we call an endless repetition of moves in chess. It's the same endless repetition as a discussion that won't advance because both sides deny the basis of each other's claims, like our game. In most games, this would be resolved as a draw, but that would put a terrible damper on our fun. We will have no draws. You'll either accept me and submit to me, or you'll deny me.
If I remember correctly from chess, it has to be 3 moves in a row, does it not? If it cycles, or is it less than that? Is it 2 or 3, chat? Chat's probably gonna know. It's not really important. At least I agree with you there. We'll settle this without fail, just as you wish.
I like that attitude. So, I had a thought. I think I'll add a new rule to this game between the two of us.
Oh, a new rule? Updated rule report? I'll bet it's something that'll give you an advantage, right?
Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you always demand. The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is a lack of information. And if you're then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by rejecting the source. Isn't that convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence. I'm offering to eliminate that convenient excuse of yours. You should thank me.
Okay, I love it whenever these two are on the screen together. These two are so good. Just so entertaining, these two together. You said they entered through the door, and I said that couldn't happen. Are you calling that an evasive answer?
Exactly. So from now on, when I speak the truth, I will use red.
What is this? Keep explaining.
No matter what magical move I use, you can always keep running away by chanting lack of information and by rejecting the source. Even though I would still win in the end that way, it would be extremely boring. Because of that, I'd be happy to give you the information and sources you so desire. However, you'll probably doubt each word I say. That isn't bad in itself. I also will use every possible move to make you submit. I don't dislike our posture of searching out our best moves for our own goals. But that won't make a game, so I set up this rule. Everything I speak in red is the truth.
Including
There's
this.
absolutely no need to doubt it.
Huh. So it's a game now. Are you telling me to believe that?
This is a game between you and me. In a game, the rules are sacred. Those who take that lightly are not qualified to play.
Okay, I get you. I'll accept that rule. I also believe her for some reason. Even an elementary school kid can get into an endless argument and find fault with everything. Then let's start it up again, continuing where we left off. I'll say it one more time. Dad and the rest use a hidden door to enter the chapel or were carried in through it.
Then I shall repeat what I said. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the 6 definitely entered through the door.
Is there any proof?
Stop. I will supplement the rule. When I speak the truth, I will use red, and when I do, I will not bear the responsibility of establishing that claim by showing proof. They will simply be facts and the truth. My reason is simple. I carried out all the crimes with magic, so for any impossible crime, all I have to do is wave my magic staff and show you how it's done. But that wouldn't make a game. It would be as barbaric as ignoring victory and defeat in a chess match and punching your opponent in the face.
Battler, it wasn't in red. Call her out on it. It wasn't in red when she said she used magic. We're done. Checkmate. GG. We win. We win. Okay, so when she says that they came through the door regardless of whether they were alive or dead, that's probably... Okay, I like this concept of lying even though you're telling the truth. So, Wheel of Time does that, I think, right? The sorceresses in that they're not allowed to lie. It's one of the parts of the spell that they do. Or is it just a vow? No, it doesn't matter. So she could be saying that regardless of whether they were alive or dead, they definitely came through the door because they had a meeting in the chapel. I'm starting to doubt now if it was actually the right background or maybe they just reused it or not. I'm pretty sure, I'm like 95% sure it was the chapel. So she could just be talking about that when they all went in there and had their meeting. Okay, all right. Oh shit, hit the microphone. Well, that makes sense. Since you're a witch, there's no need for you to show evidence for what happens. Since you can do anything with magic, damn it. Talk about an unfair game.
So, shall we resume once more? The 6 definitely entered through the door. I unlocked it with magic. How will you get around this magic, this closed room?
The key! Genji-san and the others said there was only one key, but that's impossible to prove. The culprit secretly made a duplicate key.
Only one key to the chapel exists.
Okay, this is good. Then what about this? The culprit made something other than a legitimate key and opened it. I don't know what, but maybe a wire. A tool for picking locks. A lockpick.
What is this naive move? It is impossible to unlock the lock to the chapel with anything but the chapel's key. Although it can be opened with the power of magic, right?
Then what about this? There's something wrong with the door itself. There was some way to pass through it even while it was locked. As to what that is, I can think of a few ways. Maybe there's like a smaller... There's a smaller door in the bigger door. Maybe it's like one of those big doors on a castle that have a smaller door in them. It's also possible that they removed the hinges and then removed the whole door before entering.
Is this the best a century of human wisdom can manage, battler? When the door to the chapel is locked, it prevents any and all methods of entry or exit. Assuming you can't use magic, right? Is it about time for a checkmate?
Not even close. You said those 6 people entered through a door, but you didn't say it was the front door. They might have entered through another door, a secret one.
You talk too much, you incompetent fool. Then let me expand on my earlier move. The 6 definitely entered through this front door.
That's screwed up. The door was locked, but it was impossible to unlock without using that single key, and yet 6 people entered through it? How? With magic, you say? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
Are we already seeing the limits of what humanity can manage? Then shout that you resign. When one admits defeat, it's customary to shout it out and knock over their own king. So do you resign? Then announce your surrender and knock your king over by kneeling. Then you may kiss my shoes. There could be no greater joy than forcing a man like you to lick my shoes.
Damn it. It's useless, useless, useless. So I can't win against the witch. This isn't chess at all. I've just been made to take the losing side in a chess puzzle. Is quibbling about details and getting a draw the best I can manage?
That's the one thing that'll never happen. Either I will surrender or you will. There can be no other resolution. What happened to that bravery you displayed when you said this would be torture for us both? Hey, hey, hey. What a disappointment. What a total letdown. Wouldn't you say, Ushiromiya battler?
Damn it. What should I do? What should I do? I can see it. I can see the place where I'll face checkmate. It's useless. It's useless. All my hard-fought moves have been nothing more than me desperately moving my king around, running away from check. No matter how many times I move, I can't escape from check. So even without waiting for the next several moves, I can see checkmate in my future. Damn it. Getting me into it, too. After a few more moves, I can see where I'll face checkmate. Come on, music. Music, start. Don't give up, Ushiromiya battler. If I can see myself getting closed in upon, then if I spin the chessboard around, I should be able to anticipate her next move, right? Remember what Kirie-san said. When you're thinking about something, then the closer you get to the very end, the easier it becomes to anticipate. Spin it around. Spin the chessboard around.
What happened? You fell silent all of a sudden. Fear not. Surrender is but a momentary shame. After that, all that remains is the joy of entrusting your fate entirely to the hands of your new master. Come on, cry out in resignation. I can't hear you. Speak up and say it clearly.
Enough babbling. You're just refusing to listen, so I'll say it once more. I won't resign. Continue. Resume the game.
Oh, very well. It is your turn after all.
I made the mistake of thinking this rule you made was your own weapon. However, I've realized it can also become a weapon for me. It all comes down to this.
Please do give it a try.
I've been focusing all this time on how they entered the closed room of the chapel. That approach was useless. It's useless. It's all useless. Spin the chessboard around. That's right. I was thinking about it backwards. This is how I should approach it. How is the chapel, which wasn't a closed room in the first place, made to look like a closed room?
Here it comes. That thinking technique humans gave birth to over the course of a century. Give it a try.
Say this in red for me. If you can't, then refuse. Here I go. Does this man
intend to reverse his defensive posture?
Yeah.
Impudence.
Wait, hold on. Was that from her perspective in her
It was,
head?
yes.
That's
Yeah.
new. Okay. Huh. That hasn't happened before, I don't think. Okay. I get that the only way to enter the chapel is through the door, and that there's only one key. But wait. The question is whether that key really was handed over to Maria yesterday before noon. Yeah, there's some envelope shenanigans.
My, but you're dragging this on. Do try and get to the point.
It's something like this. We've been under the impression that the key's been unusable since midday yesterday, so we've assumed that this was a closed room from midday yesterday until this morning. I want to hear you say that this impression of ours is a solid fact.
You should look at the pin. You should look at the pin.
And as we all know, in red, Joe is a weeb. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Interesting. So you turn your reasoning not to the door, but to the key.
Yesterday, Maria received an envelope from you. She didn't open it, but she might have felt it and known there was a key inside. But it's not like she'd have been able to confirm absolutely that it was the key to the chapel. Here's what I'm getting at. The thing inside the envelope given to Maria was a fake.
If you think about what you're saying, it's ridiculous. This morning, Rosa definitely took an envelope out of Maria's handbag, and from that obtained the genuine key to the chapel. It wasn't a fake, as you suggest.
I know that much. I'll continue. In that case, when Maria first received the envelope, the thing inside it was definitely that same key to the chapel, right?
Oh.
See what I'm getting at? Midday yesterday, you gave Maria an envelope with a key inside, and you told her that she mustn't open it. Maria probably realized it had a key inside. Later on, Aunt Rosa used the thing inside the envelope to open the door to the chapel, and that's why we assumed it was the key to the chapel all along. This is the suspicious part.
So, is this what you're trying to say? That when I entrusted Maria with a key, that key was a fake, and then by the time Rosa obtained it, it had been switched with the real thing?
Yeah, that's it. What's wrong, Beatrice-sama? You've been looking a bit pale for a while now, huh?
Those close to me sometimes call me Beato. Beato will do.
Oh, we're in. It's your turn, Beato. The turn of the Golden Witch. Let's see you dodge this.
Very well. The key to the chapel truly was the object inside the envelope I gave Maria.
I'll move forward. Can you repeat it in red? That envelope was completely under Maria's supervision until Aunt Rosa opened it. If you can't say it, then say you refuse. Check.
I refuse.
We got her. We got her! I spun it around with just one move. Now it's your king on the run, Beato.
I have a reason for refusing. It regards the definition of the phrase under her supervision. In its purest meaning, Maria would need to have her eyes on it around the clock for that to be true. But Maria didn't go that far. It may have been completely under her supervision when she took it out of her handbag, but after she put it inside, it disappeared from her field of vision. In that sense, the phrase under her supervision would be inappropriate, so I couldn't use the red. Nothing more.
I'll bet that move hurt. And your face tells me you've guessed the next one. Sorry. I'm kind to women. I don't hurt them. And I never betray a woman's expectations. I'm not canon. It's time for you to repeat it in red if you think you can. No one was able to touch Maria's handbag until Aunt Rosa took out the envelope.
I will also refuse this one. I won't explain the reason.
That's wrong. It's not that you won't explain it. It's that you can't explain it. That move gives us checkmate, doesn't it? If you can't do it, then I'll explain. The key to the chapel really was in the envelope you handed to Maria. Then Maria put it in her handbag, and the next morning, Aunt Rosa took it out and opened the lock. However, Maria didn't have the handbag under her complete supervision. There's no need for magic. It's a closed room trick that's possible for a human. The human culprit handed Maria the key, and by making Aunt Rosa use it the next morning, they created the illusion that there was a closed room during that time. You can't deny the possibility that during that time, the culprit took the key from Maria's handbag, used it, and returned it by morning. Can you say it in red? Repeat it. If you can say it, then say it. It's check again.
Not yet. Not yet. I removed the check. The envelope with the key in it should have been sealed with wax. Rosa took it from an unopened envelope.
Really? Then try saying it. Repeat it. The envelope handed over midday yesterday and the one Aunt Rosa opened are the same thing.
That I can repeat. The envelope I handed over to Maria and the one Rosa opened are the same thing.
Huh. It's useless. It's all useless. That doesn't even matter anymore. I expected more from you. I figured that if you were a bit better at reading between the lines, you'd resign right there. So I'm disappointed. You've betrayed my expectations.
What?
Who cares if the envelopes were the same? Envelopes can be sealed with wax over and over. The key inside is what's important. This time, it's all over, Golden Witch. It's a real checkmate. I'll say it one more time. Repeat it. If you can say it, try saying it. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Aunt Rosa opened the envelope.
How could I, against a lowly human?
I'll keep on saying it, Beatrice. Repeat it. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Aunt Rosa opened the envelope. If you're gonna yell, then say you resign. This settles it. This is the truth. Before Aunt Rosa obtained Maria's key this morning, at one point it passed to someone else's hands. Then they used it, resealed it, and returned it to Maria's handbag, making it look like it hadn't been used. This is a trick with a cheap loophole, the assumption that the key wasn't used but because the sealing wax wasn't opened. Checkmate. Meanwhile, in the other scene, Goatman anime battle with Canon being like, okay, how are we gonna explain this? Well, it could just be a guy in a suit or like some fucking like other magic that I will believe in, but not yours, that was just powering this fucking like furry avatar with a salt demon that disappeared as soon as it was killed. There's no magic and it's nothing more than a trick that's possible for humans.
In that case, who do you say stole the key? Try answering. This time you try repeating it.
Someone in chat said furry from Fiverr. That's right. I'm making you repeat things all the time. I probably have to answer every once in a while. But I refuse! My condition for victory is denying a witch's existence. I'll prove that this is impossible. This impossible crime done with your magic was actually possible by human hands. I've smashed your closed room with something possible even for humans. However, I won't specifically investigate who the culprit is. It's not my burden, because I believe in humans, because I definitely won't accept that there's a person among us who would steal the key from Maria, use it, and do something so horrible.
I give up. I resign. Just once, for this skirmish, I'll give up. But you really are naive, battler.
Parting remarks are a loser's privilege. Say as many as you like.
Since you continue to deny my existence, you'll eventually be cornered. After all, since you deny me, you'll have to suspect those relatives that you can't stop loving. In the last moment, when you have to suspect one who's beloved to you, then you'll surely accept my existence. True, you've defeated me in this skirmish alone. However, that naive logic will definitely destroy you. You can't win against me after all, Ushiromiya battler. This is a good break point.
Yep. Okay, that was a really good scene. That was a good scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are they like how many more episodes until they're having these arguments like while making out?
That's spoilers, Joe.
It's like the McKeezy being like more on sexual in Steins Gate. Like, like Beatrice is like impudence sexual. I just get so hot and bothered when a man denies that I exist. I can't help it. Then the next frame is Battler saying there, I feel like I'm talking to myself in this room right now, and she's ripping off her tie, going, "Fucking Battler, god damn it!" Okay, anyway, let's go on break 5 minutes. I'll mute my microphone, and before you go, let me just make sure that yours is muted too, okay? Because like I want it to be both muted. All right. So
Okay, yeah.
let me mute you first. So I'm muting you right now, and so I can hear you, but no one else here should be able to hear you. Can you confirm that you cannot hear Mouse right now, please, chat? Okay, they can't hear you. Okay, and I'm muting myself. Okay. All right, be back in 5 minutes. Get up, walk around, brush your teeth, get a drink. Okay, and we should both be back.
Yes, hello?
Hi.
Can you hear us? Hi.
Mouse is hearable. Is Joe hearable? Chat is now red, Joe. Any thoughts 2 hours in? I mean, I feel like I've been giving thoughts and speculations as we've been going on. I don't really have much else to say at the moment, apart from like that scene was really good. I really like that scene. I don't know how they're gonna have that kind of scene when it comes to the goat thing. I don't know. I'm still enjoying the dynamic that it is simultaneously abundantly clear that Beatrice does actually exist, but it is also abundantly clear that magic does not until Battler believes in it. So like there's like they're both completely dug in, right? So like because Battler is talking to her. So yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting definitely an interesting conflict. Yeah, I like it a lot. What do you think about Satan? I'm trying to forget about Satan. I'm trying to forget. Okay. Let me say quick thank yous to people, and then we are going to continue. Who's the last person I said thank you to? Dr. Hooliday? They call me Mir.
FRKRX, I think.
Yeah, because it was a weird sound. Yes. Okay. Quick thank you to Vaultboy127. No hope for my queer ass, which I can't play right now because I'm afraid the audio setup is going to mess up. Thank
Queer
you.
ass.
Thank you, Mouse. Thank you, Dalmec, for gifting a sub to 180-degree head turn. I have no idea what that's about. Thank you, Dalmec. Thank you, Charlie Explorer, for the resub. Soreni for the resub. Laughing Squidly also for the resub. I don't know why I became Kermit for a second. Thank you, Taxon14, for the resub. Thank you, Rabo1621 for the new sub. Welcome. King3Do also for the new sub. Meaningless Name. Telephone Ghost. Fizzjalink, all for the resubs. Also, thank you to Moo Nelly with Smug. That's a really good emote. Bew Noodle for resubs. Someone just had a wisdom tooth removed. Oh, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Oh, and they think you're a wonderful addition to the stream. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice message. Thank you, Slice919 for the resub. Belrios for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you for the bits, Naya. Okay, this one's trashing me, so I'll read it. God, I knew how good Mouse is for voicing stuff and even knew that what would happen, but this is even better than I expected. I'm so glad to see Mouse here. Hope she appears more. Joe is also okay, I guess. Thank you. Thank you, Naya. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ashley Lucas, for the resub. Thank you, Mujoko, for the race. Mujoko for the resub. Thank you, Pinstrada, for the bits. At work. Enjoying Umineko at work. Thank you, Micro Flack. Con5654 for the resubs. Umi Pico. Sigma Vash. Con5654 for the follow-up gift subs too. Thank you very much. Dory Miart for the resub. Parnick. Red Truth. Umineko is peak. Red Text has just gone upgrade. Thank you, Donut Enjoyer. 01 mostly for resubs. Uber Super Sloth for some bits. Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. It's so peak. Thank you, Swagamick. Pokadrew. Lives on Earth, and Ver, all for the resubs. Say it in red, I've played Signalis. I refuse, and I will not give a reason why. Thank you, Henry Wyatt, for the bits. Did Beatrice read House of Leaves? Yeah, there's a link there for sure. Thank you, Artentios, for the bits. Say it in red, this is true peak Umi Pico. This is true Umi Pico. Thank you, Captain Duck, 1313 for the resub. Mick Dids also for the resub, and the last three here are Froggy Toad, Silver 999, and Ironwrath for gifting a sub to K Legal. Thank you, Ironwrath. I don't want Stolen Valor. That was not a resub, just a message that I've subbed for a month. What? Oh, I didn't read it. That sorry, Silver. I'm not reading them all. Right now. Does Mouse have a Twitch channel to shout out? I don't know, Mouse. Do you?
Yeah. Do you want me to do that? I don't mind.
Go for it.
I'm gonna start streaming again soon. I used to stream, took some time off, but I'm at Hello It's Mouse. So Twitch.tv Hello It's Mouse.
There you go. It's linked up there. Thank you, mods. Thank you, mods. Mouse is mods. Thank you, mods. Was it explained if Battler can see the red text, or is it different because magical dual world? I believe it's implied that she has a different tone of voice, or there's some sort of presence to when she says things in red text. It was enough for me that I am willing to just go along with it. It seems that it's the rule of the story is that whenever this is whenever this is said, it is like locked in. You cannot deny it. So I think that's good. I think that's good for the story at least, without having to waste so much time like investigating and doing all these things and like always having a shadow of a doubt. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's good. Would also be the same reasoning as to why he knows about his arguments with Beatrice. I don't know about that yet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the context is for that. Yeah, are the red texts updated in the pause menu? I don't know. Let's see. Doesn't look like it, or if it is, I can't find it. Okay, and then I believe you said you were going to narrate this part, right, Mess?
Yeah, I can take this.
Okay, go for it whenever you're ready.
Ready?
Yep.
Alrighty. Rosa and the rest returned from the chapel to the parlor in the mansion. So many things had happened since early in the morning. Of course they were high-strung. Battler and George, who had cried, raged, and let their emotions explode after seeing their parents' tragic bodies, returned to the parlor and sat in the sofas, dazed, as though everything up until then had been a lie. Only Maria was completely unchanged and looked just like normal. When she wasn't playing pranks, she was basically a kid who played wordlessly by herself, so even if she was dazed, she would probably look just as she did. But as she turned on the TV and flipped through the channels, it looked as though nothing about her had changed from normal. Did Rosa think anything in particular about this attitude, which was clearly different from normal people? She stared at Maria's back as though looking at something that wasn't quite heartwarming. Eventually, Kumasawa came to say good morning. Her cheerful manner was clearly out of place, and she couldn't help but be bewildered by the strange atmosphere in the room. Then, when she heard the details from Goda, she reacted loudly with shock. Of course you've contacted the police, right? What should we do in a time like this? Oh, what should we do?
Please, calm down and listen. It seems the machine somewhere was somehow done in by lightning last night. Because of that, we haven't been able to use the phones.
What? Then, until the typhoon passes, we can't even contact the police. Maybe Kumasawa's exaggerated surprise was a little comical. Even in this kind of situation, Rosa giggled. Because of that, the fog of confusion that had covered her head cleared up a little. I've got to stay strong. It's not just Maria. I'm acting as a parent for George-kun and Battler-kun too, so I have to stay strong. Rosa had been the youngest sibling, with a large difference in age between her and the others, so she'd always been treated as a child. Every time she learned something new, it was something obvious to her siblings, and she'd built up a complex, becoming convinced of her own incompetence. So she developed a passive personality, asking her siblings for advice every time something happened. But she no longer had any brothers or sisters. Now Rosa was the only one of the 4 Ushiromiya siblings left. Furthermore, if Kinzo continued to shut himself away even in this extraordinary situation, Rosa would have to surpass this crisis as the head's representative. I'm not a child anymore, not a child. Rosa slapped her knees lightly and stood up. She must not wait for orders now. She had to start moving herself. She picked up the receiver of the extension phone on the side table. Then she immediately remembered the phones were down. Genji and Shannon, who'd she'd sent to see Kinzo, hadn't returned yet. She had a good guess at what was going on. He was probably yelling something nonsensical again and becoming unmanageable. His precious chapel had been defiled with blood. That was easy to imagine. She'd planned on using the extension phone to call the study, but unfortunately the phones were down. Rosa decided to go to the study directly with her own 2 feet. Her old self would have been too frightened to go see Kinzo, and in fact, if she did meet him, she would probably be blamed somehow and insulted. But this was no time to be frightened. As his true daughter, she had to make him aware of the current situation. Kumasawa-san, I'm going to see father. Take special care of George-kun and Battler-kun. I'm sure they're on edge right now. Yes, that may be true. It is truly pitiable. I shall make them something warm to drink. Thank you. Rosa went out into the hallway and headed towards Kinzo's study. The atmosphere in this mansion, which she'd spent her younger days in and should have been full of memories, seemed somehow different. She began to climb the stairs in the entrance hall. Just then, in the faint darkness down the stairs behind Rosa's back, something glowed. It was a single fluttering gold butterfly. It fluttered around and sparkled. That butterfly danced about without a sound. It was only natural. No one can hear the sound of a butterfly's wings beating. And then it came to a rest on Rosa's back as she slowly climbed the stairs. Rosa didn't notice it. If someone not in the know saw it, they'd probably assume it was just a single sheet of gold leaf in the shape of a butterfly that had been stuck there. Without noticing a thing, Rosa continued heading toward Kinzo's study.
Oh no. Oh no. She's gonna like write her in maybe?
So, how will you entertain me with this next one? There are still many, many pieces left. In the parlor, which had fallen silent again, the only sound was that of the TV that Maria was watching alone. If there was anything audible besides that, it was the sound of the rain, which had continued on since the previous night. Every one of those who had witnessed that unearthly and horrible scene stayed silent, as though praying that the events of that morning had all been a dream. Because Kumasawa alone hadn't seen it, her reaction was slightly different. The silence itself seemed more unbearable to her, and she was anxious to encourage everyone somehow. However, she was aware that she must avoid saying anything careless, and she seemed to be pondering how she could be most helpful. Normally, it would be time for breakfast. However, possibly because something so outrageous had happened, Goda seemed to have forgotten to prepare a meal. Or maybe everyone was so beaten up they'd forgotten their hunger. Kumasawa wanted to bring up the subject of what they should do for breakfast, but it didn't seem like the right atmosphere, so she really couldn't. But she really was hungry, so she casually made a proposal. It seems everyone is tired after all that has happened. In times like this, I think the best thing is to heat yourself with some warm black tea.
Indeed, that is an excellent plan. I agree as well.
How about some delicious black tea with biscuits and jam? Ah yes, I hear Halloween will be here soon, and we have some delicious looking pumpkin-shaped cookies on the shelf.
Uh-oh. Kumasawa-san, that's... yep. Yep.
Of course, she had said the wrong thing. She had reminded Battler and the rest about that horrible and tragic Halloween party in the chapel. Nanjo hurriedly whispered into Kumasawa's ear. Battler-san, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to upset you, truly I didn't.
No, don't worry about it. I'll definitely turn this boiling anger back on the culprit. I wonder if that culprit is still on the island. Probably. At least until the typhoon passes, no boat will come.
Yes, that is true. After all, the boats stop coming even when it's just a little windy. They certainly wouldn't come during a typhoon, yes.
It creeps me out. You think so, Nikki? Me too. And that's even putting aside whether the culprit's that mystery guest or not. Yeah, that makes sense. My bad. Indeed. We've naturally suspected the mysterious guest who calls herself Beatrice, but we still cannot be certain she is the culprit. There is still the possibility she's a victim whose corpse still hasn't been found. When I think of it that way, there's something I just can't understand. What do you mean by that? It's simple. It's just like Kumasawa Bachan said a short while ago. Right now, this island is right in the middle of a typhoon and escape is impossible. The same thing goes for the culprit. In that case, having the crime come to light should have been the thing the culprit wanted to avoid most. I see. So there was no need to draw that creepy magic circle on the entrance to the chapel and show off the fact that the corpses were there and ruin my calf steak that we had last night. Yeah, that's it. And if they were able to take the time and effort to do something so horrible to those 6 people, it should have been possible for them to hide the 6 corpses where they'd be impossible to find. I agree. That brutal Halloween party probably wasn't directed at those who died. It was directed at the people who would eventually discover it, us. It's probably safe to say that the magic circle was there to help us find it. The culprit knows they won't be able to escape from this island for a while, and yet they acted as though they wanted to make us find the corpses in the middle of this typhoon. Okay, so this is, from what I, almost verbatim actually, hit the conclusion he came to last time about the shed. So this makes me think that he is not meta battler all the time. Again, just building like a framework in my head. I think that this is just whoever is talking right now, this is the first time they've gone through this on the island. That's my guess right now. What does it mean? If I were the culprit, I definitely wouldn't play around and make us find the bodies. Beatrice-sama was not in her room, and the room did not seem particularly disturbed. No, milady did disturb it quite a lot, though. Come to think of it, what happened to Jessica? Kennen-san is looking after her. They're probably in milady's room. That isn't good. The culprit is definitely still on the island. In this situation, I don't believe it's a very good idea to isolate ourselves in small numbers.
What do you mean by that? You don't mean to say that the culprit plans to kill all of us? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Let us remain calm, says Nanjo. That is not yet certain. But unfortunately, we can't deny the possibility exists. This letter was in the chapel. According to this, the culprit is the witch. And if we don't solve the riddle of grandfather's epitaph and find the gold, they'll massacre the whole family, or something like that. Is that true? Would you allow me to read it as well?
As they read the witch's letter, Goda, Kumasawa, and Nanjo's faces grew even paler than they had been. Kumasawa could no longer hide her shaking.
If you don't want to die, try finding grandfather's hidden gold. Is that it? Screwing around with us. I'll bet she can't solve the riddle, so she's trying to make us solve it. However, I wonder what the truth is. Madame always stated that the legend of the gold was nothing more than an illusion created by the master. It is doubtful whether it actually existed. True. We just saw some of the gold, didn't we? Supposedly, they thought it would be nice if it did exist, but only half believed it. The relatives started believing in the legend of the gold only after Kinzo's health worsened, and the inheritance problem came up. Until then, hardly anyone believed in it, I understand. Oh, so maybe that's why. Do you remember? Yeah, here, George is bringing it up. There we go. Can't believe he's still single. On the table in the chapel, there were 3 gold ingots. That alone would be worth quite a lot. Doesn't that prove that the legend of the gold was real?
Excuse me, please wait. Just now, did you say there were 3 gold bars?
Yeah, there were definitely 3 of them piled up. So what?
I happened to hear Kraus-sama say something once. Yes, I just happened to hear it, you see. It's not like I was trying to listen in on secret discussions, no indeed.
Don't worry about that now. So then what? Is there something wrong with there being 3 of those gold bars?
Yes. According to Kraus-sama, there was only 1 bar ever found to support the legend of the gold.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that when you set out the corpses, you put 4 down. That is correct. I believe Kinzo-san showed the president of Marusu a mountain of gold that let him take 1 bar back with him, or so the story goes.
That 1 bar came to be in Kraus-sama's possession, and he said that no other gold supporting the master's legend of the gold existed.
You're talking about Uncle Kraus here. So what does that mean? No, wait, 3? Wait, where did they come from? That's too many, right? Perhaps there is another explanation. Maybe the other relatives also found 1 each, and they brought 1 of them here, and they each brought 1 of them here. No, I cannot believe that. When all of the relatives came to the mansion, I was entrusted with their luggage. I did not feel a suspicious weight back then. Oh, fuck off, Goda. Come on, how could you know that? I think those would weigh about 10 kilograms. If that much weight was in their bags, even I would know. No, but it didn't seem that way. Maybe someone, like, you know, is pumping some iron while they're on the island. You don't know. Same here. At most, there was some changes of clothes, a first aid kit, Kirie-san's makeup, stuff like that, I think. Aunt Rose's luggage also looked pretty light. In that case, those 3 piled up gold bars were being shown to them, or maybe to us. The legend of the gold is definitely real. It isn't an illusion. They're telling us to try and find out the secret if we can. Could they be scheming to have us solve the epitaph, which points to where the gold is hidden, and then try to snatch it away? Yeah, that does make some sense. There are a couple parts that don't fit. To start, our parents, who should have been the most likely to solve the epitaph, were killed first. That seems to create a contradiction right off the bat to me. Or right off the battler. And something else makes even less sense. If the legend of the gold is actually true, then how were they able to pile up all that gold? It's almost like the culprit's already found the gold, and is telling us to try and find it too. Maybe the culprit found those 3 like Uncle Kraus did. Maybe that convinced them that the legend is true and they're trying to make us search for the rest. I think that way fits the best. The pieces on the chessboard aren't lined up at all. We don't have a clue what the culprit is planning, what they want, or what they want to make us do. Is there any point? No matter what we think, is there anything we can figure out right now?
It was written down what she wanted to make us do. Couldn't anyone read it? Maria suddenly laughed in a creepy voice. I thought she'd been concentrating on the TV, but apparently she'd been listening in too. Without turning away from the TV, she very simply told us what we were forgetting. Beatrice hasn't said once that she wants the gold. All she's asking is whether you're all capable of solving the epitaph's riddle or not. Though I'll bet she's pretty sure you could never do it.
So are you saying you can solve it, Maria?
I don't care. After all, she'll take me to the Golden Land, so I won't get in Beatrice's way. Ouch!
So that's a no then. In any case, it looks like we'll have to ask Maria if we want to learn anything more. Maria, tell us. Who is this Beatrice? What is she planning?
You know, Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her strange powers. The power of magic can do anything. It can even create gold or bread. And of course it can create sweets too, right? You saw, didn't you? At that time, everyone jumped at the sound of a door being slammed shut. When we turned around, we saw that Rosa had suddenly returned, bringing Genji and Shannon. Then she rapidly approached Maria, her heels squeaking, and hit her on the cheek.
Whoa.
Stop talking about that. Battler-kun and the rest will take it badly. That's you.
Ooh. Ooh.
Without waiting for a response, she hit Maria's cheek once more. Everyone could only stand there, stunned. I don't know what ooh means. What about yes?
This one's yours?
She mercilessly hit Maria's cheek again. Maybe Maria didn't feel like resisting after being hit twice. She weakly said yes.
Rosa-san, there's no reason to be so harsh.
This is my daughter's education. Do not interrupt. The atmosphere around Rosa, with Genji and Shannon standing at attention behind her, was somehow cold, and yet dignified. Completely different from how she'd seemed before she left. She was holding something that looked like a gun. I couldn't imagine that she'd be holding a toy in this situation. This battler? I don't know.
Aunt Rosa, what is... Oh.
This is father's. Because of the current situation, I borrowed it specially. Everyone should understand. The culprit is still nearby. We don't know what might happen.
I agree. Does that mean you saw Kinzo then, or was he gone again? Interesting. Okay. All right. So just for me to get an idea in my head, I can't remember if the clock moved forward. So this is, or me doesn't have to. So Shannon and Genji were upstairs in Kinzo's study, writing the story that Kinzo was describing to Shannon, transcribing. And who knows how long they've been doing that. And I think that's what was going on while we were in the chapel with Battler. And now they're done, or they're taking a break maybe. And Rosa presumably went up there and got the gun. Maybe she asked Genji to get the gun out of the study, or maybe she went in there. I guess we'll find out for a second. Okay, I think that's the timeline in my head. I don't want confirmation mouse. I was gonna say if it's not important, confirm for me, but I don't want to go down that road. It's fine. I agree. Rather than trying to figure out what the culprit is planning, it might be better to first think about our own safety.
Father was fine, but he was considerably shaken by these sudden events. Fortunately, he said he won't leave his room, so he should be safe. For now, we should all try to stay together as much as possible.
I agree. We don't even know where the culprit's hiding, and after all, there's no proof that there's only one of them.
I guess this is battler narration now.
Okay, even though I'd said it myself, I shivered. That's right. Could a single person kill 6 people and set up such a horrible scene all alone? Isn't it natural to assume that this crime was carried out by multiple culprits? I agree with Rosa-san. It probably is good for us to stay together.
Yes, I think it's good too. Yes.
Maybe it's about time we called for Milady and Canon-san. That's right. Let's have them come down. Probably still Battler? George and Nikki tried to grab the extension phone, but Goda-san shook his head. That's right. The phones are down right now, aren't they? I'll go with a couple people. If George and Nikki and Goda-san come too, that should be enough.
No. Let's all go together. It's a wolves and sheep puzzle. If we're in balance while gathered together like this, then maintaining this situation will be safest.
A wolves and sheep puzzle? Like with the boat, right? Ew.
I've got it. I'll show you. Maria, turn off the television. Genji-san, please tell me where Jessica-chan's room is. Let's all go together.
Yes, I will guide you.
Come on, everyone. We'll move together. Follow my instructions.
We stood up. Maria alone looked like she had some regrets about the TV, but she decided to go along with everyone for now and got up. Shannon, thank goodness. I was a bit worried when you took so long to get back.
I'm sorry to have worried you. The master ordered me to transcribe something for him.
Transcribe? Shannon.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
We headed for Jessica's room with the armed Aunt Rosa and Genji-san in the lead. Jessica and Kanin-kun were a boy and a girl of about the same age. Yeah, we know. It sure be a shame if we barged in on them at a bad time. Oh, or at least this is definitely Battler, or at least that's what we'd be joking about normally. However, Aunt Rosa was on edge, constantly exuding a sense of tension, so it definitely wasn't the sort of atmosphere for careless remarks like that.
Hey, don't fall behind. Everyone move together. We don't know when or where the culprit might leap out of us, right?
No, maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude was more appropriate. Since Grandfather hadn't come down, Aunt Rosa was our leader. This wasn't a situation where she could smile like she always did. And Aunt Rosa was a mother, too. She probably also thought that, if she didn't get a hold of herself, some harm might befall her beloved daughter. The culprit had killed 6 of our parents at once. Okay, why is Kinzo different? Okay, that's weird. That's the weirdest difference to me so far. Because shouldn't Kinzo's actions be the same? Why is Kinzo different? Presumably Kinzo ends up in the incinerator in the basement, the furnace, in the other line. But here he's just still hanging out in his room, and by now he had vanished. Why is that different? Why is it different? I like that Rosa is kind of has the gun again, and it's similar to what Natsuyu is doing. Why is it different? Why is it different? That makes me think that one of the killers is different and did something with Kinzo and like faked that body, because there's no way after the toe line that it actually is Kinzo's feet in there. What a sentence. What a fucking sentence. Don't cackle while I'm theorizing. What's this? What is this? Okay, move it on. The culprit had killed 6 of our parents at once. The method they had used was unknown, but there was a good chance this opponent could take down a large number of people in a flash. Would that be with weapons, or with numbers, or with the magic of a witch? In any case, I couldn't think of any reason why it'd be okay to let our guards down. The rest of us had better take much greater care, just like Aunt Rosa.
Everyone, stop!
Aunt Rosa spoke in a sharp voice. Wondering what this was all about, we peered forwards, and immediately realized the reason.
What is this?
Everyone, get back! Goda-san and Genji-san approached the door. Beyond this door was probably Jessica's room. This seems to be the same paint that was scribbled on the door to the chapel. It appears so. It seems not much time has passed since it was drawn. What the heck? Is that another magic circle?
It's the first magic circle of the moon. It has the power to open unopening doors.
Drawn on the door to Jessica's room was the same kind of creepy scribble that had been drawn on the door to the chapel. That strange pattern must have had some occult meaning, but it didn't matter what that meaning was. We were worried about whether those two were okay. But that doesn't matter. Are Jessica-chan and Kanin-kun safe? This does not bode well. We should quickly bring those two downstairs. Milady, are you there? Please answer. Goda-san knocked violently and yelled, but there was no answer. He gripped the doorknob with a clatter, but the lock just resisted him. Rosa-sama, it seems to be locked.
There's no helping it. Please open it up.
Genji nodded, and Goda quickly unlocked the door with the master key. In the back of my mind, horrible images floated up and disappeared one after another. A magic circle had been drawn on the door to the chapel. Behind that lay 6 corpses. That's spelt wrong. Fix it in the edit. So if there's a magic circle drawn on the door to Jessica's room, then beyond it must be... Jessica-sama!
What happened? Is she there?
Jessica! What happened? It was truly heartless. The expression on Goda-san's face and his cry as he opened the door prepared us for the brutal fate that Jessica had met even before we saw her. Everyone rushed into Jessica's room at once. Does that mean Ava and Hideyoshi saw the goat in the other line? Oh, I would have liked that. That scene told everyone that their worst fears were spot on. Oh, shit. Jessica!
How horrible. Dr. Nanjo.
Inside the room, which seemed elegant for the bedroom of one so young, Jessica lay crumpled on the ground. There was a large pool of blood on the floor, and there was a knife or something sticking deep into her back. Was it a knife? There was a design on the handle that just had to symbolize something demonic. It had to be a weapon, question mark, with some kind of occult meaning. This is horrible. She has passed away. This probably reached her lungs. Not much time has passed since she died. Jessica! Damn it, damn it.
Battler-sama.
I was naive. I knew it. Since the culprit couldn't escape the island, they were definitely close by. So why didn't I get cautious sooner? I was naive. I just assumed that a culprit would commit their crime and then just sneak away and hide. We were stunned then. We thought Jessica Chan giving in to rage and running off was just something that couldn't be helped. But we were naive. We should have stopped her.
Goda-san, why did you leave those two alone? If only you'd been with them, something like this.
No, that is... I said it was dangerous, so we should return. It's just that Milady said she wanted to be alone. Canon-san told me to leave it to him, and... Speaking of which, where is Canon-san? That's right. What in the world happened to Canon-kun?
Canon-kun, where...
Canon-san should have been with Milady. Where in the world did he go? You don't think they got him?
Quiet. Someone might be hiding in this room. Search under the bed and in the closet.
There was a chance that Canon-kun's corpse had been pushed away somewhere. Oh yeah, Beatrice, like, levitated it and put it through, like, some invisible portal. Okay, yeah. As at Rosa-san's order, everyone searched throughout the room together. But there wasn't a single human hiding anywhere. He's nowhere. Could the culprit have taken him out of the room? Maybe he is the culprit battler. Then we'll have to search for him quickly and save him. If we're slow, something awful might happen. Aunt Rosa, let's search all over the mansion. Let's search for the culprit. Let's save Canon-kun.
Quiet!
When Aunt Rosa... Is it... Yeah, it's mine. When Aunt Rosa yelled at us, we fell instantly silent. Oh, I wonder if he's going to be in the furnace! Ooh. She was probably contemplating something. However, what in the world could that be? Aunt Rosa walked around the room as though looking for something, or as though she was collecting her thoughts. Then, she found something on the side table by the bed and picked it up.
If anyone knows, tell me. Which key is this?
Aunt Rosa showed everyone a key with a cute mascot attached to it. Judging from its cute appearance, I didn't doubt that it was Jessica's key, but I had no way of knowing for sure. It is probably the key to this room, to Milady's room. After hearing that, Aunt Rosa made a point of going outside the door and checking. Without a doubt, it was the key to this room.
I wonder why it was set in a place like this. Wouldn't you normally keep such an important key in your pocket? Milady wasn't in the habit of locking her room. It seems she would only do it when she went to school because she didn't want someone like Kraus-sama to look inside her room. I see. She wasn't at school, so it's natural that Jessica-chan would set the key down here. How many keys can open this door? Just the one Milady had? Can't it be opened with your master keys?
They can open it. Yeah, I was about to say, isn't that how we just got in here?
How many master keys are there? Are all of the servants holding them? Are there extras?
Yes, we all have one. As for extras, I wonder.
There used to be several, but Madam scolded us harshly, saying that was careless, so they should have been dealt with.
That is correct. There is only one held by each servant. There are no more. Wait a sec. I think we talked about extra master keys in the last game, right?
Indeed. Well, regarding that, I have noticed that having several master keys whose locations are unknown is quite disadvantageous for me.
That's probably right. I love that they can just show up and talk at any time. That's really good. That's probably right. Since you want to make me believe in magic using closed rooms, it'd really hurt you if there were more master keys than we thought. After all, every time a trick involving locks shows up, I plan to resist by arguing that the culprit had a master key that someone lost in the past or a duplicate.
Yes, that's correct. So I've decided to make a move to defeat that. I'll update our setting. The only master keys are the ones held by the servants, one key each.
Messing with me. More importantly, what kind of move is this? What's Aunt Rosa talking about?
Who knows? You should try listening in. Thank you. I have the situation sorted out. And I've been able to pinpoint the culprit who assaulted Jessica-chan, or at least one of their accomplices.
What? What did you say? Who is it? Aunt Rosa, you don't mean Canon-kun, do you?
Huh? What? Why Canon-kun? This room was locked, and the only keys that can unlock it are the master keys held by each servant and the key Jessica had. But Jessica-chan's key was closed up in here, which means it's only possible that one of the master keys locked this room up.
It is as you say.
In that case, someone killed Jessica, then locked the door. That person had a master key, and there are only 5 people with master keys. Oh my! It wasn't me, not me! No, I can never do such a thing! Kumasawa-san got up late. After we returned from the chapel to the parlor, we did meet you there, but it's impossible to prove where you were and what you were doing until that time. You watched us from the shadows, chased after Jessica-chan and Canon-kun when they were isolated, and stealthily attacked them. Are you saying I visited Milady's room? And did something so horrible? I did no such thing. Yes, no such thing. What about you, Goda-san? You said you left Jessica-chan in Canon-kun's care and returned. But I wonder if that's true. Maybe you actually killed the 2 of them, hid Canon-kun's corpse, and then came back with an innocent look on your face.
Nothing of the sort happened. I, Goda, swear that I did not do anything like that. I swear on my calf steak.
It wasn't us. We were following the master's orders and... Yes, you and Genji-san alone are clean. That's backed up by what I heard from Father. The 2 of you were in Father's room the whole time, transcribing and witnessing for him. Father and I can guarantee that.
So she did speak to Kinzo. Okay, thank you very much.
In that case, the argument becomes who is more suspicious, Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? I thought that myself right after entering this room, but still, I found it strange. Look at the state of Jessica-chan's body. Doesn't everyone think it's strange?
Strange, you say?
Jessica-chan was struck in the back. Come on, they say it all the time, right? That in crimes where the victim is struck in the back, there's a high likelihood that the culprit was someone whose face was known to the victim. She definitely wouldn't invite a person she didn't trust into her room and defenselessly expose her back. Rosa-sama, you don't mean to say that was Canon-kun, do you? I do. We're all fully aware of the state Jessica-chan was in right before she was killed. After seeing her parents' tragic bodies, Jessica-chan was very panicked. It's easy to imagine that, after she regained her composure, she'd be in a horrible slump. It would be very understandable if Jessica's frame of mind led her to shut herself up alone in her room. And those particulars match with Goda-san's story. Jessica-chan said to leave her alone. Then Canon-kun, who's of a similar age and may have some adolescent relationship with her, said to leave this matter in his hands. That feeling is also very understandable. So for that reason, I think Jessica-chan welcomed Canon-kun into her room. But what if it had been Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? Would she have let them into her room?
I believe that I have gained Milady's trust. So I like that Rosa has rapidly switched to a different mode here. And I don't know why. I don't know if some of the other character writing in the Nada game so far has like reassured me, but it makes sense to me. It's like because all of her older siblings are dead. It's kind of what Natsui did. She's like taking charge. She's letting like another side of her like take over. Maybe that's where the battler genes come from too. Like yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I like it. But they've done it twice now with Natsui and now Rosa. Pretty good. But even so, oh.
Oh, then I guess you're still a suspect after all, Goda-san. I assumed Jessica-chan probably didn't like you very much, so I didn't think she would have let you into her room. I was convinced that you couldn't possibly be the culprit, but maybe I was mistaken?
No, I'm sad to say that I may not have been accepted by Milady. What about you, Kumasawa-san?
We are far too separated by age to understand the feelings of a young person like Milady very well, and for the same reason, perhaps Milady never opened up her heart to us. Right, Goda-san?
Yes, that's right. It would have been quite difficult for her to open her heart to the likes of us, and it would be inconceivable for Milady to let us into her room when she was grieving. Is it me or you right now for narration? Is it me?
I think it's you. Yeah.
It's me, yeah. Goda-san and Kumasawa-bachan each rubbed their hands together, affirming each other with forced smiles on their faces. It was a truly unpleasant rondo.
So, it was a person who might be allowed to enter Jessica-chan's room while she was grieving, a person who might have been given access to her defenseless back, and who had a master key. That only points to one suspect. It was impossible for anyone except Kanon-kun. Please, wait. Kanon-kun definitely wouldn't do something like... Oh, then is there someone else? Is Goda-san or Kumasawa-san suspicious after all? Who do you think is more suspicious, Shannon-chan? Come on. I could never... It wasn't me, Shannon-san. Yes, it wasn't me.
Of course it wasn't me either. The ones who had close relationships with Milady were Kanon-san, and after him, you, right?
Yeah, isn't that right? Jessica-chan might also let Shannon-chan into her room. You were supposedly with father, but in reality, could you be the culprit?
Shannon couldn't be the culprit. Didn't you just say she was doing some important work with grandfather?
Yes, I know. Neither Shannon-chan nor Genji-san is the culprit. Father confirmed that they were together the whole time. Well then, what do you think, everyone?
After being told that, no one could respond. Even if someone did manage to argue back, then they'd have to offer the name of a different suspect. And no matter who that suspect was, it would have to be someone right here. No one could do something like that. Aunt Rosa glanced at everyone in turn, fingering the gun like it was a toy. She seemed so different from the kind Aunt Rosa I knew. Oh, there we go. The story's acknowledging it too. No, it's probably because I'm not fully aware of danger we're in. The danger? Of danger we're in. Or maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude would seem natural if I could truly sense the peril surrounding us.
It looks like no one has an opinion. Then I'll give you mine. Of course, I can't deny the possibility that Kanon-kun's a victim without a corpse. But until we find that corpse, I certainly can't rule him out as a suspect. There's a chance he'll suddenly appear again, claiming to have been attacked by the culprit and confined somewhere. But take care. Most likely, no, there's no doubt about it. Kanon-kun killed Jessica-chan.
No way.
I can't believe it. Kanon did that? To Milady? That's too much.
I feel the same as Shannon. I'm opposed to labeling Kanon-kun as the culprit.
Then is the culprit Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? Tell me who's more suspicious.
Kumasawa-san.
It wasn't us.
It wasn't us.
If it wasn't Kanon-kun, then who could have locked this door? How about it, Shannon-chan? George-kun? Huh? Huh?
Aunt Rosa closed in on Shannon-chan and George and Nikki, laughing unpleasantly. Of course, they couldn't say anything back. They wanted to believe in Kanon-kun, but if they did, they'd have to suspect the other servants. The simplest culprit was the mystery guest, Beatrice, but she was nothing more than a guest and didn't have a master key. So if Beatrice is the culprit, despite lacking a master key, then do we have to accept the argument that she really is a witch who locked the door with the power of magic? That's a dirty argument. Dirty, so dirty.
What are you worried about? Make it my fault. You can just make it the fault of the 19th person, the mystery guest, right? If you do, you won't have to watch this ugly battle of humans blaming each other, right?
So then what? The culprit is the 19th person, the guest Beatrice. She's a witch, so she could lock the door without a key using magic. Are you telling me to accept that? Damn it. Damn it, damn it.
In the last game, I learned all your weak points. So what will you do? What will you do? You said you definitely wouldn't accept me, right? Then you can use Cannon as the perfect sacrifice he is. Cannon killed Jessica. If you support Rose's theory, everything's settled here, right? Cannon is already dead. There should be no need to show concern for the dead. And you won't have to suspect anyone in this room.
Damn it. I won't accept you. But Cannon-kun being the culprit is impossible. It's Nanjo! I don't want to suspect anyone. However, at times, there's no smoke without fire turns out to be true. Anyway, you can never be too cautious.
Dr. Nanjo, what do you mean by that?
Please do not misunderstand. I do not wish to label Cannon-san as the culprit. However, until we understand the situation, there is a possibility that he's the culprit. And I believe thinking that way is safer.
Oh, yes, that's right. You cannot be too cautious.
The general consensus certainly didn't seem to find fault with Nanjo for what he said. True, no one actually thought Cannon was the culprit, but unless they suspected him, they'd have to suspect one of the servants here. We didn't want to do that. We didn't want to suspect. We didn't want to be suspected.
That's correct. We cannot be too vigilant. I take it no one objects to that, right? Understand? There's a very high likelihood that these murders are connected to Father's Legend of the Gold. That means the crime must have been plotted by someone who wants to keep a vast amount of gold, worth several 10 billion yen, all for themselves. With that kind of money, you could play around for the rest of your life in any country. And with a motivation like that, they might even intend to kill all of us. Ugh. Because she didn't have a master key, the 19th person, the guest Beatrice, is removed from suspicion for the murder of Jessica-chan alone. But we cannot conclude that she's unrelated to the crime. After all, it's a vast amount of gold we're talking about. We can't deny the possibility that there are multiple culprits. Right now, one of the people here among us might have been bought by the culprit.
Sorry, that caught me off guard. As Aunt Rosa yelled, she looked all around, her gun still raised. Don't believe anyone, suspect the person next to you. That's what she was saying, but no one wanted to suspect. They didn't want to suspect anyone here. That weakness in their hearts demanded an answer from those not present.
There are only two ways you can be sure someone isn't a suspect. If it's yourself, or if they're already no more than a corpse. The same goes for Cannon-kun. Until we catch sight of his corpse, he's the most likely suspect in Jessica-chan's murder. So take care. Even if he's still alive, even if he smooths things over with some explanation, you definitely mustn't trust him. Got it?
No one gave an answer of their own initiative. However, those who met Aunt Rosa's eyes had to nod their heads. Humans are beings who live by molding themselves to fit society. In other words, from the time they're born, trusting each other is genetically imprinted on them. It's unpleasant to go against that. They never want to suspect someone. But if they're forced to suspect someone, they find it safest to choose someone who isn't present at that moment. For the purpose of safety and nothing more, they half-heartedly chose Cannon to be the sacrifice. That's ridiculous. I definitely don't want to believe that Cannon-kun is the culprit. I'd heard it from George and Nikki just now, but not only were those two close in age, they also had that kind of adolescent relationship Aunt Rosa had mentioned. It may be a little late now, but yes, they really did have that kind of air about them. After seeing her parents' tragic corpses, Jessica, bearing deep wounds in her heart, would only have trusted Cannon-kun. It was very easy to imagine, and that's why I don't like it. Cannon-kun was the only one she trusted, so she wouldn't have let anyone but Cannon-kun in. So, Cannon-kun was the only one who could have killed Jessica. I just can't accept that kind of argument.
Understand? Even if Cannon-kun appears, don't let your guards down. As long as we cannot prove Cannon-kun's innocence, we'll assume that Cannon-kun is the culprit who killed Jessica-chan.
That was Aunt Rosa's claim. By using the vague word assume, she managed to convince everyone in the end. Everyone nodded weakly. Okay, so I don't know how this murder's gonna go, considering we saw it happen. So is that just... I don't even think Battler saw that, so that's just for us. Is that just entirely separate, entirely unreliable? Like something else instead? Like, what is that? I'm really curious about that. I have nothing else to go on, so... Yeah, I got nothing. Okay, everyone nodded weakly. And with the excuse that they were just assuming it for the time being, they concluded that Cannon was the culprit who had killed Jessica. I wonder what the dead Jessica and Cannon would think if they could hear this exchange.
Great news.
Jessica was crying. She was crying into the chest of the person who had put his life on the line to fight for her, Cannon. It was frustrating, so frustrating that it felt like her chest would explode. She grieved and resented how far the dignity of the dead had been trampled.
How can those guys treat Cannon-kun like the culprit?
Because there's no corpse.
How can they treat you like the culprit just because there's no corpse? You risked your life to fight for me, right? Then that witch erased the corpse for fun. For them to call you the culprit after that, it's horrible. It's too horrible.
It's okay. I wasn't able to protect you in the end, but I was able to be of use to you in our final minutes.
Why doesn't everyone understand that? Stop it, Aunt Rosa. Don't call Cannon-kun the culprit with that messed up logic.
She isn't saying I'm the culprit. She's just saying I'm suspicious. No. She's saying to be careful.
She is saying it. These people are saying you're the culprit so they can stop thinking. They aren't thinking about who the culprit who killed me is anymore. They aren't thinking of the possibility that you aren't the culprit. And after this, every time something happens, they'll use the excuse that Cannon-kun did it since we don't know where he is. I can't stand that.
It's okay. At least you know the truth.
If only I know the truth, that's pointless. I know it after dying. Truth belongs to human beings, living humans. If the truth doesn't remain, the dead won't be rewarded. They won't know what Cannon-kun risked his life for. Truly a splendid sight. You hardly ever find a sweeter honey than the laments of the dead. Lament, lament. No matter how much you lament, the voices of the dead never reach the living.
Sorry, 1 second. Chad is calling them Among Us ghosts.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Damn it! Damn it! It doesn't matter who! Hear my voice! Cannon-kun isn't the culprit! Cannon-kun's corpse was just erased! Why? Why don't you understand that?
Milady.
I can't stand this! It's too sad! I hate it! This way, it's like Cannon-kun died for nothing, right? The honor of the dead means nothing unless it's acknowledged by the living. It doesn't matter who. Notice it! Notice it, please! Cannon-kun isn't the culprit. Don't go, everyone. Please don't let it end like this. Don't go.
Rosa announced that this room would be sealed until the police came. The rest didn't want to suspect each other, so they happily accepted that. For now, they accepted that Cannon was the culprit. Without even imagining how much disgrace that gave to the dead, they accepted it. Milady, you've done enough. Thank you.
Don't go, everyone. I'm begging you, come back. Don't leave us behind like this. Don't keep treating Cannon-kun as the culprit. It won't reach. The laments of the dead never reach. You make me laugh. Yes, that face of yours makes me laugh. Did you think your voice would reach them? It won't reach, will it, Jessica?
It's all useless.
Huh? Battler-kun, did you say something?
Yeah, it's useless. It's all useless. Just as everyone was about to leave the room, Battler stood alone with his back to them, still looking down at Jessica's corpse.
What do you mean it's all useless? Do you have some objection?
I agree that we've got to stay on our guards, but sorry, I'm not buying all that about Cannon-kun being the culprit.
Oh, so you're speaking up at a time like this. If Cannon wasn't the culprit and it wasn't my doing, how do you explain this closed room that Jessica's room has become?
To be honest, I don't even have a clue on that point. Seriously, why'd I have to go and say it's all useless? I don't know even who we're fighting. Guess I better take responsibility for my own words. Oh no. I'm empty-handed with 0 weapons to argue with. This is like me starting up stream. I don't know what we're doing. Hope it works out, but I'm not gonna sit around on the sidelines anymore, Beatrice.
Battler-sama.
Is there some proof that Kanon-kun isn't the culprit? The expression that rose to those two faces was definitely one of anticipation. They didn't want to believe that Cannon was the culprit. They really believed in Cannon. So they were expectant because they wanted me to strengthen their belief in him even more. Better think fast!
Then, Battler-kun, which of the other servants do you suspect? Goda-san? Or is it Kumasawa-san?
Quit it, Aunt Rosa. I know the person called Kumasawa Bachan well. She'll sometimes slack off when on the job, but she always makes things fun for people. Even if her eyes were dazzled by money, she isn't the kind of person who'd kill for it. In fact, all she wants right now is some black tea and some cakes.
Battler-sama.
Junpei-kun. And I just met Goda-san yesterday. Honestly, I still don't really understand him. But there's something I do understand. I've never seen anyone who cooks as happily as he does. He's the same as Kuwasawa Bachan. Goda-san likes to make people happy. As if a person like that could kill those who praise his own food as delicious, even if money was piled up in front of him.
Then who do you think killed Jessica-chan, Battler-kun? Who do you think shut Jessica up in a room that could only be locked by a master key?
Calf steak is plot relevant. Wait, before I argue about that, there's something I want to make clear. I don't want to talk about if so-and-so is not the culprit, then so-and-so must be the culprit. I just want to talk about how it's completely impossible for Kanon-kun to be guilty.
You say you can prove that Cannon isn't the culprit? How?
It's actually simple, and it's something I almost overlooked. Beato? It's Beato, right? Beato.
Beato.
Beato. She's Bay. Okay, alright, got it. Repeat it. If you can say it, try saying it. Kanon-kun had a master key on him.
Oh. Kanon-kun doesn't have a master key on him? How could you possibly know that?
Well, wait, did you just hear us? Or did he say it twice? A short while ago, I heard from Goda-san about what happens, about how Jessica went to raid the VIP room right before she and Kanon-kun went off on their own. Goda-san, you did a good job remembering it. You protected Kanon's honor. I did? I heard him say the same thing, but I don't really understand. Could you explain it, Battler-kun? No, that's right. When Jessica unlocked the VIP room, she borrowed the key from Kanon-kun, but didn't give it back. So Kanon-kun doesn't have a master key on him.
Is that really so? True, Goda has no recollection of the master key being returned to Cannon. However, she might have returned it when Goda wasn't looking. How does that prove that it definitely didn't happen? If you could just search the pocket of Cannon's corpse, you'd be able to say for sure, but you can't. It's impossible to prove.
It's all useless. It's actually pretty simple, isn't it? We can search Jessica to see if she still has the key.
No way. So you're saying that's why Kanon-kun didn't have a key on him?
Yeah, and to prove it, all you have to do is search Jessica. Kanon-kun's master key should still be in Jessica's pocket. Dr. Nanjo, would you check for us? Indeed. Nanjo dashed up to Jessica and searched in her jacket pocket. Everyone was expectant. Moo. Please, be there. Here it is. Is this it? Yes. That is a master key, without a doubt. At Genji's statement, there was a small ooh of joyful voices around Jessica's corpse. That's Kanon-kun's master key. I'll say it again. Kanon-kun doesn't have a master key on him, so there's no way he could have locked the door. And then Rosa goes, blasts Goda and Kuwasawa-san away. All right, let's go have some food.
It certainly does appear that way. But Kanon-kun was the last person to meet Jessica-chan. The fact that he's suspicious hasn't changed.
Let's give that stuff a rest.
Huh?
Fundamentally, humans are supposed to be creatures that trust each other, but because we live in a tough world, we learn how to be deeply suspicious. So we suspect everything. We're sad creatures. I won't deny that's our nature. But the one thing I won't let you do is reach conclusions without proof. If someone looks suspicious, that doesn't make them guilty, it makes them innocent. Of course, the world is filled with wolves. I'm not saying you should carelessly believe everyone. But if you're gonna conclude that someone's guilty, you'd better have some perfect evidence. Unless you do, don't go around accusing them based on speculation. What did your grandparents, like, make you watch and read while you were there for 6 years, Battler? Holy shit.
That's...
I was the one who brought up there's no smoke without fire. That was careless of me. Yeah, Nanjo, I apologize.
Battler-sama.
Wonderful reasoning, Battler-kun. Thank you too, Goda-san. Because of what you remembered, Canon-kun's been cleared from suspicion. No,
Clap, clap, clap. You take it, I just want to say clap, clap, clap.
It was the crisp sound of the witch applauding.
Well done, well done. Not a bad job.
Crap. Did I fall for that fate piece just like you wanted?
You magnificently proved that Canon, at least, couldn't lock the door to this room. The servants should all have had master keys. With that as proof, Canon was treated as the culprit, but you've at least managed to clear away that suspicion.
In that case, how did the culprit who killed Jessica lock the door? So that's the problem we have now. I got drawn into exactly the flow you wanted.
I got you, didn't I? Furthermore, you said something outrageous about not doubting any of the other servants. Well then, I can't wait to see how you try to smooth that over.
This dynamic is so good. It's so good. It's so good. Oh man, shut up. Let's start right away. You'll probably just deny it anyway, but first let's check the definition of this room as a closed room.
Very well. First, there are absolutely no types of hidden doors. This door is the only way in or out. The only way to lock this door is with Jessica's single key or the master keys, only one of which is held by each servant. It is on the second floor, but it is probably possible to enter or leave through the window. However, the window is locked from the inside.
I can spin the chessboard around already. If I start by arguing about the door and the lock, I'll probably be stuck dancing on the palm of your hand.
Do as you like. Well then, what should I repeat?
Repeat it. Canon-kun was killed in this room.
Very well. Canon was killed in this room. But I erased his corpse with magic, right?
Again, repeat it. Canon-kun's corpse is in this room.
I refuse. I can't repeat it. Because I erased the corpse with magic.
Yeah, figures you wouldn't say that. There's gotta be a secret hidden in there somewhere. Damn, where's the mysterious point? I gotta find. Did they lock it without the master key? Or did they somehow kill those two while they were inside the room and it was locked? Or did they kill those two and then somehow escape? I hate to say it, but I'll have to cover up the moat first. Repeat it. The last time it was locked was due to a master key.
I also refuse that.
Oh. Wait, she can refuse that because Rosa went out and locked the door afterward. Right? Because she used Jessica's key on the table. So Rosa, fucked that statement up then. This refusing thing is really vague. I don't know if you refuse because it's impossible to repeat or whether you can repeat it and you're refusing on purpose. Yeah, that's the whole point, yeah.
Back when discussing the lock to the chapel, you completely turned the tables on me. When I have an advantage, there's no need to go out of my way to use red when it might be risky. That's all it is.
So true. I guess that makes sense. Originally, the point of the red was to counter my strange theories.
Naturally, I'll use it in a way that works to my advantage. Now that I know I've got to worry about you twisting it around, I won't use it pointlessly. Well then, what move will you use next? I imagine a move placing suspicion on Goda or Kumasawa will be easiest, yes?
Damn. If feels like you're leading me by the nose and it pisses me off. Stay quiet a bit, I'm thinking.
Of course, this door is the same as the chapel. When locked, it does not permit any form of entry. I'll say more. No trick could have the effect of locking the door from the outside without using a key.
Damn you for always using red when I don't ask for it. Time to step back to square one. For now, I've just got to think. I'll lay out everything I know. First, there are 2 victims. Jessica and Canon-kun. You know what else I like? I like that how he can pause the scene to speculate in the same way that the reader can. That's a really cool connection between protag and audience there. That's really neat. I like that a lot. Canon-kun's corpse isn't here, but Beatrice admitted in red that Canon-kun was killed. So even without a corpse, he's included as a victim. There are a few questionable points, and depending on which I focus on, my line of thought changes a lot. First, after the culprit committed murder in this room, how did they lock it? If we assume the culprit's someone with a master key, it's extremely simple, but I'd like to avoid that if I can, because I'd have to suspect Goda-san or Kumasawa-san, or maybe even Shannon-chan and Genji-san. Here, I noticed something. I was contradicting myself. I was strangling my own neck. I want to deny Beatrice no matter what. I want to erase the existence of that brutal, fickle, ridiculous witch. I don't. So I have to explain everything with humans, not magic. But that also means suspecting some human. I don't want to suspect anyone. Of course, if there's some clear proof, I have to believe that the person in question is the culprit. But until that happens, I don't want to suspect people. Am I just naive? Am I just a kid who doesn't want to have my feelings betrayed when those feelings tell me that this person at least could never commit murder? I want to deny that a witch did it, but I also want to deny that a human did it. I don't even know what I'm doing right now.
In the first place, the only victory condition in our game was whether or not you could deny my existence. Even though that alone put you at a disadvantage, you've increased the number of victory conditions all by yourself, making your own victory harder.
It's just as she says. If I just argue that someone with a master key did it, this closed room can be broken easily. However, the number of keys that could open this door... He's even making it harder for himself! He's not using all his options! Oh my god, I'm so this character! No! What the fuck? No! No! However, the number of keys that can open this door is limited, and since it's clearly known who has them, using that argument means I'd be suspecting someone I know well. In fact, have I just been averting my eyes from the truth? Even while attacking that closed room trick in the chapel, which was exhilarating to destroy. Love her so much. I proposed that someone stole the key from Maria's handbag and returned it. If that theory's right, then the question becomes, who could have stolen the key from her handbag? Maria's handbag was probably most unguarded while she slept. In that case, in addition to me, George and Nikki and Jessica are also suspects. Is George and Nikki or Jessica is the culprit? Is Battler ever gonna get so unhinged that he's gonna be like, well, I could have done it? I know I didn't, but I could have done it, so therefore, it's not magic. Or maybe an accomplice. All of our parents have been killed, right? And yet, one of us consented to that and assisted with the crime. We all lamented, mourned, shed tears together in the chapel, and yet one among us was lying?
That theory of yours about taking the key out of the handbag and putting it back cast a pronounced suspicion on the cousins, did it not? And despite that, you acted like you didn't even notice, announcing a theory like that so happily.
Damn it. That doesn't guarantee that one of the family or the servants is the culprit. If you snuck up on us while hiding in a cardboard box, for example, there's a good chance you could have slunk into our room when we were fast asleep and stolen the key, right?
Let him cook. Perhaps that will do for that situation. By suspecting the guest, the 19th person, you won't have to suspect the others. In that case, how is Jessica's room locked? It's no trouble at all for me to open the lock with magic, but of course I don't have a master key. If you deny my magic, you also have to deny that I'm a suspect, correct? So, in other words, that means suspecting one of the 18.
Oh yeah, thanks for the help. I've managed to sort things out a bit. My goal is to figure out how the 19th person, the human guest Beatrice, committed the crimes. Human guest? If I do that, I won't have to suspect anyone.
If you can do that, foolish man. This wasn't a closed room from the beginning. After all, there are a total of 6 keys that can open it. And several people possess such keys. You can suspect any of them. Suspect as much as you like, but you went to all the trouble of denying all of them, making it a closed room yourself. Understand? This is a closed room born from your mental contradiction. You and no one else sealed that door.
So you're trying to say that I've got 2 options. Accept that a witch opened it with magic, or accept that someone I know is the culprit. Damn, are you trying to fork the rook?
I just wanted to show you that moves such as this can exist as well. So, what'll you do, Ushiromiya Battler? Isn't it actually simple? Don't you just have to make sacrifices of that overly self-confident cook and that hag who wouldn't be a loss if she died?
Cold. Damn it. If I suspect Goda-san and Kumasawa-san, everything will be fine? That's useless. I can't think of Goda-san as the culprit. I can't think of Kumasawa-san as the culprit, but I won't accept you, no matter what.
In that case, they'd have to enter the room without using magic or a master key, kill Jessica and Cannon, and even erase Cannon's corpse without using magic. How could it be done? How could it be done so that you can deny me while still not suspecting anyone else?
Hey, Battler, you okay? You okay over there? I resign. What? Huh? Battler-kun, what did you say? I give up. I was able to prove that Cannon-kun couldn't have locked this door, but that doesn't mean I've managed to figure out who killed Jessica.
No, that's more than enough. For Cannon-kun's sake, thank you very much.
No need to thank me. After all, this means you're under suspicion too, Shannon-chan. And sorry, Aunt Rosa. It's not like I wanted to resist you. I don't want to die, and I want to find Dad and the rest's true enemy. Sorry for saying something that wasn't cooperative.
No, it's okay. I was also a little rash. Let's make up. As an aunt and a nephew, we have to stay on good terms, right?
Aunt Rosa shifted the gun to one hand and held out her other. I reached out, and for the time being, we shook hands. Aunt Rosa's gaze was sharp. In order to deny the witch, she would sacrifice anyone. That's what her eyes told me. And me? I denied the witch. But I wasn't prepared to lose anything. I was probably the one who seemed to be fighting the most, and yet, the one who was most separated from reality. Big time skip. Wow. 1 in the morning. Interesting. Interesting. I'm going to say some quick thank yous to people, if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it was Iron Wrath with Kaylee Gold, last one. Thank you to, hold on, let me make sure. Perfect. Yay. I like my hotkeys, Balder. Thank you for my hotkeys. They're really fun. Thank you to Basic Taco for the resub. Zyre91. Annie for Prez for gifting a sub to Live Chandelier Reaction. Good timing. Thank you, Hentai Hoddle for the resub. Azim Mazeltov for the resub. Jules Kaiser for the new sub. Also, Mobu TV for the new sub. Welcome to both of you. Also, Slandy, or S1 Andy for the new sub. Welcome. Zorgox for the bits, and Gilded Crow also for the resub. I'm so glad you morphed to the idea of Battler going, well, I could have done it. I had the exact same conclusion while reading. Oh yeah, oh, that's pretty funny. I like that. Jelly used some bits to say, this stream is squeak. You're both killing it. Okay. All right. I think that's it. We good to continue? Who's narrating for this one, do you think, Mouse?
This is Battler.
This is Battler? Okay. With Jessica's death, it became certain that the culprit was hiding somewhere nearby, and that they'd come for our lives if they had a chance. Oh, I also like that Battler wasn't able to speculate there, because the audience also can't speculate, because we saw a weird version of that scene, so there's another way that it matched there. That was cool. Huh. Some dramatic irony going on there. According to Genji-san, when tomorrow morning comes, the boat should arrive. The boat had a radio. We'd probably be able to contact the police directly with that. All of us gathered in the parlor and decided to wait quietly until tomorrow. I proposed that we should search throughout the mansion for clues about the culprit, but Aunt Rosa rejected that, saying that if we managed to corner the culprit or maybe provoke them, it might lead to a third murder. That was probably the right thing to do. If a bunch of amateurs like us investigated, there's no way we'd find anything. It would be wisest to focus on protecting ourselves without doing anything unnecessary and leave it to the police starting tomorrow. We've been tense at the beginning, but other than Aunt Rosa, most of us had spent all morning watching TV and getting bored, so our sense of danger had faded considerably. When we thought about it, yes, 6 adults certainly had been killed together in the first murder, but that made it seem like some backhanded method like poison had been used. And for the second murder, we figured those two became sacrifices because they'd been unfortunately isolated from the rest of us. From this, it was possible to imagine that the culprit wasn't a large number of adults, and that they wouldn't be capable of killing this large group gathered in the parlor all at once. Right now, in this parlor, there's George and Nikki and me, Maria, Aunt Rosa, Genji-san, Goda-san, Shannon-san, Kumasawa-san, and then Dr. Nanjo, for a total of 9 people, and Kinzo's alive still upstairs, right? Furthermore, Aunt Rosa was even armed with a gun. Surely, with this many people staying in this room, they wouldn't be able to touch us easily. That feeling of security, along with the passage of time, allowed us to recover from the shock of that morning bit by bit. By the way, lunchtime had just ended for... Wait, lunchtime? Oh god, it's not 1 in the morning, it's 1 at night. It's 1 in the afternoon. 1 at night. What the fuck am I talking about? 1 in the... Okay, alright, mine was way off with the time. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, they've lost 8 people by lunchtime.
Yeah, okay. However,
it
had been a canned food lunch, a far cry from the dinner last night that Goda-san had skillfully made for us. Aunt Rosa also suspected that poison may have been used in the first murder, so we probably couldn't deny the possibility that the culprit had snuck into the kitchen during all the confusion in the morning and mixed poison in with the ingredients there. Aunt Rosa gave orders to all of us saying that until the police came, we mustn't put anything into our mouths except safe things like canned food. That's really smart, actually. Holy shit, Rosa. As a cook, Goda-san must have felt very let down. Apparently eager to display his skill anyway, he said he at least wanted to grab some plates and arrange the canned food on them. What if there's poison on the plates? What if there's poison on the plates? At first, Aunt Rosa had been reluctant, examining each one of the plates that were brought, but she hadn't been able to find anything to complain about. And Goda's chef's pick canned food lunch combo was born. Goda-san said something about taste being savored, not just with the tongue, but with the eyes as well. So true, chat? Chat. So true. I see. It's the same canned food we ate for breakfast, but it feels like something completely different. I'm realizing how unhinged I can get with someone else on here listening to me directly that can answer.
Would you like me to answer, or would you like me to continue staying silent and judging you? Which do you prefer?
You can answer if you want. Yeah, you can answer. Yeah.
Okay.
That would
I'll
be
keep
fun.
that in mind. All right. This is your ooh.
It's my ooh. Okay. Ooh.
Battler, look. This is the wolves and sheep puzzle. Ooh.
As I was sitting lazily on the sofa with no desire to watch TV, Maria came over, pulled a picture book out of her handbag, and held it out to me. What's this book? Or what's that book? Wolves and Sheep Puzzle? Let's see. Wolves and Sheep Puzzle. It was a phrase that Aunt Rosa had said this morning when we'd gone to call on Jessica. At the time, I hadn't known what it meant, and right after that was that uproar when Jessica's corpse was found, so I'd forgotten about it completely. The book that Maria held out to me looked like a foreign picture book or something that had been translated. When I opened it, I realized that it was a book stuffed with riddles. Ooh.
So you have a few wolves and a few sheep, okay? The puzzle is how you take them to the other side using one boat.
I've heard of games with rules like that. So this is a version with wolves and sheep? It was a very simple puzzle passed on from long ago. Let's try posing a question. On the right bank, there are 2 wolves and 2 sheep. There's a boat that as many as 2 animals can ride on, and using it, you have to move all 4 of them to the opposite left bank. That's the puzzle. There are 2 rules. The first is regarding the boat. Even a single wolf or a single sheep can paddle it, but it can only hold 2 animals. The second rule is regarding the wolves. When they are greater in numbers than the sheep in any location, they attack the sheep and it's game over. For example, at the start of the game, let's say the two sheep get in the boat and go to the other side. Then one sheep gets off and the other goes back to the first bank. When it does, there are two wolves on the first bank and a single sheep returns there. When that happens, the number of wolves is greater, so the sheep is attacked and it's game over. On either bank, or even the boat, there must never be more wolves than sheep, and you've got to shuttle them all across under these conditions. By the way, the right answer is to move both wolves to the opposite bank on the first turn. Then one wolf comes back. On the second turn, you move two sheep to the opposite bank. Then one wolf comes back. Then on the third turn, you put that last wolf that was on the right bank on the boat and cross it to the opposite bank. And congratulations, transport successful. Partway, there may be the same number of wolves and sheep in the boat or on either side, but that isn't the problem. You only lose when the number of wolves is greater. This book uses wolves and sheep as an example, but lots of people probably know of this game using different characters. I know one where there's three. It's like rabbit, lettuce, wolf or something. There's a different one. It looked like Maria wanted...
there's one where it's like people on the boat too.
Yeah. I wonder if there's harder versions of it. It looked like Maria wanted to test whether I too could solve the puzzles she knew how to solve, and she kept showing me different pages saying solve this one and this one's hard. So what was happening when Aunt Rosa first mentioned this puzzle? Yeah, it's like if there's the murderers outnumber us in the group. Yeah, that's right. When we decided to go and get Jessica, we talked about how many men should go, and Aunt Rosa mentioned the wolves and sheep puzzle, saying we should all go together. Wait a sec. That could only mean one thing. Aunt Rosa was saying that there was a wolf among us. So she was thinking that we'd be safe if the number of wolves and sheep was in balance, but that the wolves would bare their fangs if the situation changed. At the time we found our parents' corpse, Aunt Rosa already suspected that the servants might be wolves. She'd sniffed out the possibility that, while she didn't know whether it was all of them or some of them, there were wolves hiding among them. That's no surprise. The murder scene was very elaborate. It's easy to imagine that there were multiple culprits, and because she'd reached that conclusion when we went to Jessica's room and learned that Jessica had been killed after being alone with the servant Cannon, it isn't hard to imagine why Aunt Rosa suspected the servants so persistently.
You servants, Goda-san is going to the kitchen to clean the dishes. Just in case, would you please all go with him?
My apologies, everyone. Let us go as a group. Shannon, Kumasawa, we are going.
Yes, coming.
Oh.
Well then, George-san, excuse me for now.
Yes, I disagree with this, Rosa. They should all go together. You shouldn't split into two groups. Something's gonna happen. Yes, take care. Aunt Rosa, could I go as well?
I'm sorry, but would you remain here, George-kun? There's something I want to talk to you about.
Is that so? Sorry, Shannon. Anyway, take care. Don't be alone.
Hi. Yes. I'm sorry, Dr. Nanjo. I wanted to consult you about something.
Yes, what could that be? The servants put the dishes and empty cans on the serving cart and started to head out into the corridor. Behind them, Aunt Rosa was talking to Dr. Nanjo about something in a small voice. I can't believe we're doing dishes in the middle of this death game. I understood. I will go.
Yes, I'm counting on you.
Dr. Nanjo closed the book he had been reading, rose from the sofa, and followed after the servants. Aunt Rosa stuck her head out into the hallway, and after seeing that they were completely out of sight, she closed the door and spoke.
Listen up, everyone. With that, everyone here is an Ushiromiya.
Yes, that's true. So you're saying that you've chased out all of the wolves, Aunt Rosa? With that one sentence, Aunt Rosa's gaze grew sharp. Apparently, she had picked up on the sarcasm. She laughed lightly.
Your mind sure works fast, Battler-kun. I like clever kids. It means there's less to explain.
Ew.
Battler's smart. Can you solve this? Page 64 is hard. You can have that one.
Ooh.
Maria, go watch TV for a bit. Mama wants to talk with Battler-kun and George-kun. Ooh.
Aunt Rosa, I heard about the puzzle from Battler-kun. I don't think it's wrong to be on our guards, but I also think there's such a thing as being too suspicious.
Whether the real culprit is Beatrice or not, there's reason for us to suspect that the servants are in on it. In the first murder, where Nissan and the others were killed, they were treated very brutally, right? Did that look like something that could have been done alone?
Maybe the mystery guest, Beatrice-sama, worked all night and did it all.
And what about the master key in the door to Jessica's room? Isn't that proof that one of the servants was involved?
Only the master key could have locked the door to Jessica's room, so we can only suppose that one of the servants did it. No. Wait. Spin the chessboard around. That's strange, Aunt Rosa. After killing Jessica, why would the culprit go to all the trouble of locking the door? The fact that it was locked made it inevitable that the owners of the master keys would be suspected. There was no reason for them to go to all the trouble of locking the door. That's right. It's just as Battler-kun says. There was no need for them to go to all the trouble of making themselves look suspicious.
Yes. That's an interesting thought. Of course, I also thought that. If that's the case, then the person who locked it wanted to cast suspicion on the servants and locked it without a master key. But that's impossible, right?
Yeah, it was in red. Yep, that's right. Yep. If there existed some trick that could lock that door without a master key, that would make this a great disguise for casting doubt on the servants. Wait, hold on. She said that there was... Is there a copy of her room key? Because she didn't specifically say that. I don't know why there would be. That would be kind of strange to me. But is there multiple copies of her room key and not the master key? If the culprit's goal was for us to isolate ourselves from the group so they could attack us one by one, this trick would also be effective at giving rise to paranoia. But there was no way to lock that door without using a master key.
How can you be sure there's no way to lock that door without a master key? Isn't that a devil's proof, like Rudolf Nissan was talking about earlier? Maybe it was locked by some method we can't think of. Even if we can't think of a way, we can't deny the possibility of some unknown trick being used.
That's true too, I guess. So is that it? No smoke without fire again?
I don't know the practical details of the trick, but I have a general idea. My apologies, but if we make the assumption that Canon-kun was the culprit, it can be explained extremely easily. Even as to why there was no corpse.
Huh? But Canon-kun didn't have a master key, right? Putting aside the other servants, at least Canon-kun shouldn't have been able to lock the door. I see. So that's why he told us to search in the closet and everywhere else right after we'd entered Jessica's room. Aunt Rosa, your mind works faster than I would have guessed from how you normally act.
The brain speed of a little sister is always the big sister's -1. Right now, there's no one I need to worry about offending, which is certainly a relief.
Ah. George and Nikki realized she was referring to Aunt Eva and seemed a little uncertain about how he should take that sarcasm. I'm sorry. Could you explain it so even I can understand? Canon-kun's master key was in Jessica Chan's pocket, closed up inside a closed room. Oh, what's the line gonna be like when Eva is the surviving parent and everyone else is dead? She's gonna go just eliminating everyone one by one until she knows for sure. Holy shit! After the door was locked, it should have been impossible to put it in her pocket from outside the room, no matter what trick he used. That's not it, Aniki. If it was done the way Aunt Rose is thinking of, this trick could have only been used by Canon-kun. Plus, the door could have been locked without using a key, while the master key was still in Jessica's pocket. And it would also result in his corpse disappearing. What? With the other key and a bunch of strings? Like, what were we doing? How? How could he lock the door without a key?
It's simple. George-kun, when you return home, you lock the door, right? You twist the knob, click, and then you're done, right?
Huh? Could it... Oh, so it has a different locking mechanism. Oh, okay. Okay. Could it be... No, but... Canon-kun was nowhere to be found. It looks like you've got it, Aniki. That's what Aunt Rosa was searching in the room. Yeah, I think Beatrice did say specifically that it can only be locked from the key on the outside. That was part of the red statement. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. She was searching for Canon-kun, who had locked the door from the inside and stuck the key in Jessica's pocket, before hiding somewhere, waiting for us to walk right past him. It was the simplest kind of closed room trick. It meant him hiding inside the closed room after the murder was committed. Then, I wonder if that's what happened with Hideyoshi and Eva then. Then all he had to do was get out after those who discovered the body left, and the closed room murder would work perfectly.
When we searched that room, we didn't find anything. But for all we know, that room might have had a hidden passage that only the servants knew about. We don't know where such a thing might have been hidden, but if we assume there was such a passage, we can conclude that it was impossible for everyone but him.
Well, about that line of reasoning, I thought of that too at the very beginning. It's the kind of reasoning I hate most, so I wanted to destroy it right at the start.
Cannon was killed in this room, right? You apparently suspected that Cannon was the culprit, so you made me repeat this to destroy that possibility right off the bat. Yes, I understand.
So this is what I thought next. I made a theory where there were actually 3 people in that room. Jessica and Cannon-kun were victims, and the culprit, the guest Beatrice, was also there with them.
You wanted to make it the human me who committed the crime without using magic. I see. A bizarre theory that suits you perfectly.
I guessed that you killed those 2, then locked the room from the inside. And then you carried Cannon-kun's corpse away using some secret method that normal people wouldn't notice. In other words, you used the secret door to escape. But you told me it in red. You said no kind of hidden door existed in that room.
Indeed. There can exist no secret passages that you are all not aware of. Was it Knox who said it, or was it Van Dyne? It seems that in mystery novels there must never be hidden passages. I simply followed that etiquette. So even without having to thoroughly search the room, a famous detective could conclude that no secret passages exist. Humans playing detective have it so easy.
Damn you, talking so big. You ask her to define secret passage, like the way she had to define Maria was watching over the envelope. Define it. Damn you, talking so big. Thanks. Thanks to the mighty witch being so diplomatic, I get to conclude that the room has no hidden doors without searching the whole thing.
Indeed. There are no hidden doors in this room. There is no way to get in or out other than the door and the windows.
Which means that the theory Aunt Rose is so confident in is wrong. Also, annoyingly, it's impossible to disprove her theory. If you, the witch, say, there are no hidden doors in red, then it's settled. However, no matter how much a human like me tries to argue against her, Aunt Rosa probably won't accept it. Humans can't prove there's no hidden door, which is kind of like one step away from like saying, Rosa, I have a magical way of knowing information, and she's like, well, how can you, I don't buy that, prove it to me. And he's like, well, I can't prove it to you, but I still know. That's so good. It's a devil's proof. Damn, it sure is convenient being a witch. No way. To call Cannon-kun the culprit because of a hidden door we don't even know exists. I can't accept that.
If you can't accept it, then find me a different theory that's more convincing. There is none. I've been thinking this whole time. There's no other option. George-kun, you and Shannon-chan are close, right? I imagine that's why you find it so hard to accept that all the servants are culprits. Even I don't want to believe that Shannon-chan is in league with the culprit. But whether they're all in it together or not, there's definitely a culprit, or maybe an accomplice, in that group. That point alone is something you absolutely need to understand.
If you guess there were wolves besides Cannon-kun, does that mean the uproar you caused by accusing Cannon-kun in Jessica's room was to gauge the reactions of the other servants?
Yes, that's right. And as a result, I began to suspect them even more. There certainly is a wolf among the servants, certainly. And, just like in the wolves and sheep puzzle, while they may be docile most of the time, they'll surely attack if they get the chance. Jessica-chan was a lone sheep on the boat. In Maria's version of the puzzle, they may not attack when there's an equal number of wolves and sheep, but our puzzle is different. Depending on the situation and the number of people, they'll attack even if there's a balance. Just like when Jessica-chan was killed.
Then there's something that makes me mad. If that's true, then when you made Shannon go to the kitchen, you put her in a dangerous situation, didn't you? We should go to the kitchen right now, too, no matter who may or may not be a wolf. If staying together means we remain in balance, then we should keep it that way.
Shannon-chan went to see father along with Genji-san. At that time, she was supposedly isolated, but she wasn't killed. Was it because Genji-san wasn't a wolf either? Wrong. It's because they were both wolves.
Shannon isn't the kind of person who would take part in a crime. I can't let a comment like that slide, not even from you, Aunt Rosa. I demand that you take back what you just said. I hate saying this in front of Aniki, but the way you're arguing feels just like something Aunt Eva might say. It's like you're automatically assuming that you're right unless we can counter your argument. Looks like you can't fight against your own blood after all, Aunt Rosa.
Even I can't think of myself as very praiseworthy right now. But guess what? I'm a mother. I'd become even a demon to protect Maria's safety. I really wish I could shut myself away somewhere alone with her. But I also plan to act as a mother to you two. Right now, you're practically my children. Even if you aren't my own, I won't forsake you. No matter what.
Well, thanks for that.
I just wanted to warn you not to be careless as your mother. Stay where I can see you at all times. I will protect you.
And at the same time, you'll be observing us to make sure we aren't wolves. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Can you, Aunt Rosa, prove that you aren't a wolf yourself?
Yes, I can.
That's a quick answer. How?
With this. This is my proof.
Aunt Rosa lifted her gun and pointed the barrel at me. I could fucking kill you right now, but it was only for an instant. She immediately lowered the gun, laughing impishly. But to me, the time I spent staring down the barrel of that gun felt like an eternity. How does that gun prove that you aren't the culprit, Aunt Rosa? Well, you're not dead, are you?
Think about it. What if I were the culprit? Would I really give up the once-in-a-lifetime chance I got when the servants left? I could just shoot you, bang, and then think of a fitting excuse later. Something like, Beatrice appeared outside the window and started shooting at us. I just need to leave 2 empty cartridges on the ground and say I fired back at her twice.
Well, that's a crazily violent way to argue it, but it does make sense.
There's something Kraus Nissan used to say all the time, long ago. Might is right. Maybe that really is true. I'm sorry, you two. I've somewhat lost my composure after all the crimes since this morning. You know how I normally am, so I must seem desperate and a bit short-tempered right now. But please understand. I want to protect you from a malicious culprit. I will become a demon to do that. That's all there is to it. I'm sorry for saying something that's angered you. Battler-kun, George-kun, let's make up.
An unsatisfied expression rose to George Niki's face. He probably couldn't forgive the damage done to Shannon's honor. What about me? Several bits of circumstantial evidence hinted at the servants' participation. I didn't want to believe that one of them was the culprit, or possibly colluding with the culprit, but in our current situation, that was a little more than wishful thinking. Whom should I believe? In the first place, who is the culprit? Are there accomplices? And if so, how many? It seems I've only been suspecting the people we know. I quickly forgot that 19th person, the guest Beatrice, who arrived yesterday and boldly claimed to be the Golden Witch. In fact, I still haven't seen her face. I heard she greatly resembled the witch in that portrait, but since I haven't seen her directly, no matter how hard I try, it doesn't really feel to me like a 19th person is on this island. So I've been subconsciously hallucinating that the culprit's one of the 18. Damn it. Come out, Beatrice. If you're the bad guy, then act like the bad guy and show yourself, laughing in a high-pitched voice and mocking us, just like a bad guy in one of those dramas who, even when they're exposed as the culprit, aggressively says, "Where's your proof?"
Where's your proof?
Shut up. No more talking. There were 5 humans. Do you want to read this one or should I read this one?
I think you can keep reading unless you want me to take over.
No, it's okay. There were 5 humans in the kitchen, but it was very quiet, filled only with the sound of the rain. It was only accented by the sound of Shannon and Kumasawa washing the dishes. Goto was using the leftovers from breakfast and lunch as ingredients for a soup. Rosa had suspected that poison might have been added to the food, so they decided to eat canned goods, but it hadn't been too satisfying. But Goto thought she was being too cautious, so he was spontaneously creating a soup to be served only to those who wanted some. Shannon and Kumasawa were washing the dishes that the food had been arranged on. On the inside, they thought maybe Goda should wash them, since he'd been the one who wanted the food arranged on plates in the first place, but they left their complaints unsaid for the time being. Genji and Nanjo were facing each other across a crude chess set that had many years of experience. The game had still only just begun, and because the opening game of these experienced players had been honed to perfection, it looked like a ceremony where they just moved specified pieces in a specified order.
That's a nice aroma. You wouldn't get this from canned food.
It was made only from sealed ingredients, so there won't be any poison mixed in. I'm making enough for everybody, so please, eat. Of course, I will also taste for poison. Please feel secure and eat.
That really is a nice aroma. Goda-san, the food you cook really is delicious.
Being able to create delicious food when you buy delicious ingredients is hardly special. My master taught me that a true cook needs to perfect their ability to make delicious food from whatever is on hand. That was a good master. Thanks to him, it looks like we'll get to enjoy some truly delicious soup. Although it is a shame that it was made from ingredients intended for all of the family members to eat. I'm sure Rosa-san is tired after everything that happened this morning. It is only natural.
But thanks to that, we get to drink some soup made from delicious ingredients.
Rosa had fervently warned everyone that they didn't understand the danger they were in, and that they must assume that poison was mixed in with the food. The mood at the time had led them to agree, but hunger wasn't something that could be swayed by a momentary emotion like that. Okay. Just to give the Halloween table, like, yeah, you know what, we're hungry now though, so like, who cares? Ironically, we've ended up with a soup that we normally wouldn't be able to savor. If possible, I would like to serve it to everyone in the parlor, but seeing that it would violate Rosa-sama's instructions, you had best give up on that idea. It's enough that only those who want to eat it do so.
Skillfully taking a breather when no one's looking is also an important skill for a servant, isn't it?
When Kumasawa cackled, Shannon and Goda laughed too. It seemed that, in the space where only their fellow servants were gathered, they could relax quite a bit. Shannon didn't like Goda's occasional dishonesty, but she knew that there was no falsehood in his childish smile when he cooked, nor in his desire for people to enjoy his food. So even though it was a little aggravating to be made to wash the dishes, she couldn't really hate him. However, they couldn't have dreamed that Rosa was calling them wolves in the parlor at exactly the same moment they were spending their time peacefully like this. At that time, several of the servants heard a sound like something being dragged, and then a thump. It seemed like the sound made by a servant outside the back door when they were carrying a mountain of trash bags on a rainy day, or maybe when a servant was returning from work wearing a raincoat. So at first, that sound didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary to any of them, but they soon realized, right now, everyone was either in the kitchen or in the parlor, so who could possibly be at the back door? As the servants all looked at each other, they checked to make sure that each one of them knew what that sound meant.
Who could it be?
The servants knew the mansion's layout well, so they understood how incomprehensible it would be for someone from the parlor to actually go outside in this typhoon, go all the way around, and come up to this back door. Then was it Kinzo? They couldn't imagine that Kinzo, who never left the study, would dash out into the middle of this typhoon and come to the back of the house where only low-class people ever entered or exited.
But that wasn't our imagination, was it? Oh.
Shannon and Kumasawa drew close together, fearfully looking at the back door. Someone in chat is saying, can you check the description of Kill Jessica and Canon? If it's there, yeah. Good call, I forgot to do that. Found in her room in the mansion with a weapon shaped like a stake rammed into her back. Finally, at the very end, she got to be with the person she loved. She must have been happy. There's no corpse, and yet he's dead. The witch said so in red. So he definitely is dead, even though there's no corpse. Interesting. Fearfully looking at the back door. Who is it? As Goda fearfully approached the back door, he called out, and his eyes flashed toward the butcher's knife that sat on a nearby sink. He didn't pick it up yet, because there was still a possibility that this was a member of the family. However, that possibility was impossible. There was no response from across the door to Goda's initial question. Maybe his voice had been so quiet that it hadn't reached through all the wind and rain outside. Genji-san. Yes. Stand back, Dr. Nandro, and the women. Who in the world could it be? Genji took a knife with a classical design from a stationery box placed near the chess set. It was something to be used instead of a paper knife to open envelopes for statements of delivery and bills, but it was still a knife, so the blade on it could injure someone. Genji hid it in his sleeve with a well-practiced motion. Then he approached the back door himself, giving Goda a silent nod. Goda cautiously approached the back door and slowly started to open it. Okay, so it can be human Beatrice, Kinzo. What? The shadow of a person suddenly shuffled into sight, landed on its knees, and fell over. Goda fell backwards onto his backside and couldn't get up. That human shadow was soaked with rain, smeared with mud, and drenched with blood.
Canon-kun? Canon-kun!
Canon? Are you alright? Dr. Nanjo? It was Canon. His breath was feeble, and the puddles of mud he left were quickly drenched in bright red. When Nanjo held him and turned him face up, there was a deep, gruesome wound right in the center of his chest, as though he'd been stabbed there by a spear or something. Even now, deep red blood poured out from there.
This is horrible. What should we do? Get a first aid kit? A first aid kit?
Canon-kun, place your hand against the wound. Please push firmly. Let's carry him to bed in the servant room. Everyone, please lend a hand. Come now, Canon. Wait, what? What exactly did the witch say? Did the witch say that he died in the room, or did he, or was dead in the room, or that he was dead? Because he can be
She
dead.
said he was killed in the room.
Killed in the room. Okay, so killed in the room doesn't mean he can't be resuscitated afterwards, right? Depending on how he was. Or you can't trust the red. I don't think they would make the red untrustworthy. Okay, interesting. Come now, Canon-san. Please hang in there a little longer.
Hang in there. It'll be okay. So don't take your hand from the wound.
At any rate, let us carry him to the servant room. Kumasawa, inform Rosa-sama that we have found Kennen. Wait, not Rosa-sama. Please wait. Kennen-san said, not Rosa-sama.
What do you mean, Canon-kun?
This is no time for that. Let us quickly carry him to the servant room. Kumasawa, do not tell Rosa-sama yet. We will do it after we hear the situation from Canon.
Yes. Eek.
He had told them not to tell Rosa right after appearing in this state. This could only mean something very disquieting. An eerie anxiety rose to their faces. Come now, everyone. Let's hurry and carry him. Quickly, quickly. Cannon's wound was unbelievably deep, and judging from Nanjo's pale face, it was a miracle that he was still conscious. This is horrible. He appears to have been stabbed by something like a spear. If it hasn't reached the lungs, I might be able to do something. At any rate, we must stop the bleeding. No matter how much Nanjo tried to wipe off that gushing deep red blood, he couldn't do it. He couldn't wipe it all away. And each time the wound was aggravated, causing Cannon to cry in anguish. It's been hours too, hasn't it? What the fuck? What's going on? Huh. Okay. I'm good.
Canon-kun, hang in there.
Dr. Nanjo, here's a new towel. How horrible. What is his condition? In all honesty, this is so severe that I cannot believe he is alive. Maybe the location of the wound was fortunate, but the blood loss is too horrible. A blood transfusion is necessary, but that will be impossible until tomorrow. Cough, cough. Rosa-sama. To us.
Don't talk, Canon-kun. Your wound will open.
Rosa-sama came to Milady. And me. And... What did you say?
Rosa-sama? Did... Whoa, could that mean?
Are you certain? Yes. I'm certain. It was Rosa-sama. Come now, don't speak anymore. Kumasama-san, please grab another first aid kit. What the fuck is going on? Genji-san, is it... Yeah, it's still how it is. Okay. Genji-san, is it possible Rosa-sama did such a thing? I do not know. Disregarding Nanjo and Kumasawa, who were struggling hard and stained with blood as they tried to stop the bleeding, Genji and Goda faced each other. Because if what Kanon had said was the truth, Rosa was the culprit who killed Jessica. Curse you, Rosa. How could you do that to Milady? I'll kill you. I will kill you. Kanon screamed even more hatefully. His hate-filled voice made it seem like he was seeing Jessica being harmed right before his eyes. Certainly, Rosa-sama may have had a reason to kill Milady. If everyone in the Ushirima family were destroyed, the inheritance would all go to Rosa-sama. If so, Battler-sama and George-sama are in danger. Not only is Rosa-sama holding a gun, but right now, they are the only ones in the lounge. Genji-san, isn't this situation quite perilous? Shannon suddenly ran out into the corridor. Her expression was complex and tragic, as though she didn't know what to believe. Nanjo also has thoughts. Shannon ran. To where? The inside of the mansion had been scrupulously cleaned, so it probably wouldn't be easy to find. She might find it if she searched the rose garden, but they'd probably all been lost in the rain, in this wind and rain. That's right, the boiler room isn't cleaned very often. If she went there, she might be able to find it. Shannon ran downstairs to find that in the underground boiler room. That. Did some medicine take effect at the brink of death, or was Kanon finally beyond feeling pain? For the time being, at least Kanon's painful gasping had subsided. Nanjo apparently didn't view this as a very good sign, and he didn't let his eyes off Kanon for a second. Kumasawa firmly gripped Kanon's hand and kept encouraging him so that the willpower keeping him alive didn't fade away. Genji and Goda seemed uncertain how to respond to the truth Kanon had risked his life to deliver. Rosa-sama's gun surely has 4 or 5 shots loaded. That is no small number, but loading cartridges into a Winchester should require quite a lot of practice. She might be able to get one shot off, but if everyone attacks her at once, we should be able to take the gun from her before she shoots again. We may have a doctor on this island, but we have no access to medicine and no hospital. If the location of the shot is bad, that person will die. I understand that, but more importantly, if we don't move quickly, there's a chance another crime will occur. It seems to me that Rosa-sama managed to cleverly chase us out. Maybe George-sama and Battler-sama are being killed right now.
If our foe is so dangerous, wouldn't it be better if we didn't provoke them too much?
But tomorrow is still a long way off. We can't even imagine what strategies she might use. Genji-san, we should take action first. If we can at least steal the gun under some pretext, it might work out.
There are 4 or 5 cartridges, are there not? That means there aren't enough to kill all of us. As long as we don't carelessly provoke her, surely even Rosa-sama wouldn't be that rash.
No, she said it. She said she'll massacre all of us. Is this person just like a master of disguise in some way? Like what the fuck is going on here? No, I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Alright, she said she'll massacre all of us. Okay. Kanon, who they thought was sleeping quietly, suddenly started talking brightly, almost as though he'd been awake this whole time and had suddenly opened his mouth. Kanon looked firm and steady, which relieved Nanjo a bit, but considering the depth of that wound, he couldn't wipe away a certain creepy feeling. He knew because he was a doctor. After losing so much blood, Kanon might have easily have lost consciousness, and yet, somehow, he was still intensely aware of his surroundings. Was it youth, or was it tenacity? Sometimes the power of human life surpassed common knowledge. While stopping the bleeding, Nanjo had groped around a bit inside the bleeding hole with tweezers, making sure there was no foreign objects inside the affected area, and the great depth of the wound had shocked him. It had certainly reached as far as his lungs, and yet, no, but the fact that he's still alive is wonderful. But Kanon had spoken clearly. He'd hatefully stated that the one named Rosa made this wound, cursing and raging over and over and over. Whoa! She wants to kill everyone by any means necessary before the typhoon passes, so that she can have the master's wealth all to herself. She told me that clearly. Damn, what a person. Genji-san, what should we do? Are there any weapons we can... I find it hard to believe, to think that Rosa-sama would say something like that. Genji-sama, it isn't a question of whether you believe or not. She told me. I heard it. Why won't you believe me? Don't get up. You'll harm your wound. Kanon sat up on the bed, speaking to Genji, who didn't seem to be willing to believe Kanon's story. She'll definitely kill all of us. She must have killed everyone in the parlor by now. If we don't kill her first, we'll definitely be killed first. Just like how I was killed first, everyone else will also be killed first. Kill or be killed. In Umineko, kill or be killed, or kill or be killed. Oh, it looks like a heart. Kanon-san, does that really not hurt? Oh, this? This is nothing. What do you mean it's nothing? It really isn't a big deal. It doesn't even hurt anymore. It's really nothing. As Kanon said that, he began to untie the bandages that had been painstakingly wrapped. The gruesome hole in his chest was immediately exposed.
Kanon-san.
Oh shit, sorry.
You mustn't do that. Lie down, quickly.
I said it's fine. Hey, see? This is nothing, right? Kanon showed off his gaping wound, which was still slowly spitting out foamy blood. Everyone averted their eyes reflexively. Look, I told you it wasn't a serious wound at all. Stop, you mustn't play with the wound. Come on, see? It isn't a deep wound at all. Look. Look. Kanon held up 2 fingers, showed them to everyone, and slowly started to stick them in the gruesome wound right in the center of his chest. Plunging, slimy, squishy, wet. The fingers went in deep all the way to their bases. Squish, gloop, bloop.
Kanon-kun, stop it! Stop it!
Those fingers were sticking all the way into his chest, up to their bases, and then he slowly pulled them out in exactly the same way. The fingers he pulled out were stained a sticky, solid, deep red color, and there was even a thread hanging. The fingers were covered up to their bases in deep red. You... What in the world? See? It is not a serious wound at all. See? I can't do the cackle. At that moment, the door was slammed open and Shannon appeared. Even after she saw Kanon stained with fresh blood, her impregnable expression didn't falter. Hey, Nissan, where'd you go? I'm on the verge of death here, so where'd you go?
That's right. I went to the boiler room. There was something I had to find. More importantly, there's something I need to ask you. Are you really Kanon-kun?
Huh? What? It was only natural. Everyone believed he was Kanon, so they couldn't understand the meaning of Shannon's question. When they looked, they noticed that Shannon was holding a handkerchief in her hand. It was filthy and looked like it had been used to wipe up some trash or dust. And while holding that, she approached Kanon, drawing closer to his feet. What is that?
It's a handkerchief with a spider's web wiped onto it.
Why would you bring something like that?
If you're Kanon-kun, you should be fine. But if spiders are your natural enemy, I thought you might not like it.
Hold up, let her cook? Are you kidding? Why would I hate spiders?
Sorry, I'll try it. Shannon.
When Shannon brought that handkerchief close to Kanon's thigh, something happened in an instant. It happened all at once. The human eye couldn't have followed it. Kanon jumped like a wild goat, fleeing from the thing Shannon was holding. Then, from his arm, some kind of afterglow flashed purple and drew a curve through space. That arc, which drew three beautiful purple curves, traced across the throats of Nanjo and Kumasawa, who had been tending to him. And in an instant, Nanjo's and Kumasawa's throats opened like gaping mouths, and then the blood really started spewing out. The third purple curve should have traced across Shannon's throat, but Shannon wasn't there, because Genji, who had been behind her, had wrapped his own arm around Shannon's neck and pulled her back. This all happened in an instant. In the instant it took Goda to think fast in an attempt to understand the scene, the frozen moment in time shattered. Blood was gushing from Nanjo and Kumasawa's torn open necks. Cannon jumped and kicked off a picture frame that had been hanging from the wall behind him, springing forward just like a cat and aiming for Shannon's throat again. But Cannon's target once again disappeared from in front of him, because Genji had pulled Shannon again, and the two of them had fallen to the ground in a defensive crouch. Nice reflexes, you senile old furniture. Goda. Oh! Even Goda was no fool. Even if he couldn't fully understand what was going on, he at least realized that if this cannon wasn't seized, his own life would be in peril. He's a loose cannon. He sprung at Cannon with his huge body, pushing up against the wall with all his weight and physical strength. Oh, whoa! Let go, fat ass! Another purple curve was drawn from the tips of the fingers on Cannon's right hand. And when he raised that hand like a sword, aiming for Goda's back, there was a loud thunk, because Cannon's raised hand had been pinned to the wall. He couldn't tear his palm away from the wall. Sticking out from it was the knife Genji had thrown. Under normal circumstances, it would have been surprising to see someone as old as Genji handle a knife so skillfully, but in this abnormal space, no one paid it much mind.
Genji-sama, take this.
Indeed. Genji took the handkerchief with the spider web stuck. These scenes are like from a different story. What's going on? With the spider web stuck to it from Shannon, and he approached Cannon, who was pinned to the wall by Goda's massive body and the knife. Stop it! Keep that away from me! Stop it! Stop! When Genji pushed the handkerchief up against Cannon's face, there was a sound just like setting meat on a red-hot iron plate. Of course, the smell was the same too. As he was horribly burned, festering in filthy red and black and crying out his death throes, Cannon's body burst open and scattered. It was almost as though a balloon filled with gold leaf had popped. The entire servant room was completely buried under a storm of gold leaf. No, a cloud of gold butterflies. Okay, so was it Beatrice or one of her minions that used the same magic? Those butterflies began to softly fade as though into water, or rather into the empty air itself, and afterwards all that was left was the three survivors sitting on their butts, stained with blood. However, not everyone was merely stained with blood. Some of them were lying on the ground, spurting out blood themselves. Oh, now Rose is gonna think these three killed, because she's not gonna believe that supernatural, like, red-eyed demon put his fingers in the wound fucking Cannon killed these two with a purple fucking magic sword. She's gonna be like, what the fuck did you do? Oh shit. Some of them were lying on the ground spraying out blood themselves. Kumasawa, Dr. Nanjo. Slits so sharp they looked like they cut your finger if you touched them open wide, and large amounts of blood kept pouring out. What was that just now? Goda, have you been injured? I am fine. But what did we just see? What happened? I know I pushed that thing against this wall with my own hand, but even I cannot understand what happened. Goda looked at his own hand. The bright red blood left from his scuffle with Cannon definitely remained, and yet Cannon was nowhere to be seen, because he had disappeared. It's like the mark Beatrice gives people. He had transformed into gold butterflies and scattered. Goda kept screaming alone, without a clue about what was going on. Shannon sobbed in front of Nanjo's and Kumasawa's remains. Genji watched over her, silent as always.
Ooh, perfect break time.
I know, right? Well done. Well done. Good time. Well timed. This is why you run the schedule. Okay, so we're gonna take a break and we're gonna go for what? One more scene? Two more scenes?
About another hour after break, maybe a little more.
Another hour? Okay, that's good.
Yep.
That's good. Okay. Let me mute you first. It should. I don't have to do the test again. It's fine. Okay. Okay, you are currently muted. Actually, You're unmuted. Do you want to tell everyone to go for break? 5 minutes? Go brush your teeth?
Okay, everyone, 5 minutes for break. Go brush your teeth.
Very nice, very nice. Be back in 5 minutes. Hey chat, we're back.
Hello, chat. I have some messages to deliver to Joe on behalf of Umi Den.
Oh, it's to me. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Okay. So, mea culpa. I have been told something about Umineko I didn't know, and then I got roasted for it, and then I got told to lie and say that I did know it. But I'm just gonna come clean right now. So whenever you hear the sound cue of a water droplet, that means that the character menu has been updated. So you can go look at the portraits then.
Okay.
And so part 2 is that they want you to go look at Nanjo and Kumasawa's portraits.
Interesting. Okay. I was wondering what the little drop sound was.
Yeah. I didn't notice it because I'm very bad at picking up on sound cues, which I said, and then I additionally got roasted for being bad at sound cues while loving a sound novel. So I was humbled during break, as well as having a snack.
Lots of people in chat don't know either. Okay.
They also want me to tell you that Nii-san is pronounced Ni-san, and N-E-E is pronounced Ne-san.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, okay, well,
Yeah,
there you go.
I'm not gonna do that. No. Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry. It's too far. It's too far. I'll try.
No skin off my back. I'm just relaying messages from chat.
Family Dr. Nanjo died in the servant room, his throat sliced open by a sharp blade or something similar. However, this alone isn't enough. Okay, that's interesting. We saw it, and yet it's different here. That's really interesting. Servant Kumasawa died in the servant room, her throat sliced open by a sharp blade or something similar. The finishing touches are yet to come. Definitely dead. Okay. All right. Were there any other messages, or?
I think those were the important ones.
Oh, they were okay. All right. Do they want you to teach me how to pronounce Mario properly while you're on here?
Well, no. You know what? No, I'm gonna take umbrage with that one bit message that said that no one who goes on your stream knows how to pronounce Beatrice, because not only will I acknowledge that the Japanese actors are saying Beatrice, I will say that the Japanese pronunciation is based on Italian pronunciation, which I checked ahead of time, and is Beatrice, Beatrice without the toe. Okay, and Beatrice. But since you were saying Beatrice, I decided to say it because you were saying it. So I just want to retain my dignity. Okay.
So it's my fault. So it's
your fault.
It's my fault.
It's your fault.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just want to be completely clear about my pronunciation skills. Okay. I checked with an Italian JADS member. Okay. We tracked down that a lot of Japanese pronunciations are based on the source of the borrowed word, including a lot of names, including Beatrice, which is Beatrice. So, you know.
Okay, well, I have my own Italian jazz guy, and he told me that Mario is completely fine, and we spoke about that for about an hour, so we didn't get to Beatrice, so I'll accept the L on that one. But yeah, so I'll talk to him later, and we'll see, okay? We'll see? Say it in Joe, say it in red. Okay. All right. Beo Torici. I'm not gonna say it. Beatrice is just easier to read. Anyway. All right. Okay. Moving on. Thank you to Repnir for the resub. Soulless World for the resub. Last time you pronounced it something like Soulless World, which isn't correct. What? Just L's all over the place, which isn't correct, but is way better. So feel free to just stick to that if you want. Thank you for this. Okay, fine. All right. Cool. Thank you, Revolting Doors, for the new sub. Welcome. Krutzler for the 5 gift subs. Thank you very much. Just Hit Rewind for the new sub as well. Welcome. And MattCom611 for the resub too. Thank you very much. To be honest, you never pronounce foreign words correctly unless corrected by a guest. Yeah, because that happens so often. Yeah, I know. I barely pronounce some of the English words correctly, my weeb. I know. I know. Anyway, sorry, Mouse. How's it going?
It's going okay. How about you?
Just sitting here judging. Hearing me argue with my cartoons. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Let's continue. Who's taking narration for the scene?
It's Battler's narration. Do you want me to read the DM I just got from Dalmek aloud?
It's from Dalmek, so is it safe?
It depends on what your definition of safe is.
Okay, go for it. Go for it.
Furniture pussy got me acting unwise. I have a restraining order filed by the IKEA company. Ha, I'm smoking that golden witch pack. Got me thinking fucking magic is real. I would enact a heinous ritual for a crumb of the Asmodeus. Don't ask where this came from, the neurons were just firing.
Wow, okay. Thank you, Dalmek. Thank you. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Wow. Okay, alright. Alright, let's continue.
Ready when you are. Ready when you are.
Go for it.
Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were... What on earth are you talking about?
Shannon. Thank goodness you're safe. If something had happened to you,
George-sama... Ooh... George-kun, be quiet for a second. A murder occurred before your very eyes, right? Did you see the culprit? Or not?
That is, how should I explain? Genji-san? Even we cannot adequately explain what happened in front of us. It certainly, happened right before our eyes. It was right in front of my eyes. However, it was, what was it? Even I don't understand.
What are you saying? You couldn't have met anyone except the witch, Beatrice, whose location has been unknown since yesterday, or Canon-kun, who's gone missing. Was it a man or a woman? You should be able to tell me at least that much, right?
Aunt Rosa, calm down a bit. Anyone would be confused if two people were taken out right in front of them. Goda-san, Genji-san, there's no need to rush. Tell us what happened, one thing at a time. As to that, how should I say it? Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san had been killed. We understood that much. And it seemed that it had occurred in front of these people's eyes. But even so, they spoke awkwardly. They admitted that they had definitely seen the crime with their own eyes, but when asked to explain what they had seen, their mouths went suddenly shut. I could understand why Aunt Rosa was irritated and flaring up. Shannon, did you see it? When Dr. Nanjo was attacked?
Yes.
Tell me, just what you understand. What in the world happened?
Someone came to the back door.
So that's right. Someone came to the back door. Then, wondering who it was, I opened the door.
Someone at the back door? Who was it?
Let them finish. And after that, that person was stained with blood and had a large wound. We carried that person to the servant room, and Dr. Nanjo immediately began first aid. It was a very deep wound.
Like I said, who are you talking about?
I don't know. Certainly, in the beginning, I thought that was the case. No, I still think that, but what in the world was that? I don't know. In a manner that didn't match his large body, Goda held his head and scratched at it. I didn't have a clue if he was confused because he couldn't remember, or because he'd seen something terrifying and couldn't accept it. And Shannon looked the same way. If she let her guard down, what she'd just seen a short while ago would quickly melt away like a daydream, and she wouldn't be able to remember anything. That's what she looked like. Only Genji looked composed as usual, so the questions were naturally directed at him. However, even Genji took quite some time before he spoke, and he had to gather his thoughts.
Genji-san, you saw it, right? Who came in through the back door?
At first, we believed that person was Canon.
You see? He was alive after all. My theory was correct.
By at first, you mean that your impression changed later, right? Yes. I cannot explain with words what happened after that. He killed Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa, then disappeared. At that time, he was definitely not Canon. Yes. The scene wasn't canon either. That's right. It's just as Genji-san says. You really couldn't explain it with words. Do you have the same opinion?
Yes. I can only say the same thing.
If we give their claims the benefit of the doubt, it means that Aunt Rosa's first conclusion was correct. Cannon had appeared near the back door to the kitchen with a serious injury. Then he had been taken to the servant room and cared for. And after that, something terrifying had happened. So were these people so convinced that Cannon-kun couldn't possibly have done such a thing, that they'd started to suspect whether it had ever even been Cannon-kun at all? In other words, that means Cannon-kun did appear. No matter how confused they are, no matter how they middle their words, that's what it means in the end. So does that mean that, after all, Cannon-kun used some trick to escape that room even though it was locked? No, that doesn't matter anymore. The real problem is that Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were killed. Aunt Rosa had claimed that Cannon-kun was behind this from the very beginning. No matter how confused these people are, no matter how much they tried to deny it, they're halfway confirming that she was right. But even so, for some reason, it felt like their awkwardness couldn't be explained by confusion alone. What did they see? Like they said, did they really see something that couldn't be explained with words? Aunt Rosa, who decided that further talk wouldn't get us anywhere, concluded her questioning and said she wanted to check the two bodies. That was something I'd been wanting to do too. The witnesses had been unable to figure anything out, but they'd been shaken. If those of us who hadn't been at the scene calmly looked at the corpses, we might find something. But it was a little surprising to learn that Aunt Rosa was also concerned about the bodies. Even at this point, I still wanted to use any clues I could find to expose the culprit and the truth myself. But it should have been different in Aunt Rosa's case. Hasn't Aunt Rosa prioritized staying safe over finding the culprit? I couldn't really see why she would go to all the trouble of leaving our barricade in the parlor just because she wanted to check the bodies.
We will all go to the servant room together. If we all move together, it'll be safe. Maria, stop playing with scribbles.
Ooh.
Not scribbles. I'm solving Beatrice's puzzle. Ooh.
Beatrice's puzzle? What's that? Show me too. Aunt Rosa, are you bringing Maria-chan too? It seemed that George and Nikki was against the idea of bringing Maria to the bloody crime scene. But considering that Maria would be all alone if left here, it'd surely be much safer to take Maria with us. In the end, it was just Nikki's irresponsible humanism. We decided that all of us, including Maria, would go to the servant room. The bed in the servant room was stained with bright red blood. No, not just the bed. The whole room was covered with a gruesome paint from countless bloodstains. The dreadful scene alone was enough to give us the idea of the repulsive sight they'd been trying to describe. Ooh.
I want to look too.
Maria-chan, wait here with me. George Nikki was standing by the entrance, covering Maria's eyes with his back to the room. He probably didn't want to dirty an innocent girl's retinas, her retinas, with the repulsive blood in this room. That was surely the correct decision. I was acting tough right now, so I didn't mind. But for the rest of my life, whenever I see red paint scattered around, I'll probably remember this room and start to vomit. My retinas have already had this room burned into them. In other words, it's already too late for me.
Huh.
Where did they... Right after they entered the servant room, Goda-san and Shannon-chan trembled. We shook, wondering what horrible new situation had arisen to make them tremble again.
What happened? What is it?
Aunt Rosa also shuddered, raised her gun high, and searched for whatever it was that had made them shudder. But she couldn't find it. It was only natural. They were trembling because they couldn't find it. Are the bodies gone? Hey, what in the world's going on? The two bodies aren't here.
What does this mean? That can't be. Those two were definitely here.
Wait. What the hell are you saying? The corpses just walked off somewhere? That couldn't happen, right? I mean, wasn't the servant room locked? Didn't you unlock the door when you came in just now, Goda-san? So what does that mean? Isn't this the same as Jessica's room? Someone's disappeared from inside a closed room again? That's ridiculous. I don't have a clue what happened either. When we left this room, we definitely locked it. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. There was a timid, pitiful smile on Goda-san's face that he definitely wouldn't have let show normally. Shannon was the same. 2 corpses disappeared. And furthermore, they disappeared while the door was locked. Even if Kanon-kun was the culprit, he shouldn't have a master key anymore.
That's wrong. Kanon-kun isn't the culprit.
Shannon. I believe Shannon. Kanon-kun is not the culprit. This must be the doing of someone who looks a lot like him.
No. Kanon-kun could have gotten a master key. After all, his master key was found in the pocket of Jessica-chan's corpse. And who took that key?
That's right. It was Dr. Nanjo. That's right. Back then, it definitely was Dr. Nanjo who searched through Jessica's clothes and found the master key. So if someone had the opportunity to search Dr. Nanjo's corpse, it would have been easy for them to take the master key back. Aunt Rosa searched under the bed and in the locker. By now, I also understood what that meant. If you assume there are 2 culprits, this can be easily explained. The first person was Kanon-kun, or maybe an imposter who looked like him. He finished off Dr. Nanjo and ran off somewhere. The second person was probably the 19th person, Beatrice, whose location was unknown. That person hid under the bed in the servant room beforehand, and while Dr. Nanjo's body was enshrined there, they waited for Genji-san and the rest to leave. Then later, they crawled out, took the master key back from Dr. Nanjo's pocket, and carried the 2 corpses away for some reason. Wouldn't there be a blood trail or something? If they then locked the door with the master key, you'd end up with this closed room.
You constructed that one pretty fast, basing it off your reasoning from Jessica's room. With that method, you could create a closed room even without magic. Should I give you passing marks? However, interestingly enough, there's one thing you mustn't forget. If the culprit took back the master key as you suggest, they must have known that Nanjo took the master key from Jessica's body.
You don't have to tell me that. You're probably trying to say that it's information only the people in that place at that time could know. Huh. This third closed room was crushed so fast that you're stuck trying to make hurtful remarks like that. There's no art in repeating the same content over and over. I may have managed to bluff, but that move of the witches hurts. The move of the witches hurts bad. I can tell that I'm cracking under the thing I want to deny the most. This person's trying to close in on me from 2 directions. On the one hand, there's the frontal attack, where she tries to force me to believe there's a witch using closed room tricks that only a witch could do. And on the other hand, there's the rear attack, where she tries to lure me into wanting a witch to exist by strengthening my suspicions of those close to me. In the first closed room, the chapel, she used the frontal attack, but it didn't work on me. So by the second closed room, and now the third closed room, she's definitely changing the direction of her attack. However, the fact that she is changing the direction of her attack proves that my resistance is having some effect, and she must have given up on the frontal attack because she clearly can't win with it. I tried to settle my unease by thinking these things, but apparently the witch had seen through me long ago.
I will not abandon my frontal attack. A rear attack only has meaning because it advances at the same time as the front. If I were to degenerate into only using the rear attack, it would merely result in a foolish plan where my means have become my goal.
Really? Well then, won't you repeat someone was hiding in the servant room using that red you're so proud of?
There's no need. The premise of your theory is about to be destroyed.
Oh really? You refuse? So someone really is hiding?
Rosa will destroy your premise right now. Come, let's listen in.
Please believe us, Rosa-sama. The 2 corpses were definitely lying here. The bright red blood on the floor is theirs. Aunt Rosa began to search through various objects around the room, her back to Goda-san as he cried out in supplication. Eventually, she found something, and for a while stopped moving. Rosa-sama, we definitely aren't lying. The 2 corpses were definitely here. Be quiet.
Be quiet.
Sorry.
Be quiet, Joe. The person who hid the corpses has confessed that they took them to another place. With this.
Rosa showed them a single sheet of paper over her shoulder. What on earth is that? Could it be a letter in a sealed envelope, just like in the chapel?
Yes, that's right. It was set out here, in the open. I'll read it. Members of the Ushiromiya family and its household. Have you now reached the climax of the riddle of the gold's epitaph? There is only one way you can all stop me, by solving the epitaph's riddle. There are no other options left to you that will result in the suspension of my ceremony. I humbly ask that you take care not to misunderstand your current situation. Searching for me will prove useless. Attempting to escape will prove useless. Trying to deny me will prove useless. Signed, Beatrice the Golden. P.S. I borrowed these 2 corpses for my ceremony. They'll be returned to you in due time, so I crave your indulgence. Also, these keys belong to you, so I return them to you now.
As Rosa read that aloud, the contents of the envelope lay exposed on the palm of her hand. They were 2 master keys. The master key that Nanjo had found in Jessica's pocket, which had originally been Kanon's, and Kumasawa's master key. What the hell? So what does that mean? Damn you again? You're saying I can only suspect the servants with keys again?
I won't say it in red, okay? I won't deny the possibility that after they locked the door and left, someone was hiding in this room, okay?
If they hid under the bed, it still would have been possible for them to carry the corpses somewhere. But they wouldn't have been able to lock the door. The master key they went to all that trouble to get was left right here. That's right, I'd forgotten. What about the keys specifically for this room? The servant room keys.
Indeed. Those are kept in the key box in the center of the servant's room. There are several servant room keys, but all of those are inside the key box.
Which means the situation is exactly the same as Jessica's room. It's not like the servants would walk around with an unnecessary key when they have those convenient master keys. I can accept that they're all kept in the key box.
And the other conditions remain unchanged as well. Entry and exit are impossible except for the single door and the single window. Therefore, hidden doors and irregular methods of entry cannot exist. Rejoice, great detectives! And those were both locked. The door and the window do not permit any kind of entry or exit when they're locked, so it wouldn't work to remove the door and make a crack to slide in through or anything like that while the lock is still set. And obviously, it is impossible to unlock the door without a servant room key or the master key. It's a pain having to read all these aloud every time. Sooner or later, I should think of a word to put all this together and abbreviate it.
But you can't repeat that someone was hiding in this room. However, that alone won't break open the door of a closed room. Ah, damn it, damn it. It's useless, it's useless, it's all useless.
What happened to that spinning the chessboard around thing that you're so proud of? Please announce your boastful, strange theory.
Spin the chessboard around. What would I do if I were the culprit? I carry the corpses off somewhere, I leave a letter, I lock the door from the inside, then I just have to escape this room by some means. Damn it, is that even possible? I was told in red that you can't get outside except through the door or the window. Ah, at that moment, I got it. That's right. The culprit carried away the corpses, left the letter, and since they didn't use a hidden door, they weren't able to escape. That's it. This isn't a question, it's an answer. Beato. Beato?
Beato.
Beato. Oh god. Beato. Beato. Okay. Before I ask you to repeat anything, I want to check the definition of hidden doors that you're using. Yeah! Finally! Define a hidden door! Yes!
What have you thought of? Very well, I'll explain. A hidden door refers to an entrance or exit that cannot be recognized as such by those who don't know of it beforehand, of course. Even children know that.
So in other words, if you can't get outside the room with it, it isn't a hidden door? Oh.
Oh. So that's your game.
I kept thinking there needed to be some way for the culprit to escape from the closed room, but there's like a hidden compartment or something. That's wrong. The culprit couldn't escape, so they decided to hide until we all left. During the second closed room, I tried applying this theory to Kanon-kun, but after hearing Kanon-kun was killed in red, I gave up. After that, I proposed that a third person might have been in the room before escaping through a hidden door, And then, for the first time, I was faced with the red claim that no hidden doors exist. Now, move from there to what I've just learned. That term, hidden door, refers to things that make it possible to enter or leave a room. In other words, that category doesn't cover things that don't actually lead in or out of the room, and even these things could never be recognized by people who didn't know about them beforehand. So if we had something like a hidden shelf or a secret closet, for example, that wouldn't count as a hidden door. That means the third person from Jessica's room is hiding here, waiting for us to leave. Heh, how pathetic. It was all just a bit of wordplay. Looks like that technique should be enough to handle even this third closed room. If there's a hidden shelf under the bed or anything like that, that'd be enough. Kinzo eating dominoes again? The culprit's hiding somewhere, waiting for us to leave. The culprit is also trapped in this closed room even now, which means at this very moment, the culprit is still hiding in the servant room, holding their breath. And that means, what the hell? Even though we've been tortured by closed rooms 3 times, at this very moment, we've actually got the culprit in checkmate. I'm finally starting to see it. Eat this, Beato. Repeat it. There is no one in this room other than us. By us, I mean me, George and Nikki, Maria, Aunt Rosa, Genji-san, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan. Got it? What do you think? You can't say it, right?
Ooh.
I'll bet that hit you where it hurts. If you refuse, then say it, damn it. Here comes the next one. Repeat it. I don't know how they're hiding in this room, but if they are, then this solves the second closed room, Jessica's room, at the same time. I finally caught her by the tail. With this, I can explain everything. Witches don't exist, and I don't have to suspect anyone. Alright, starting now, I'll spin it around. I think she's gonna say it. Now I'll have her repeat that.
No one exists in this room except your group. Your group refers to Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon.
What?
Let's go back to Jessica's room. When Jessica's corpse was discovered, only Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo were in Jessica's room. Whoops, the corpse of Jessica is also included. Therefore, both in the case involving Jessica's room and the one involving the servant room, no humans exist that you were not aware of. No one is hiding. And I'll say more. No method exists by which the door can be locked from the outside without using a key. Regarding the window, no method exists by which it could somehow be locked from the outside. And let me also say this. You are incompetent.
Cackling in red? Oh man, dumbass. So, it's really a closed room, isn't it? And just when I'd finally managed to think of a way out. If you were hiding, that would fit everything. Just when I thought I'd broken through your trick. Damn it. Ah! It's useless, it's useless, it's useless, it's all useless. For a second, I thought I had it. It was all useless. Damn it. I was so sure that I'd finally seen through her, that I'd seen how she'd distracted me with her very clever red wordplay and fooled me. Just when I thought I'd found a light in the darkness, it disappeared. Just disappeared. Swallowed up by a blood-red sea. Red. Red. Red, red, red. No one is hiding, and there's no hidden door, and no way to get past the door or the window while they're locked. Have you just proven that it's all impossible? Has the devil's proof been fulfilled? With a frontal attack? Impossible. That's impossible.
What's wrong, Ushiromiya Battler? Weren't you so confident in your ability to deny witches? Why are you groveling and wringing out bitter tears in a place like that? Yes, what a truly splendid tactic. Truly splendid how you're trying to make me fall over and drown in a sea of tears from my own laughter. That is what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to make me laugh and laugh and laugh myself to death, right? Ushiromiya Battler.
Damn. What are you calling magic? I'll definitely prove that witches don't exist. I definitely won't believe in you. You used the power of magic and bullied and killed everyone for fun? I definitely won't accept that.
Hey, Battler. Sorry for bullying you so much. I'll spin the chessboard around from my side. I'll stand in your place and show you the best possible move you could make. Wanna hear?
Don't screw with me. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear.
Consider Jessica's room. You were off to a good start, you know that? All that about hiding and waiting for everyone else to leave, that truly was well spotted. But why did you only think of Cannon and me, the 19th person? I see, so the hide part of hiding and waiting got in the way, which prevented you from getting any further. Come on, you see what I'm getting at, don't you? It's Jessica. Jessica!
If Jessica were the culprit, a farce like this could be easily constructed. She killed Cannon-kun and carried him off somewhere. Then she played dead and let us walk by. But that's ridiculous. Dr. Nanjo definitely confirmed that she was dead. So was Dr. Nanjo an accomplice too? That's wrong. I also confirmed that Jessica was dead. Of course, I never examined a corpse before, but she was definitely dead. I think she was dead? No, that's probably, surely, definitely what I thought, but certainly, wait. She was dead. She was dead.
Jessica was in on it, and Nanjo, who examined her corpse, was in on it too. And that makes the third closed room a farce, doesn't it?
Yeah, then it's simple. Dr. Nanjo was in on it, so in other words, he's on the culprit's side, which means he was never dead in the first place? Everyone's in on it. We thought his body disappeared after he was killed, but what if he was never in the servant room to begin with? So if Kumasawa-bachan disappeared with him, does that mean she's in on it too? That's not all, that's not all. The servants who all agreed to keep that story, Genji-san and Goda-san, and even Shannon-chan were also in on it. Then, the one who stole the key from Maria's handbag was Jessica. No, it could have even been George and Nikki. After all, if Shannon-chan is on the culprit's side, that automatically makes George and Nikki on the culprit's side. Wait a second, just wait a second. They're all wolves. They're all wolves. Not only am I drowning in an ocean of bright red blood, there are packs of wolves clambering on the banks whose blazing eyes tell me that they'll eat me if I crawl out. Which way should I die? Should I deny everything and drown in a bright red sea? Or should I learn the truth and have my whole body chewed to bits by the wolves? It's either one hell or the other. I can't choose. Gah!
That's why I'm here. Come, Ushiromiya Battler, and kneel. Swear your eternal loyalty and lick my shoes. If you accept me, all of the riddles will be resolved. With my power, any kind of closed room can be created or destroyed. Battler, don't you want to abandon yourself to the joy of surrendering to one with power? I'll make you my favorite furniture. I'll love you so much and make you my toy until you turn to ashes.
You're right, chat. She's so gross. She's so gross. She's so gross. She's so gross. She's so gross.
Are you good? You need a minute?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
All right, cool. Now it's clear. There's no longer any reason to doubt.
Huh? What are you saying?
You kept saying those two were dead, but they aren't here. And now we have this letter from Beatrice where she's been kind enough to confess that she carried the corpses off. It's as simple as that. I've had enough of this farce.
As Aunt Rosa yelled this, she looked at all of us with a fierce expression.
What do you mean? By farce? I said it in Jessica Chan's room. You can't trust anyone but yourself and those whose corpses have been found. And since we can't find the corpses of those two people, we mustn't accept that they've been killed.
Please wait, Aunt Rosa. What do you mean by that?
Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san aren't dead, they're alive. We're supposed to believe that they've been killed, but they're definitely hiding somewhere in this mansion, so that they can attack us.
How could you know that? Are you saying that Goda-san and the rest are lying? Rosa-sama, I, Goda, know all of the Ushiromiya family servants. We all swear that nothing of the sort happened.
You all say that those two were killed, but since there are no corpses, we mustn't believe you. There's a chance that you worked out a story beforehand, that you're lying. There's a good way to prove your innocence, isn't there? Find Dr. Nanjo's and Kumasawa-san's bodies. If you can find them, then maybe I'll start listening to your story. But until you do, you can't deny that you're all wolves. You! And you! I'll bet you were all bought by that witch, that your eyes were blinded by gold. Do you really want money that much? That's right, isn't it? You want to live the easy life for as long as you live. What value could a life like that possibly have? Rosa-sama, we couldn't have. Be silent. And Shannon, don't get any closer. To think you'd repay a 10-year-long debt of gratitude with betrayal. I'll pull the trigger without mercy. How could you? It's too cruel.
And Rosa, that's horrible. A murder occurred in this room, and then the culprit carried the corpses away. All they're doing is honestly reporting what they saw. Shannon had finally broken down in tears. She had sacrificed 10 years to the Ushiromiya family. She had sacrificed 10 of the most brilliant years of her life. She believed that she'd built up a friendly relationship with Rosa, and this was what she got in return. You can kill a person without using a knife. I didn't have to be be George and Nikki to realize that Shannon Chan had been stabbed deep in the heart, that she was shedding tears like blood. Shannon-san, stay back. Rosa-sama, it is true that I, Goda, have not served for many years, and I understand that I have not earned your trust. However, could you not believe in Shannon-san at least? She has sacrificed a full 10 years in service to the Ushiromiya family. I'm not telling you to believe me. At the very least, can't you believe in Shannon-chan? Is Shannon-san, sorry? But even I don't understand anymore. I don't understand. We can't search for an answer without suspecting them. Yeah, bit by bit, I'm starting to understand. It's because we've been searching for an answer. That's why everything keeps going wrong. We don't need an answer. These are all strange murders committed with bizarre magic by the 19th person, the witch Beatrice, in accordance with some creepy ceremony. Isn't that enough? I don't want to suspect anyone anymore. Battler's breaking. Shannon and Goda-san were protesting their innocence, half crying. Genji-san quietly put a stop to that. Enough. What Rosa-sama says is quite sensible. Until we find the corpses, we cannot prove Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's innocence. That's right. By Rosa-san's argument, if the corpses can be found, then the innocence of those people alone can be proven. But that only counted for the corpses. Even if the survivors searched the mansion and found the corpses, in the end, their innocence would never be proven. This soundtrack's pretty good, huh, chat? I really like the music here. They kidnapped Dr. Nanjo and Kumasama-san, killed them in another place, and locked the closed room with their own master keys. Unless the closed room could be broken by a method other than that one, it would be impossible to prove their innocence. But that couldn't be done. They only have one chance to prove their innocence. That can only happen if they meet with the culprit, become corpses, and they're then reunited with Aunt Rosa. Isn't that strange? They're innocent if they die, but guilty as long as they're alive, just like a witch trial. Oh right, the enemy's a witch, so everything's cool. Is that it?
Yeah.
Rosa-sama, we are furniture in service to the Ushiromiya family. Whether you trust us or not is no business of ours. No matter what assessment you give us, we will merely continue to serve until our final hour.
You really are a model servant. I deeply understand why Father trusts you. It really is heartrending that I must suspect even you.
Genji-san stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a master key. Then he set it on a nearby table. I believe I was given this as a sign of the trust placed in me. If that trust has been lost, I think it only natural that I return it. Genji-senpai!
That's a good decision. Those master keys are the main reason you've been suspected several times today. It may seem elementary that letting go of those might clear away that suspicion, but I don't think it's a bad thing.
You too. Genji-san looked at Goda-san and Shannon-chan. The two of them nodded and set their own master keys on the table. Aunt Rosa laid 2 master keys that had come out of the envelope on top. With that, all 5 master keys were gathered in this place. In other words, this was proof that all of the servants' service until today had been negated. They kind of look like chess pieces a little bit, or the middle one does. Is that on purpose? Looks like a pawn, right? Huh. With even the final honor, they should have been permitted stripped from them.
Maria, give me that handbag.
Ooh.
Give it back.
Aunt Rosa snatched Maria's handbag, tossed the master keys in there, and held up one of them for all to see. She was showing us that she now had all the master keys. Are you satisfied now, Aunt Rosa? Now you have all the master keys. Doesn't that satisfy you?
Yes, I'm satisfied. Even if I can't trust anyone else, I can at least trust myself. I've been able to get the gun and all the master keys for myself. Now I don't have to suspect anyone. You all are happy too, I take it. Now you don't have to be suspected anymore.
Uh-oh. At that time, Maria, who alone seemed to be watching this as though it were a show, sneered at her mother. Aunt Rosa reacted so nervously to that laugh and turned around.
Keys don't have anything to do with this. Beatrice can open doors with magic. She doesn't need keys. It doesn't matter who has or doesn't have something like that. Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that? Huh? What is it, Battler-kun?
I just cut in between the two of them. No, that's not it. I was on my knees and hugging Maria's head. I was crying. Just stop it already, Aunt Rosa. Maria was right.
What are you talking about?
Maria, I'm sorry for doubting. I'm sorry for not believing.
Battler?
It was all the witch's doing. The witch's doing. All that stuff about tricks and closed rooms didn't matter. It's just that the witch Beatrice actually exists. And she's really a witch. And because I didn't believe, it's been so painful and so sad.
You believe in Beatrice?
Yes, I believe. Beatrice exists, and she's a witch who uses strange magic.
Battler?
Maria let go of my hand, and then she was the one holding my head.
That's enough, Battler. Beatrice existed. You had so much trouble believing, so you couldn't see her. Witches exist. They exist. And will come soon. You believed in Beato, so you'll surely be invited to the Golden Land. Very soon now. It'll happen very soon. So there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. There's no need to be afraid, okay? Stay with me, hands joined, okay? Let's think about the riddle of the epitaph together. Let's think about Beato's puzzle. Beato has been saying it from the beginning. She hasn't said anything other than, let's play and solve this puzzle.
Right, she did. Searching for the culprit was just a waste of time. If only we had just believed in the witch. After gently brushing my cheek as my tears kept dripping down, Maria kissed my forehead as soft as a feather. For just that instant, Maria's smile, which had once seemed creepy to me, looked like that of an angel. We have returned the master keys, but our loyalty to the Ushiromiya family will not change. From now on, we will not enter the parlor without permission. Rosa-sama, please lock the parlor from the inside.
You truly are an admirable person. When the typhoon passes, if the cries of the seagulls return to this island again, I wonder if we'll be able to trust each other once more.
If you were to grant us your trust once again, there could be no greater pleasure.
I see. We'll definitely be able to understand each other when the seagulls cry.
It would probably be best if we left this room as it is until the police come. Rosa-sama, if you would please lock it. We will return to the kitchen. If you need anything, please command us at any time.
Thank you. If you are a wolf, how shamelessly you speak. And if you're a sheep, then I'm sorry for throwing you into the cage of wolves.
Furniture entrusts its fate to the family. If I could regain your trust by giving up this life of mine, I would consider it a great honor.
I hope you all manage to remain safe until the typhoon passes, if such a thing is possible. This is all a rhapsody of blowing winds and pouring rain performed by the typhoon. When the performance ends and the curtain closes, we will surely be able to grasp hands together again. when the seagulls cry.
And Rosa nodded in response. This is very similar to what happened at the end of the first one when they split up in the rooms. Okay. Genji-san turned on his heels. He left the servant room. Goda-san's face was still streaked with tears, but maybe he'd managed to sort out his feelings as he listened to Genji-san's words. His face had been truly shameful, but it had returned to the face of the Goda-san we all knew. I will also be waiting in the kitchen. If you need anything, please command me at any time. If you wish for some warm food, I, Goda, will have the very best prepared for you.
Thank you. I can't wait for your breakfast tomorrow. And the boat will probably come by midday tomorrow. Thanks for everything up until now. Your cooking was my only pleasure on Rikenjima.
Certainly. I, Goda, will prepare a supreme breakfast. Please, look forward to tomorrow morning.
Thank you. And Shannon-chan, tomorrow morning, let's make up and have some delicious coffee. George-kun?
I'm going with them.
It's alright, George-sama. Please, return to the parlor. There are no more master keys, so if you're with Rosa-sama in the parlor, you won't be threatened by anyone. You're right. That's how things have sorted themselves out, isn't it? Objectively speaking, I'd say you'll be safest staying with me in the parlor. But I won't force you to stay with us. George-kun, you may stay in any place you feel is safe. You're already an adult. It's up to you where and with whom you spend the time with until tomorrow morning.
Yes. I will decide with whom I'll spend this night. Nikki. Battler-kun, stay with Aunt Rosa in the parlor. I'm sure you'll be safest there. Everywhere outside the parlor is dangerous in comparison. So, I can't leave her in a place like that alone. It's not like I suspect Shannon-chan and the other servants, or anyone at all. I don't want to suspect anyone. The inheritance, the gold, that's all nothing. There's no way people are killing each other over things like that. Yes, I know better than anyone how pure your heart is, Battler-kun. No one will blame you. No one. And Nikki.
It's alright. I'll protect you, Battler. If you're with me, even Beatrice won't be able to lay a hand on you. I may be small, but I'm still a witch.
Yes, Maria-chan. I'm leaving Battler in your care. Alright, Shannon, let's go.
Yes. Rosa-sama, if you would excuse me. If you have an order, please call me at any time. I'm sorry for saying something so cruel just now. I don't expect you to forgive me until tomorrow morning. But when tomorrow morning comes, let me apologize again. Yes, thank you very much.
Well, they're dead. George and Nikki and Shannon-chan left the servant room together. Now, only Maria, Aunt Rosa, and I were left in this disgusting, blood-stained room. Until Genji-san disappeared, until Goda-san disappeared, until George and Nikki and Shannon-chan disappeared, we stood there, shocked. After their presence and their footsteps had completely disappeared, Aunt Rosa giggled as though she just remembered something pleasant.
You can't trust them for a moment. That damned furniture.
That one sentence made me choke. Why are you saying something like that?
There are 5 master keys in all? Who would believe that? It's obvious that some duplicate keys exist. As if we could trust them just because they pulled keys out of their pockets.
You don't mean that, right? But by setting down those keys, they weren't just letting go of them. You've made all their hard work count for nothing, disgraced it, trampled it, and in the end you made them give up their keys. What's with that parting line? They've shown that they're willing to go this far and you still can't trust them? Too much, that's just too much.
It's a devil's proof. There are 5 master keys in all? It's impossible to prove something like that. You can show that there are 5 master keys by placing them here, but you can't prove that no more than 5 exist. Only a demon or a witch could prove something like that, right?
Stop it already, stop it already. Please, Beatrice, show yourself right now and tell Aunt Rosa in red that there are only 5 master keys. Please, I'm begging you, this could only be proved by devils, by a witch like you. Please, Beato, show yourself here and tell Rosa that those are all the master keys, and that there's no need to suspect anyone anymore.
There are only 5 master keys. There are only 5 master keys. How's that? No matter how often I say it, it won't reach Rosa's ears. After all, it seems there's still someone who denies that I exist, right? Ushiromiya battler.
I accept it. I accept it. You exist, you exist, you definitely exist. So I'm begging you, stop this already. Stop it already, stop it already.
Words alone aren't enough. Show it with your actions. Swear from your heart that you will become my furniture. Can you do it? Take off your clothes, be naked, then put your hands on the ground and crawl. Clothing is proof of one's humanity. From now on, you'll become furniture, so it's only natural that you'll lose that right. Then kneel, make your tongue crawl on my shoes. Can you do it? You can do it, right? When you do, I'll appear and say it in red. I'll tell Rosa there are only 5 master keys. Oh, but of course, you'll never abandon that lordly pride of yours. But you've done well, you've done more than enough. And you're starting to get that tingly feeling, aren't you? For just an instant, you thought maybe licking my shoes wouldn't be so bad, didn't you? And you immediately denied that and felt ashamed, right? Just looking at your expression feels just heavenly. That face of yours is so pathetic. So go look in a mirror. You'll see how low you are, naked and licking my shoes, right? Can you see it? Ushiromiya battler? And that's it.
Damn. That's it?
That's it.
That's it. What an ending. All right. Almost exactly 5 hours too. Damn.
Yeah.
Good job. Well done.
Hey, you too.
Okay, I'm guessing I can save it. Yep, George is here. I can't believe it. Save, 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 save. All right, this was fun. Thank you, Mouse. Not even the meme version. Thank you, Mouse. Thank you, Mouse.
Yeah, thank you, Joe, for having me.
I think we'll probably have you back if you want to, considering people enjoyed it. Yeah,
Yeah, I would like that.
we can talk about it. Sure.
Okay. And you will get to a good place on Tuesday, I think.
Okay, before we go, let me say thank you to Pincerata for the bits. Going to miss next Umi stream, sadly, but at the very least I got to see the Red Truth. It was a pretty good moment, Thank you, It's Ovi for the new sub, welcome. Feels Bandman for the resub. Gordot Forot for the bits. Can't wait for Umineko to end. What? When you refuse to accept it was better than Disco Elysium. We'll have to do an extended session where we show you your stream clips to prove that you love it, so you read One Piece now. No. Will we?
A sort of Clockwork Orange type plan for you.
Oh no. Oh no. That's what I said about Battler like 2 streams ago. Yeah. It tracks. Yeah. If you click at the top of the screen right now, you could follow Mouse's channel. Please do so. Do you have any idea when you're going to be live next?
Me? The plan is next Wednesday, as long as I can clear it with my job.
Next Wednesday?
If not, next Friday. Yeah.
Okay.
Next Wednesday or Friday, one or the other.
Okay. Mods, can you do shout out? I think they just did. Isn't that what it was? Or can I do shout out? Yeah, that was the shout out. Okay, that's how it works. Okay. Thank you, Parnik, for the bits with a thank you mouse. Thank you mouse. Okay.
Thank you, Parnik.
I think that's all. Any parting words, Mouse, or we just out?
No, I don't think so, but thanks for having me, and I would love to come on again sometime.
Thank you very much for doing it. You were great. Really great. Any closing thoughts? I don't have any speculation on the past couple rooms right now, because I feel like maybe some information is being withheld, or some of the things we saw are intentionally trying to make it as difficult as it possibly can to even start speculating. I have no idea what's going on. I feel very connected with Battler right now. Yeah. So
I'm sorry, so you're not speculating because you think you don't have enough information and you don't trust the source?
So you're
Just
just
checking.
you're just gonna be her like meta now, huh? That's what we're gonna do.
I'm just checking. I'm just asking questions.
Considering you have all the answers, you could give me red statements actually, couldn't you?
I could.
You could.
But would that be a game?
Epilogue moment. Epilogue. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. All right. Yep. Well, see you later, chat. Thank you for watching. This was really fun.
Bye, chat.
See you on Tuesday.